year when he burst onto the scene at the end of the year. And the night session is Iga Świątek against Anna Kalinskaya and Marin Cilic up against the number 12 seed Casper Ruud. Here we are on Rod Laver Arena it's already pretty hot out there. And these two are going to look to, well, they're big hitters, big ball strikers, these two. What are you expecting from both of them?
Well, this is just a straight power match, nothing more other than that. They're, as you said, wonderful ball strikers. They hit hard and flat. They don't loop the ball back from standing well behind the baseline, and just see how the rally progresses. They're looking to come forward and get the first good hit in and dominate the rallies with the power. And Madison Keys is an absolute expert at that.
Yeah, it's very much first strike tennis, isn't it? Whoever gets in first. As Keys serving into the sun, looking into the sun as she whips a forehand cross court and gets out of trouble and holds serve to consolidate the break early on in this match. She leads 2 games to love.
Leads by 2 games.
A little bit of a shaky serve. She's 2 doubles in that opening game. The sun not quite in the worst position yet. It's usually about 1 o'clock or so when you're looking directly into it, but it's heading that way.
Yeah.
So typical start as we expected. I don't think Pliskova has really played any matches at this level since coming back. I mean, she's done really well to get to the 3rd round, but this is a whole different task for her.
It is indeed. But as you said, having done very well to get to this point, because as you said, not played that much, but she had wins in the 1st round. She beat Sloane Stephens in straight sets, and then she beat Janice Tien of Indonesia, who's a good young player, 4-4. So she's showing that class is permanent, form's temporary, and you don't have to play for a while if you're that good in the first place. But yeah, up against it today against Madison Keys, who's been obviously in great form. It's such a stunning run to the title last year. Amazing victory for her after almost getting to 30, playing so many big matches and big tournaments, people having a lot of expectations on her shoulders, especially at home, and then coming all the way down to Melbourne and winning her first slam. Amazing story, and one of the sort of feel-good stories.
It was, wasn't it? You know, no one would be upset if she happened to win again.
No, not at all. Not at all. Really nice person and good to talk to, and a great player, of course. As Pliskova serves into the net. Double fault from Pliskova. What we normally associate Karolina Pliskova with is aces. Nobody has served more aces since 2008. On the WTA tour. There you go.
Well, no one caught her.
4,327.
And no one caught her when she was off for a year.
No.
So she's way in front.
Exactly. No one's anywhere near her. And Keys has hit plenty. She's in 6th place with 2,713.
15-13.
Yeah, way clear at the top of that stat. Such an easy serve. Both these players have very easy power. Don't look like they're exerting that much effort. Ball flies off their racket.
Yes, they don't have the big exaggerated topspin swings that you see a lot of the clay court players have.
Pliskova hits the backhand, is the backhand corner of Keys. Keys goes back to the backhand of Pliskova, goes straight down the middle, massive forehand from Keys. It's just too long. And it's 15-13. Sometimes Pliskova, even when she was number 1, it looks like she plays very casually.
Yeah.
You know?
And she strolls around the court as if she's just going to the movies or something. But, actually, that's a bit of a problem for her movement. You know, she's very, very tall and has trouble. If someone pushes her around too much, she's a little bit slow getting back and pulled out wide because of her height, which is an advantage in most instances, but in some cases not quite the mobility that you need today. You've got to be fast today. The ball is hit so hard. But she's done really well to get through to the 3rd round.
Yeah, it's good to see her back.
Oh, yes.
She serves at 40-30 after a couple of good serves. Gives her a game point. Flicks a forehand cross court, but Keys gets to it and just bashes it up the line.
Already it's looking like a winning shot for Madison Keys. She's got 4 winners already off the forehand. That's 100. That was hit at 145 k's per hour.
Bad. These people would be happy with that on a serve.
Would.
Serve out wide from Pliskova, chopped back by Keys. Now she has a chance on the pass, but Pliskova's at the net, just plays the most casual backhand volley. And you can imagine it looks so easy.
Advantage, Pliskova.
Actually, wasn't all that easy a shot either, and she just dropped the racket head down neatly on the ball and just bunted it over as if it was just a routine shot.
The feather drifts down to the court surface. Court all in sunshine, the shadow behind the Melbourne sign at the back of the court, at the end of the court where we are commentating from. Serve down the tee from Pliskova. Keys does well, gets it back into play. Backhand down the middle from both players. Keys then ups it inside out forehand. She has a chance to go after another one. Oh, she just pulls it, moving backwards, cross court, back to Deuce.
Deuce.
Pliskova already knows what's happening on that forehand side. She's got to maybe not try to trade hard ground strokes with Keys. Keys' forehand is going to come out the winner, so maybe she, as the set progresses, she might think about slowing the pace down, maybe playing a bit more looping balls, but
yeah, sort of not in her game style really, is it?
No, but
not normally, but it's a good idea. Might have to try something different. It's Deuce, second serve.
Maybe a couple of slice backhands down the middle of the court.
Double fault from Pliskova. Break point for a second break for Keys. Yeah, a little bit like, I don't know if you saw Mira Andreeva play last night. She's got plenty of variety on defence. She'll slice the ball even on her forehand side, but she'll also lift some high balls. Just gives herself more time. Also breaks up the rhythm of her opponent. It's something that Pliskova would definitely benefit from in this match so far. She goes flat to the backhand of Keys and then up the line and into the net from Pliskova, and it's a second breaker serve for Madison Keys and a very fast start for the defending champion.
Leads
3-love she leads. You must have played in some pretty horrendously hot conditions here.
Yep, but
in
our summer, yeah, we had 40 degrees days then, but we were playing on grass.
Yes.
So that made a huge difference. I mean, there's no reflected glare coming off the court.
Feet weren't burning as well.
Feet weren't burning. Although, mind you, we didn't have a chair to sit down on when we changed ends, so we had to stand there and just have a soft drink or whatever it was. There was nothing like what it is today. But
you know, drink water, did you?
Sometimes we were Coca-Cola was the drink. Offensive serving people Coca-Cola on the tennis court.
I know.
And it hyped you up. All it has got you madder if you weren't playing that well.
I mean, it explains a lot, doesn't it, about some behaviour on court. I know, when you see the pictures of the old matches and there's the Coca-Cola stand at Wimbledon and things like that, so you're crazy. We didn't really have water in bottles and stuff. It wasn't really a thing until the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, that's right. No, so... but we didn't have, we didn't stop for any, there was no heat rule, you just played. It just happened to be hot that day.
But how did you cope? Was it tough? Was it?
Yes, yeah, it was.
It must have been.
And if you were losing, it was hard to sort of fight back in that sort of temperature.
Yeah.
And
mentally tough.
But in men's tennis, you've got a break at 2-1. You were allowed to leave the court and have a shower, and the women had a break at a set all. So at least you could refresh yourself at that stage.
Let's check in with Josh and see what's happening in the early stages of some of the other matches.
And a very good morning to you, Simon, and also
morning,
Alan.
Josh.
Over on Margaret Court Arena, that's the match I'm keeping track of at the moment. We've got Oksana Selekmetova and also Jess Pegula. We are on serve at 2 games all in this first set. A breakpoint opportunity, actually, for Pegula as Selekmetova nets a forehand. So breakpoint opportunity for Pegula. 2 games all, though, in the first set. Over on John Cain Arena, Musetti and also Mahach. And it's Mahach with a strong start. He leads 2 games to love against the 5th seed, the Italian, on John Cain Arena and also on Kia Arena. One of the outside courts, it's Dardari and also Hachinov, and we are on serve, but a breakpoint opportunity for the Italian and the 22nd seed on Kia Arena.
Thank you very much, Josh. A lot of junior action starting today as well. So the juniors are on the grounds. And a reminder, actually, that we do have a heat rule in place here, which comes into force when temperature gets to a certain point and there's a humidity index and heat scale. Once that is hit, there are various scales of it, but the juniors would come off first. Players can have a break after the second set of the women's matches and after the third of the men's, 10-minute break. And also, if it gets too hot, if it reaches the ultimate scale, then they will shut the roof and take the take the players off the outside courts
Keys
until the temperature
leads
comes down.
by 4 games to love.
4-love, Keys leads. Very
It's
fast start.
probably not likely to happen until later on in the day, because
No.
in Melbourne the hottest part of the day is around 4 o'clock, something like that. So
5, 6 even,
yeah, even a bit later. So I'd expect if the roof is to be closed, it probably won't be until later in the afternoon. So most of the day the players are going to have to deal with it.
Yeah. When we were talking yesterday about who was going to get the night session and who would be lucky enough to be out of the burning sun in the daytime.
Yeah.
And Novak Djokovic is in the night session.
I didn't think there's any doubt about it.
No, I didn't either. But the thing is, by the time Novak starts at 7 o'clock, the temperature is still 38. So, or it's predicted to be 38. So that's still going to be hot conditions, and the only bit of sort of kryptonite that Novak Djokovic has is playing in the heat and the wind. So when it's really hot, like everybody, it's tough, but he particularly doesn't like that. As Keys misses a forehand, so we'll see how that goes. But Djokovic
15
will be in action in the night session against Botic van der Sandschulp, and will be a big favourite for that one.
He's had a pretty good draw, hasn't he? You'd
Yeah.
have to say.
Yeah, he's been able to sort of ease himself in.
Yep. No stress or strain.
No, that's very true. Which I think is what he needs, because he's talked about how he has sort of run out of steam a little bit and picked up the odd injury in the slams in the last year or two. And the cumulative effect of tough
15.
matches early on often has an effect.
Well, if he's to beat Alcaraz and Sinner, which he's got to do to win, he doesn't want to have any 5-setters leading in that really have a serious effect on his condition.
Got to the semi-finals of all 4 slams last year, but he knows it's tough to beat the top 2. He'll probably be hoping that maybe
Let's
Alex de Minaur can take out Alcaraz. That could be a quarter-final. So you never know.
And I think he's got a little bit of a chance. I'm not writing him off. I thought he played brilliantly last night against Tiafoe, and he's hit the ball really well all week. He looks a more confident sort of player to me.
Yeah, he looks...
Perhaps I'm biased.
No, I think you're right. He does look very good. He's certainly in very, very good shape right now. No injuries, which is a good thing. Pliskova nets a backhand and in trouble again on her serve. 15-30 at 4-love to Keys in this first set. They've only played once before, these two, but that was back in 2020. So almost really not relevant. I mean, I think all head-to-heads are relevant.
Well, if you're ahead in the count,
win it. Exactly, yeah. It was a tough one. It was a 7-5 in the third in Brisbane final when Pliskova won. But Keys is on fire right now. And Pliskova is going to have to come up with more shots like that one.
30.
Winners like that on the ground strokes to even win points at them. Big forehand down the line, slapped at full stretch. Nicely
well,
done.
she has to go for those because, as I said, with her perhaps not the best mover, it's hard for her to recover and get back quickly into court.
Let's
6'1", Karolina Pliskova.
for serve.
Keys is a better mover.
She is, yeah, very good athlete. The great thing for Madison Keys now is that, I mean, in her early stages of her career, or even when she was inside top 10, she had a lot of injuries. She had a lot of abdominal injuries and things that stopped her, some wrist trouble. But now she seems to be fully fit and free of that, which is great. And obviously, maybe just playing a little bit freer now she's a Grand Slam champion.
Well, I think there's a lot of pressure on the American players, the media and everybody, give them such a hard time, and what's American tennis, and come on, you should be doing better and all that, and it's a tough thing to deal with over there.
Yes, I think that's a very good point. Great return from Keys at the feet of Pliskova. She can't control it. It's back to deuce.
Because when she was much younger, she got to the final at the US Open, and I think she lost to Sloane Stephens, I think.
Yeah.
And
6-2, 6-2 or something.
and then huge expectations of her, and for the next couple of years she didn't quite fulfill those expectations, which are often not quite accurate in some of the assessments that are put on the players.
Yeah, when you see a good young player come through, the immediate sort of temptation is to say, oh yeah, they're going to win 3 or 4 Grand Slams, it'll be no problem, and then everyone starts talking about it, more hype and hype. It's tough.
Well, you have to worry about Maya Joint here in Australia, who got very quickly to top 30 in the world, and everybody's saying, oh, she's going to really do well at the Australian Open. I said, hold the phone, hang on,
Yeah, give her a chance.
Yeah, give her a chance. She hasn't beaten any of the top stars yet, so
She's got plenty of potential, that's for sure. Nice to see. It's a break point again to Keys. Good serve from Pliskova right into the corner on the backhand side, and Keys nets the return.
I must say she's looking very, very sharp here, Keys. Moving well. The forehand is just really dominating.
Yeah, she can have moments in matches where everything goes a bit haywire and starts hitting the back fence, but then she'll hit 10 winners in a row. She's very streaky, but she's looking very solid so far this morning. That's for sure. Turn on the backhand, and comes Pliskova. Backhand pass attempted by Keys, but it's in the net. I don't know if you saw any of the Alcaraz-Mute match yesterday.
Yeah, I saw some of that.
It was so good. I mean, it was just great to watch that kind of variety on a court. You don't see it very often anymore. It's some brilliant lobs. There was a good show reel of just from that match alone, I think. Game point, Pliskova. She whips a forehand across court to Keys, and Keys bangs a forehand straight down the line. Shot back by Pliskova just inside the baseline. The forehand so flat from Keys. Then here comes the drop shot. Oh, nicely played by Madison Keys. Just faded across the court.
Oh, that was actually a drop shot, was it? It was a little chip.
Little bunt.
A little bunt across court. Drop shot, you get underneath it and float it up a bit with a lot of backswing. She just does a little chip across court. I mean, she's doing it all at the moment.
It's very nicely done. Certainly surprised Pliskova. Back to Deuce. Pliskova serves into the backhand side of Keys, who nets the return. Standing pretty tight to the baseline, trying to take it early.
Desperately needs this point to get on the board. You don't like sitting down looking up at the scoreboard and seeing that ducky next to your name.
Yeah, at least it's not cricket when the duck comes out on the TV screen. I used to love that as a kid, watching that from Britain. I think it'd be quite upsetting if you're on the other end of it.
Daddles, his name was.
Is that his name?
Daddles the duck.
Daddles the duck. Another big forehand from Keys up the line. No chance for Pliskova to get anywhere near it. He's wearing a sort of two-piece outfit, various shades of green and yellow.
Are you a bit of a fashionista? What do you think about the women's fashion?
Do you think my description of her was probably not very good?
That was pretty good, because I'm not much better than you, but
I defer to my partner when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's your job, Alan. Pliskova's dressed all in orange. That's a bit easier. She serves at Deuce. Second serve, sits up for Keys to attack. She does. But Pliskova stands her ground at the baseline and then just pulls the forehand into the forehand side. But then Keys, massive power on that forehand side, just so easy. Rushes Pliskova and she misses the next shot.
I think that some of the clothing manufacturers have lost the plot a bit with some of the outfits. I think they've spilled the paint pots into the dye or done something. I don't know.
There are some interesting ones out there. I must say, Jannik Sinner's is the worst, I think. That's a shocker. But he doesn't care. That's the main thing.
I don't know what you'd call it, but I'd call it slime green.
Slime green, maybe. There's a streak of black down the middle as well.
Anyway.
Keys, but a good serve from Pliskova to save a second break point.
They're happy, the manufacturers, if people are talking about it, which everybody is, so they're laughing.
We're bound to see something missed backhand from Pliskova, and it's a third break point chance for a third break of serve in this first set. Keys very much in control.
Can't maintain the rally, the speed and the strength of the shots against her, and that's her game, but she's just been totally outplayed in the department at the moment. There's a good serve, though, from her to save.
Needed that. Third break point saved. Yeah, Keys seems like she just has a few more options, a bit more shape on the ball, and as you said, moves much better. So she's probably a matchup she feels comfortable with. And more importantly, Pliskova hasn't played at this level for a while. Hasn't played much tennis. She's out for the whole of 2025.
Look, I think she's thrilled to be back playing and doing as well as this. Now, where she goes from here, I'm not sure, after her rankings outside 1,000.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she'll be relying on wild cards or
and protected ranking,
etc. to get in. So it doesn't give her a lot of tournaments of which to really fire, but this will help her, not even if she loses this match, winning 2 good matches here. Will give her a bit of confidence for the new season.
Twice a runner-up in Grand Slams. Oh, that's a cracker of a backhand. Little puff of the cheeks from Madison Keys as Pliskova rockets a backhand onto the sideline. Back to deuce. Nothing Keys could do about that. Yeah, twice a runner-up at Slams, lost in the final of the US Open to Angelique Kerber, and then at Wimbledon in 2021 to Ash Barty.
Yes, I remember it well.
Indeed. Nice, great day for Ash Barty in Australian tennis.
Yeah.
Serve from Pliskova, slightly mishit in the return from Keys.
Pliskova.
Yeah, it was great seeing Ash Barty on the court on the opening ceremony here. It's knocking the ball around, looking like she'd never left. Makes it look very easy. Yeah, very tempting to say it'd be nice to have her back, but I don't think she is really interested in that.
She's happy.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Second serve for Pliskova, game point in this 5th game. Just waits a moment, gets the ball bouncing correct, and throws in a double fault. And that slight delay between first and second serve, they're just betraying her nerves, perhaps.
Well, she knows the importance of getting on the board here. She's had a couple of game points. No, I think I wouldn't mind her trying to play a couple of slice serves, you know, just out wide on the first court, because that's so receptive to that serve. Just to try to get Keys out of her comfort zone, because it's all coming too flat to her, just like she wants it.
4th double fault that was from Pliskova, goes down the backhand side of Keys. Keys wallops a forehand long. Might help Pliskova if Keys can come up with a few errors like that.
Well, that didn't have a lot of pace on it, that one, and she likes the pace. And so maybe if she, as we said, if she could play a few more looping balls, but you know, that's not in her playbook usually.
Game point. This is the first serve.
Just looked up at the sun. That was a bad ball toss. Got way too far out in the front.
Winner of this one will play the winner of the match that's on Margaret Court Arena with Jess Pegula and Selekmetova as Keys breaks. And let's pop over to Margaret Court, because that's getting close to the end of the first set, I believe, Josh.
Yeah, 2 set points here for Pegula as she returns with her forehand. An off forehand there from Pegula. Selekmetova with the forehand, and she's scrambling there, Selekmetova. And the forehand from Pegula too good. She takes the first set 6-3 on Margaret Court Arena.
Thank you very much, Josh. Yeah, lots of other stuff going on. We'll catch up with Josh and the around the courts throughout this match, but it's Madison Keys who leads 4-1. Pliskova on the board. A reminder, please do get in touch with us throughout the day. You can do so by filling in the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. And remember to give us your name and where you're listening from, and we'll endeavour to try and read out as many of your messages as we can. And we have a competition for you this first week. We have a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop to give away. We are looking for your ideas, your thoughts on which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. You can choose any genre, any era. You know, for example, it could be who'd be a great Marvel character or a horror character or a comedy character. Be as creative as you can. The movie can be from any era and anywhere around the world. The voucher could be used online, so you don't have to be here to win the prize. You can enter from anywhere. And again, you can enter via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com, or you can email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. Tell us your name, where you're listening from. Entries close 5 p.m. tomorrow, Melbourne time, and the winner will be announced on the evening serve with Nat Edwards. So good luck with that. We've enjoyed having many of your entries already, and we look forward to having a few more before entries close tomorrow afternoon. So Keys serving into the sun, 4-1 to the good. As Pliskova waits on the return, just swats a forehand down the middle of the court. Plays a forehand with a little bit more height. Backhand up the line, changes direction. Squash shot back from Keys on the slice. Backhand is good as well. It's short, draws Pliskova forward, doesn't come in. Just waits at the baseline and plays a drop shot from well out of position. And the result of that is that Keys had plenty of time to get it and put it away.
15-0.
Yes, very smoothly played.
Maybe not the best position in the court to have attempted that drop shot from. She was moving backwards behind the baseline. That just gave Keys a lot of time to get up to the ball. 30 love, he serves. Just misses long. Ball boy races to pick up the ball, gets back to his mark. hiding in the shade quite sensibly. Keys just lets the ball toss drop a moment. He's looking up into the sun as she serves. Ball sits up a big kick serve from Keys. The turn is heavy from Pliskova, and Keys puts the forehand over the baseline.
Things starting to look just a little better for Karolina Pliskova, holding her serve last game. 15-30 here.
Tough section of the draw, this. I mean, the winner plays probably Jess Pegula, it looks like, set up on Selek-Metova on Margaret Court. And then they're in the section of Anisimova or Noskova. And then it would be Iga Swiatek or Elena Rybakina, maybe Naomi Osaka. So it's not going to get easier as this goes on.
That is a tough section.
Couple of game points for Keys, 4-1. His first set. She serves. Out. Tries to get the angle on the forehand side, doesn't really get it. But the ball is swatted in the net from Keys, and there is the break. A little bit of a turnaround.
By 4 games to 2.
Well, certainly getting that game at 4-love was a big help.
Yep.
And then coming up the good end, with Keys having to serve into the sun. And a couple of errors from it, which Pliskova took advantage of, so that's good to see.
It's her left ankle strapped slightly, and a little bit of kinesis tape up the left leg as Pliskova. She gets ready to serve 2-4. It's first set of this third round battle. First serve into the net. She's missing a lot of first serves so far, Pliskova. That hasn't helped her cause. And they're going in, she's doing fine. Forehand and the off forehand pushes Keys out of position, and then Pliskova lays into another off forehand. Flat, hard, good.
15.
She was able to get the first good shot in the rally in there, which is the key to her game. Then she's able to control the points without being forced to move around and defend. Once she's got control, she can hit it as hard and as well as anyone.
Absolutely. As we said, it looks so easy. Doesn't look like she's making that much effort. The ball gets a battering, that's for sure. This is the first serve. 2-4, 15-love. Second serve to the backhand of Keys, who nets, and Keys has just gone.
13
levels just dipped a little bit at the same time. 30-love. Plenty of fans already inside Rod Laver Arena. A few spare seats so far, but they'll be filled up, I'm sure. And a lot of fans being waved by the fans. Keep them cool in this hot day. Pliskova, good serve and a 1-2 combination with a drive volley to finish. She is definitely up to her game here.
14-love.
Looking much more comfortable after a shaky start. Who's your favourite in the women's side this year, Alan? How do you see it?
Oh, well, I think you just can't go past Sabalenka.
Pliskova holds 3-4. Keys with the break still. Sabalenka, yeah.
Leads by 4 games.
I think she's probably a fair bit above the rest of the field, really, which is nothing against them because they're some terrific players. But just she's so powerful and dominant and so confident now. And the things that used to go wrong with her game a couple of years ago, serve.
Yep.
She just would lose control and serve 15 double faults. And her mental strength, well, it wasn't a strength.
Yeah.
She used to go get up very upset with things and let things bother her. And so she has worked that out, which is very important because that's the main part of the game. You've got to be able. She used to look in the rear vision mirror all the time about what had gone wrong, and used to worry about things. I don't see her doing that anymore. So for me, she's the strong favourite. Goff, I like, but she made all that one yesterday. But she's such a talent that you could never discount her any time, even if they play each other. She's right off.
Sabalenka struggled a bit yesterday. Took some beating of Anastasia Potapova. She had 3 set points to face in the second set, but did it. Saved herself from a third.
A couple of years ago, she would have lost that second set.
Yeah, I think she would have lost the match. There's Iga Swiatek, of course, who was a point away from the final last year against Madison Keys. So there are some good players in and around. Mira Andreeva, perhaps.
Yes, Anisimova I like.
Anisimova, yeah. Twice runner-up in slams in the last 2 slams. Great return from Pliskova to start this 8th game, and suddenly we're in a bit of a battle here for Madison Keys. It was all too easy early on for love, and then now 4-3, love 15. Amazing how momentum changes in matches, isn't it? You would think that, you know, if you're winning easily and everything's going well, you just keep doing it. But it doesn't happen like that.
It doesn't take much to change it.
No. Is that because players' confidence is fragile, or because they just are very good at turning things around?
Oh, well, they're good at turning things around. I don't think they're that fragile, but it's... You know, that's smart play. I know it was a short ball that drew Pliskova forward, but she's starting to not just try to trade big ground sacks. So perhaps that's changed a bit. We're seeing some shorter points because she's not wanting to just stand toe-to-toe.
Love 30 on the Keys serve. Pliskova's won 9 of the last 10 points to turn this around. Well, that will help Madison Keys. A big ace down the tee, 194 kilometres an hour. It's pretty tasty.
Well, you did mention that Keys can sort of go off the boil a bit in her matches, in and out.
Yeah. She sort of knows, obviously she knows that about herself. She's able to do what she's just done here, hit 2 aces out of nowhere. It's a very nice looking service action.
She's up the good end.
She is.
Sun behind her, so.
Exactly. I think it's partly the unique sort of scoring format of tennis that helps the momentum change. Changes become a possibility, especially at the end of sets and stuff. You could lose a set very easily and yet reset yourself very quickly. Keys just waits, the ball not where she wants it to be. Second serve. Out wide to Pliskova, good choice of serve from Keys, just out, slightly out of the hitting zone. Pliskova nets the return. Pump of the fist from the American.
Yeah, she wanted that point because she obviously recognises that all of a sudden that she's got a game on her hands here.
Yeah, knew the importance of that point for sure. He serves. Oh, what a period of serving. 3 aces and a good serve out wide, and suddenly that love 30 situation is snuffed out in a hurry.
Well,
Keys
it's a great asset to have, isn't it? The ability to turn a game around just with one shot.
Yeah.
For me, it's still the most important shot in the game, the serve. I mean, if you don't lose your serve, you can't lose. I mean, I know there's tie breaks and that sort of stuff, and you might lose in a tie break.
Yeah, such an important part of the game, and it means, you know, when you're serving well, everything's good. When you're not serving well, it tends to push through the rest of your game as well. So Pliskova serving to stay in this first set. 5-3 Keys leads. Pliskova serving at the awkward end in terms of the sun. Big return on the forehand from Keys, just coming forward to put a backhand down the line from inside the service box. It's easy for her. And that's all set up by that return.
A little bit more urgency about the movement and the play now, I think, from Madison Keys.
Also, when you know that one end is more difficult than the other, whether sun or wind or anything, you sort of, the impetus is on, the onus is on you, isn't it, up the other end, to win those couple of games if you can, because you know it's going to be tough. Oh, blistering backhand return winner. Wasn't that far away from Pliskova, but she didn't even have time to react after her serve, and it's love 30.
I notice she doesn't play with a cap, looking into the sun, maybe.
Yeah.
Never has. I can't remember her playing with a cap, but I think she'd learned to play with it. It surely helps.
Yeah, you would think so. Serve down the tee, another good brilliant backhand return right onto the baseline from Keys, and this is what we're talking about, streakiness of Madison Keys. 3 aces in the last game, 3 big returns in this one. She's got 3 set points.
Yeah, 7 straight points after a run of points against her.
9 out of 10 before that against her, yeah. Pliskova takes a little bit off the first serve at love 40. Up the line goes Keys, another backhand winner, and that is why she is such a dangerous player. Madison Keys bullets her way to the first set, takes it 6-3, and in charge of this third round encounter.
It's just electrifying, those last 8 points. I mean, I noticed Pliskova just looked across towards the coaches and said, well, what the heck, I didn't do anything wrong there. He just was out-hit, outplayed comprehensively. Right.
Yeah, that was amazing, wasn't it, from Keys? Just out of nowhere, lost 9 out of 10 points, suddenly comes up with 3 aces and 3 huge backhands, and nothing really Pliskova could do about that. So
from losing 9 out of 10, she's won 8 straight.
Keys very much in control of this third round encounter on Rod Laver Arena. Let's go to Josh and catch up with what else is happening.
Yes, sir, thank you, Simon. And if you are just joining us on AO Radio, it was Jess Pegula that took the first set 6-3 against Oksana Selekhmetova on Margaret Court. We are on serve in the second set, at the beginning of the second set at 1 game apiece. Over on Kia Arena, Luciano Doderi and also Karen Khachanov. We're on serve there, and it's Khachanov serving with game points here at 40 love to get it to 5-all as he serves out wide. He can't get that backhand back though, so at 40-15 Khachanov will, in fact he did win the point, Khachanov rather, so we are at 5-all over on Kia Arena. On serve and on John Cain Arena on serve between Lorenzo Musetti and Thomas Mahach. It is Mahach who leads 4-3.
Thank you very much, Josh. We'll be back to you shortly. Lots of doubles happening around the grounds. Top seeds in the men's doubles went out yesterday. Cash and Glasspool from Britain beaten by 2 Australians.
Yes.
2 and McCabe.
Yeah, and McCabe was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Pat Cash has had a hand in that too, with 2, I think.
Yes, he has.
So that's nice to see. Very good win for them. And Cash and Glasspool won Wimbledon last year. Number 1 seeds. World's top pair, beaten in the second round. Big shock in the men's doubles. Right, we're underway in the second set of this third round match between Madison Keys, defending champion, and Karolina Pliskova, the former world number 1. He's had a year away and is back playing good tennis. But it's Keys in control, taking the first set 6-3. It's a kick serve on the second set. It wasn't quite what she wanted to do, it felt like, and it was off balance as the return came back.
She wasn't prepared at all. And,
just missed the backhand as a result. It's 15-all. Very warm day here at Melbourne Park, and it's going to be very hot, so please make sure you, if you're coming here, bring your hat, bring your sunscreen, drink plenty of water, keep yourself in the shade if you can. It's going to be a scorcher. Even hotter on Tuesday by all accounts. Keys has just lost the rhythm on his serve all of a sudden.
Yes.
A couple of shaky second serves and 15-30 with a double full.
That was way long. That wasn't even close, that one.
That might have been. I wonder if she's trying to move the ball toss out of the way of the sun a little. Sometimes that can be the result of that. She does kick her first serve, a better one, to the backhand of Pliskova, who's just standing still in the middle of the court as she's wrong-footed with the off forehand. It's basically not going to run for everything, Pliskova.
Well,
Not necessarily.
Keys had plenty of time there to set it up, and she just held it a fraction and then went behind her. And it's a good move against Karolina, as I said, because she has a lot of trouble changing direction quickly.
Yeah, she's got long levers as Karolina Pliskova, 6'1". Yep. Second serve on to the forehand, slice serve from Keys, draws the error from Pliskova.
40
trying to slap it cross court, slightly mistiming it, and it's game point Keys. Seeded 9th this year, Madison Keys, after sort of consolidating the whole year, qualified for the WTA finals, played consistently well throughout the year, and she holds serve and a pump of the fist from Keys as Pliskova nets the return in the opening game of this second set.
First game, second set.
She's coming up the good end now, so
yeah,
she'll be pleased with that.
50th Grand Slam main draw appearance for Madison Keys. They're playing at the top level for a long time. She has 36 match wins in Australia, Australian Open, more than any of the other slams. Helped by, of course, winning 7 last year.
That's right.
That's help if you win the title. 5'10", a few inches shorter than Pliskova, but as we said, really good mover around the court. Simon Cambers and Alan Stone with you. The start of play on this day 7, which was started earlier, just as a reminder, in case it's taken you by surprise. Started at 10:30 due to the incoming heat, trying to keep the players out of and the fans out of the sun a little as the day goes on. Oh, Pliskova does everything right, comes forward and then does it wrong when she puts the forehand volley in the bottom of the net. Looked like she was in control at that point, but made a hash of the volley. 12th Australian Open visit for Keys. Has a great record, especially on hard courts. Won 5 career titles on hard courts, including 2 here. Last year, Adelaide and Australian Open, and of course, Adelaide and Australian Open seem to go together recently on the women's side. 3 of the last 4 winners of Adelaide have gone on to win here at Melbourne Park. And
15.
This year's winner in Adelaide was Mira Andreeva. So you never know.
I think it must be something in the water there.
It must be. Must be. Certainly proving to be a good warm-up event for this one.
Because usually if you win a big tournament the week before the Open, you sometimes struggle.
Yeah, that's right.
Because you've had success, you've climbed the mountain, you've had a good win, you have to come down a little bit the other side, and then it's often hard to get back up. Not that you're not motivated, but it's hard to continue that form 2 weeks, 3 weeks in a row.
She said, Andreeva said that she's quite a superstitious person.
Yeah.
She used to just wash her kit, dry her kit, play in the same stuff every time. And she got to Adelaide and thought, well, I'm just going to try not to do that and see if anything bad happens. And she said, and it didn't. And I won the tournament. And I thought, okay, well, I'm going to do that from here on. So maybe this was the secret for her. It's 30-all on the Pliskova serve. First service game for her, for the Czech, in this second set. He's holding to start the set. Won the first 6-3. Madison Keys wearing a white cap, white shoes, and a sort of 2-part dress with green and yellow and a black streak down the middle.
40-30.
Game point for Pliskova. This would be a good hold up the tough end of the court with the sun shining in her face. It is awkward when you're serving into the sun, isn't it? Did you have any special tricks for dealing with it?
Well, there's a couple of things you can do.
Flat serve out wide to the backhand return of Keys, which is good, and then she goes with that off forehand again, which has proved so effective so far, and again it draws the error.
You can move your position on the baseline, either closer to the centre mark or further away from it. You can throw the ball a little lower, or you can try to throw it in such a position that it's not in line with the sun, but then that means you have to alter your swing slightly, which is probably the worst thing to do.
Yep, it's not easy at all, is it? I suppose some people might go for more of a kick serve if it moves the ball out of the way.
Three-quarter pace serve often helps.
Yeah, the person who's got a great 3/4 serve is Ben Shelton. Serve seems perfectly suited for that kind of thing. He'll be in action later on. Keys misses a forehand and it's a game point for Pliskova.
Of course, if you opt for the 3/4 pace second serve, first serve, serving into the sun, it takes the pressure off serving double fault.
That's true, yeah.
You're probably more likely to do that into the sun than from the other end.
Yeah, Ben Shelton.
Momentarily blinded at times.
Yes,
you hit the ball.
Your eyes flicker, especially if you're trying to serve and volley. That was always a problem.
Game.
Running to the net, can't see anything.
Pliskova.
Pliskova holds, and it's a game apiece. Yeah, Ben Shelton, talking about him. He's in action later on against Valentin Vacherot. And Vacherot's story is absolutely amazing. I mean, he was nowhere in the rankings before the end of last year. Last year here, he got to the second round of qualifying. Qualifying in Roland Garros, didn't make it, fell in the first round of qualifying at Wimbledon. And then he won Shanghai 1000 tournament. Yep. Absolutely amazing, beating his cousin, Artur Rinderknecht, in the final. He's 204 in the world, made him the lowest ranked player to reach a Masters 1000 final and win it. And then he went on and reached the quarterfinals in Paris in the Masters 1000 there. Won 15 matches in 2025, and before that year he'd only ever won 9, all of which were in Davis Cup.
So none on the tour.
Yeah, so absolutely amazing. We'll look forward to seeing him later. Over to Josh on Kia Arena.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. We've got a set point here for Luciano Darleri, the Italian. And Khachanov serving here to try and send this to a tie-break, but the ad going towards the Italian. So here's Khachanov to serve on Kia Arena, one of the outside courts. 53 minutes so far in this set. Khachanov just distracted by something in the crowd halfway through his service motion. He's serving good, just in, right on the line, and we're back at deuce.
You might be there a while, Josh, because Karen Khachanov loves 5-set matches. That's what I think.
He absolutely does. And it's been a long service game as well. He can't quite close it out. So back at deuce here.
We'll stay with you, Josh, for the end of that.
Elsewhere
game.
on the other courts as well, Simon, on serve on Cain Arena at 4-all. Khachanov serves. He's going with a backhand in the middle of the court, sliced there by Daderi. And now he's scrambling on his forehand side. That one just hits the baseline. Daderi with a sliced backhand. Khachanov. And a wonderful cross-court backhand there from the Italian to bring up another set point.
Amazing how many Italians there are around the top levels of tennis these days. Men and women. It's good, isn't it? Good to see. All of them have a little bit of flair as well.
They do. I love watching the Italians and the French because the flair that they show as juniors isn't coached out of them.
No, exactly.
They're allowed to maintain that, and coaches work with that, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And Khachanov, sorry, Simon, with a big serve and the forehand there of Daderi floating long. So back at deuce.
Just looking at his career 5-set record, Josh, it's 13 and 13. So 26 of them. He loves it. Be there a long while.
And this game duration reaching the 6-minute mark now as he's serving wide to the forehand of Daderi, and now he's going down the line is Khachanov and plays a wonderful volley to put it away, and it brings up a game point for the 15th seed. And if you are just joining us on AO Radio, Pegula took the first set 6-3 against Metova, and are on serve in the second set. Pegula leads 3-2. That's on Margaret Court Arena. But a game point here for Karen Khachanov to send this to a first set tiebreak. He's wearing a maroon top. He's serving to the backhand of Daderi. And again to his backhand, Khachanov with a backhand. Now he's going with a cross-court forehand. They play cross-court forehands, both players. Down the line there from Daderi, the Italian. He's slicing now as the Italian. Khachanov just loops that forehand, flattened out there by Daderi. And they play from the baseline. Mid-court there from Daderi. Likewise, Khachanov. Bit more loft on that forehand, flattened out by Daderi. Cross-court backhand from Daderi. And now again at the baseline. Quite a long rally, this one.
Wow.
Again at the baseline. Backhand there from Khachanov and netted there by the Italian. So we are off to a first set tiebreak. 27 shots that last rally.
All right. Thank you very much, Josh. We'll check in with you later on. Here on Rod Laver Arena, Madison Keys finished off her service game with another ace. And she leads 2-1 on serve in the second set, having taken the first 6-3. Looking at 5-set matches. Stan Wawrinka the other day won his 49th 5-set match when he got through to the third round, and he'll be back in action today against Taylor Fritz. It's a tough ask, I think, for Stan at the age of 40 to bounce back and give Fritz a battle.
Look, he'd be hoping that it gets very hot and they close the roof.
Yeah, probably.
What court's he on again? Sorry. Yeah.
He is on, let's find out in the order of play. He's
on... He's on one of the courts.
Let's see, Stan, where are you? Stan. Oh, I can't see you. Looking down the list of... there he is. He's on not before 5 o'clock on the Cain Arena.
Right, so he's on one of the courts with the
roof.
Retractable roof.
I know, amazing 3 roofs here.
Yeah. Trendsetters, here we are.
You are, absolutely. Innovation, 1-point slam, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, the first slam to have a roof.
Yep.
And then now you have 3, which is
that's
incredible.
Terrific because it established the precedent, and now all the other slams have got 2, haven't they?
Yep. France has 2, yes. Now they've got Suzanne Lenglen. They've put a roof over that. Wimbledon have 2. Centre and number 1. The US have a couple. Arthur Ashe. They always said that the Arthur Ashe Stadium court was too big to put a roof on, but then technology changed and they got the lightness of fabric they needed, and it's amazing what they've done there. Very good. And it makes a big difference to a tournament, doesn't it?
Oh well, look, you're guaranteed to play every day, which in the old days when it rained and the sponsors and TV channels and the public.
Well, there were 5. There's a big serve from Pliskova, gets her to 40 love. There were 5 straight Monday finishes at the US Open. That's what really convinced them in the end that they needed to do something about it. Obviously, a huge investment required, but it was worth it because there's nothing like guaranteed tennis to help with broadcast rights and things like that.
Yeah.
Pliskova.
Good love hold of serve from Karolina Pliskova, and she just slices the forehand down the other end of the court. Strolls back into the shade near our commentary position, level at 2 games apiece.
A better start for this set from her.
Yeah, much better serving.
She was down 4-love very quickly in the first set, so she's holding her own since then.
Yeah, it's been a much better contest after the start. As Keys, every now and again, just ups it, raises her level, and when her serve is firing, she's especially tough to beat. Winner of this match, just as a reminder, plays the winner of the match currently on Margaret Court Arena between Jess Pegula and Oksana Selekmetova. And it's, as Josh was telling us, Pegula in control of that match, up a set break at 4-2. Double fault number 4 from Madison Keys to open this service game, up the tricky end as far as the sun goes. But then finds a good first serve into the corner on the backhand side of Pliskova, who hangs her head after missing the backhand, not by much, just long. It's 15-all. Standing about 2 feet behind the baseline, 1 foot level inside the tram lines, 1 inside the singles court. Forehand return from the serve of Keys, which was a slider out to the forehand, just long again. Just missing the radar a little, occasionally on the return. Good, fine first serves from Keys at the same time. Keys winning 21 of 29 points on her first serve so far. And she makes it. We're sort of bombarded with stats, but that first serve percentage one is always key. Keys just waits as the ball toss is not where she intended it to be. Standing quite wide on the ad court to serve. Kicks in that second serve. Didn't catch all of it, but nor did Pliskova on the return. And Pliskova just bounces the ball in frustration and then hits it with the end of her racket. That was quite clever. Up the other end.
Well, should be disappointed they're missing that, because she's starting to get into the match a little more, and that was a pretty straightforward second ball that she missed. I'm sure the coaches note how many times you fail to return the second serve in a match, because that's a pretty good chance to get into the point.
Yep.
I mean, sometimes the first serve's just too good and that beats you and that's it. But second serves, you should be pretty much returning most of those.
Yeah, absolutely. This Keys serves to the forehand of Pliskova. It sits up, but she tries to bash it up the line and misses into the tram lines. And Keys moves ahead again. She leads 3-2 in the second set, having taken the first 6-3.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Welcome back to AO Radio. Straight over
to AO Radio.
You are listening to AO Radio. Straight over to Margaret Court Arena. Josh.
Yes, thank you, Simon. 2 match points here for the 6th seed in Jess Pegula against Oksana Selekmetova. She took the first set 6-3. Now 5-2, and at 15:40, 2 set points for the American. Selikmetova to serve. That one just netted. She'll take her first serve. 1 hour 6 on the clock for this particular match. Selikmetova to the backhand of Pegula. Forehand, Selikmetova, forehand, Pegula. Slice there from Selikmetova is netted, and it's Jess Pegula through to the 4th round in straight set 6-3, 6-2. And she does it pretty easily in the end this morning on Margaret Court Arena. Jess Pegula, the 3-time quarter-finalist here at the Australian Open, through to the 4th round.
Thank you very much, Josh. Good effort from Jess Pegula, and that'll be a fascinating match should Madison Keys get through this one with Karolina Pliskova, as it looks like she might, because those two know each other very well, be hard-hitting campaign, and Pegula a tough customer when it comes to Grand Slams, very consistent performer. As Pliskova serves at 15-30, make that 30 all as Madison Keys catches the frame with her forehand and it flies long.
She gets the most out of the game, Jess Pegula, doesn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. Good competitor, good athlete. It's the US Open final years ago. Looking to go further here, but she was probably going to have Madison Keys if Keys can finish this one off. Slice from Keys on the run as Pliskova comes forward with a nice forehand, hacked back on the squash shot from Keys. Was good effort, but Pliskova spotted the opportunity to come forward and this time made the volley and has a game point. 2-3, 40-30.
Oh, she's able to work her way forward there after setting it up with a good forehand. Shortening the point, that might help a bit.
Yeah, definitely, especially on a hot day like this. Good fine serve to the backhand of Keys, and backing up the line from Pliskova has Keys scrambling all across the baseline, and then she just stands her ground as Pliskova rolls the forehand into the corner, cross court, and we'll level at 3 games all in this second set. And the match much more competitive than it was early on when Keys raced to a 4-love lead, had a point for 5-love in fact, a couple of points, couldn't take them, and now it's more of a contest.
She's just changed rackets.
Yep, she's just
restring she wants.
Probably, where are we up to? 9, 12, 15. Players usually these days seem to change rackets either when the balls are being changed or the game before or game after. Very close. Amazing how often they change rackets.
15-11.
But the balls are changed after the first 7 games and then every 9. So 16 would be the next game. So maybe she's one of the players who likes to change it just before the new balls come out. Get used to it. Another ace for Madison Keys down the tee this time.
There's a few aces, but
certainly has
a few doubles, which would be a bit of a worry. And most of them are long, which means she's just not quite getting enough racket head speed to put the spin on. She's got a lovely second serve with the top spin. So if they're going long, you're not quite.
6 aces, in fact, for Keys so far. 3 of them that game when she got herself out of trouble in the first set. Good 1-2 combination. Big serve from Keys and then the inside-out forehand. Clean winner. Quickly to 40-love.
That's the game plan for most of the players these days. You've got to have those 2 shots.
Yep.
Big serve and a forehand.
That's right. Get the point over.
Everybody's got a pretty good backhand.
Yep. Another flat first serve from Keys. Oh, beautiful backhand. Moved so well to the backhand corner and a flat whack up the line from Madison Keys. A love holder serve. Very confidently done. And she keeps her nose in front in this second set. She leads 4-3 and by a set to love.
Speaking of the forehand, I mean, you just got to have the winning shot there. See the players running around, getting into their backhand corner to control the points with the big forehand. You don't see them getting around the forehand corner and trying to control the point with the backhand.
No.
Everybody's got a really solid backhand. That's not a weakness, but it's not the point that the shot that usually wins the matches.
Seeing some replays of the Karolina Pliskova forehand on our monitors here. Interesting the way she has her eyes on the ball a long time after she hits it. Doing a much better job in this second set of taking the attack to Madison Keys.
Yeah, since that 4-love down situation, she's been able to stay with her opponent. Can't get in front, but she can push her, which she's doing in the second set.
I think the first set is complete over on Kia Arena. Josh, are you there?
It sure is, Simon. Luciano Darderi taking it via the tiebreak in 7-5. So he has the first set over Karen Khachanov.
Excellent stuff from Darderi, number 22 seed against the number 15 seed Karen Khachanov. But as we said, could be a long one, that real bruising battle. As Karolina Pliskova starts her service game at 3-4. It's a dangerous game for Pliskova. Up the good end in terms of the sun, but he's so streaky, looking to get the break that she might need to finish this match off. Slice backhand from Pliskova into the net on the opening point. Won't help her cause either. 15.
This would be a bonus for Keys if she could win comfortably. It's warm enough now,
it
anyway,
is, yeah.
but it's not,
absolutely.
It's not boiling hot, but it's warm enough, and if you can win in straight.
Serve down the tee.
Bonus.
Gets the point as
15.
Keys gets a racket to it, but the ball doesn't even make the net. Yeah, you just, on days like this, you want to be off as soon as possible. I'm sure. Want to also don't let the heat get to you. You're struggling a little bit. Easier said than done, but they've got lots of ice towels and sort of air conditioning units, those plastic snake-like things that blow air. Keep them cool at the change of ends. There's a double fault from Karolina Pliskova, and both women double faulting quite a lot. That is not a good time to do it. Pliskova's 6th double fault, 15-30. Chance for Keys, half a chance to get the break she will need to serve for this match. Pliskova serves. Easy serve, takes a bit of pace off it and then nails the backhand up the line. Keys gets there. I don't think Pliskova thought Keys was going to make it, did she? But didn't get the ball back into play.
Well, risking everything there, going for that shot at 15-30. Yeah. She made it and then didn't move because she thought it was going to be a winner, then got a bit of a shock when he's got a racket on it.
Well, that could have been embarrassing for that ball to come back. As it is, it's 30-all. And serves, sort of slice serve into the backhand of Keys, but then Pliskova nets the forehand and it's break point Madison Keys. And a real danger time for Pliskova here. Just a little bit loose on that forehand.
Yes, it doesn't show any emotion, doesn't she? That would irritate most players, missing that routine ball like that. Show anything.
Quickly back into position. Misses the first serve off the top of the net. Long. Second serve. Keys waits. Hanging around just around back of the baseline. Big forehand return. Clean winner from Madison Keys. And there is the break of serve she needed. And she will serve for this match. She needs 5-3 in the second.
Keys leads.
Well, nothing on that second serve. It's just only 128 Ks in the middle of the square, and that's easy pickings for the Keys forehand, that one.
Yeah, the return was faster than the serve by quite a margin.
I think so.
153 kilometres an hour to the 128 serve. Right, so Keys serving for this match up the awkward end with the sun, but with a 5-3 lead. We're going to finish things off. Starts with a slice serve, and Pliskova slightly lazily, languidly leans to her right and puts the ball in the net. Perhaps wrong-footed by the serve there. Didn't expect it out to the forehand wing. It's 15-love. He's standing wide again on the ad court. Over half the way towards the doubles alley. Looking for an angle on the kick serve perhaps, where she goes flatter to the forehand of Pliskova, who then hits the backhand too deep. And as Alan Stone said, no emotion whatsoever from Pliskova.
Stroll in the park.
But she's 2 points from defeat. She needs to lock in here. She's to get back into this one. It's very much looking like Keys is going to finish it off. 2 points from victory for the defending champion. Misses the first serve into the net. Bounces the ball with her racket a few times, then 5 times with her left hand. And and swings a serve out wide. A good one to Pliskova's forehand. The return goes long, and it's 3 match points to Madison Keys.
Pliskova almost looks resigned. Well, she is now, I guess, but from the start it looked to me that she didn't expect to win. She's done really well to get back after that ankle surgery and win 2 rounds. Perhaps she felt this was perhaps a bit of a big ask.
That's match points, 3 of them to Madison Keys. That's the first serve. Just to wait a moment as the ball boy gathers the ball. Kneels down at the net. Second serve is mishit from Madison Keys and goes long. 5th double fault for the American.
The ball toss has been a little bit too far forward, so she's getting underneath it and pushing it up a little bit higher than she needs to. Can't quite get the spin from that forward ball toss, or enough spin.
Still 2 match points. Serves out wide to the forehand of Pliskova. This time the return is good at low at the feet of Madison Keys, who nets the backhand. Beaten for pace by the return there. 3rd match point chance though. She'll back herself to come up with something good here. Serving at 40-30, match point, kicks the first serve, and Pliskova sends the backhand return onto the baseline. I thought it was going to be long, so did Keys, but she's back into it. Pliskova then hits a forehand that also looked like it was going long, but isn't. But the forehand goes in the net in the end from Karolina Pliskova, and a couple of big pumps of the fist. A loud come on from Madison Keys. And the defending champion is through to the 4th round at the 2026 Australian Open. She wins 6-3, 6-3.
Yes, a good performance from Madison Keys, really. I think one that we would expect a score similar to that, given the amount of tennis she's been playing and the lack of tennis that Karolina Pliskova has played. So it was a good effort to get through to this 3rd round. I must say, though, when she got down 4-love, she looked almost, I mean, she kept trying, but she looked resigned to defeat, really, which, as it happens, but that's her persona on the court, isn't it? She walks around and hits these lovely shots. It doesn't appear to be desperate. There doesn't appear to be any desperation about her play.
Exactly.
All got different personalities, and that's hers, but it doesn't help her on the tennis court.
No, you wouldn't have thought so, but former world #1 leaves the court, gets a nice round of applause. Before the speech with on-court interview with Keys, let's quickly go to Josh and John Cain Arena.
Yeah, 2 set points here for Thomas Mahach. Musetti serving here, but 2 set points for Mahach. So we'll stay with this one before the on-court interview.
We'll just cross back to the on-court interview and we'll catch up with you in a sec, Josh.
No worries.
Round. It was a really clean match, 25 winners, 6 aces. How would you assess your performance today?
Overall, I think I played pretty well and served well. Serve got me out of a few tricky spots, but overall, I'd give myself a little pat on the back for that, and happy to get through that match and into the 4th round.
Maybe a little bit more than a pat on the back for you. It was a really quality match. In important moments in this match, you were down a break point early in the first, and then had to really hold your nerve. How satisfying is it when you know you can produce what you need to produce in big moments?
Definitely gives you a confidence boost when you know when you're pushed that you kind of find your best tennis, and I think that's always a big thing for me, is just really trying to trust my game in those moments and believing in myself and being okay no matter which way they go, as long as I back myself and I'm trying to do the right things.
Yeah, you're doing them very well, and we are building into the 2nd week. It's going to be hot today, we know that. How are you feeling physically and with where you're at with your game?
I'm feeling really good. I was excited for the heat today. Being a Floridian, I was ready for it. So I was ready to get out here, and overall feeling really good and happy to have some clean matches and ready for the 2nd week.
Well, next up, you do play a good friend in Jessie Pegula. I've been loving your podcast, you, Jessie, Des, and Jem Brady. First of all, give us a few thoughts. You haven't played Jess for a while. Give us a few thoughts on the match.
It's going to be a tough match. Jess is such a great player. She's always so consistently doing well every single week that she plays. So she's such a competitor. She is in every single match. She's just so gritty. So, it's always going to be a really tough match. It also makes it hard, being friends, and we're going to have to I think we have to film a podcast before we play a match, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, with the podcast, are you enjoying doing that type of stuff, though, off the court?
It's honestly been so much fun, and it's been really cool just because everyone kind of gets to see more of our personalities, which I know you get glimpses here or there, but it's, when we're finally fully not stressed and just usually talking about the most insane things possible. So I think it's really cool that everyone kind of gets to know us a little bit better, and we get to give them a little bit of an insight on what life on tour actually is like.
Yeah, well, it's you're an inspiration to so many, Maddie Keys. Please give Madison Keys one more round of applause.
Oh, well done, Madison Keys, through to the fourth round again. Defending champion safely through, and looking forward to playing a good friend in Jess Pegula. As Casey Delacroix put the questions to her there, but she's going to be a force in the second week if she can hit that top level.
Well, it's interesting, as you mentioned, playing a good friend. We often had to do it because we travelled with an Aussie, a mate, and often he was your doubles partner, but then when you drew him in your rooming together.
Yeah, how did you handle that?
It was difficult, depending. I mean, I was a bit more laid back than a couple of the doubles partners. If I happened to beat them, they got a bit snaky for a while. But if they beat me, I seemed to be able to take it a bit more than them. And most of the time, though, we were close, so there wasn't much in it between the two of us. But it is a bit of a difficult problem. But they've got slightly different styles of play, Pegula and Keys. Pegula doesn't have as big a game, so if Keys is on form, you'd think she'd be a slight favourite in that match. But that's why they put the net up. We don't know.
That's right. You never know until it happens. Right, so there's a little bit of a change around on Rod Laver Arena. The crowd sort of filtering in and out, getting themselves a bit of hydration on this very hot day. We are shortly going to be joined by Jannik Sinner, the two-time defending champion, for his third round match against Eliot Spizzirri of the United States. The two players are going to have to handle it's not the absolute hottest part of the day because, as Alan Stone said, in Melbourne it tends to be like 5-6 o'clock where the real heat is, but it's pretty hot already, and they're going to have to cope with tough conditions. As we mentioned earlier, there is a heat policy here. It's been in place for quite a long time, and we can bring you a little bit more information about that because Ethan has been chatting to Dr. Carolyn with a little bit of an explanation about how the heat stress scale works.
We measure all the environmental parameters on site, so we measure the factors that make up heat stress, which is air temperature in the shade, radiant heat, which is really the heat of the sun, but also reflected heat from the court, wind speed and humidity. So they're the four environmental things that we measure on site, on our stadia court and on our outside court. But I think the really unique aspect of the Australian Open heat stress scale is the fact that it also incorporates tennis-specific things, and that is the average metabolic heat production in a tennis player. So heat doesn't just come from the environment, it comes from internally as well. And it also takes into account the clothes that they wear and the evaporative resistance of the clothes. So in order to lose heat, the main mechanism in this hot, dry conditions is to evaporate sweat. And if you've got clothes that impede the evaporation of sweat, then that will impact your heat stress.
Absolutely interesting stuff from Dr. Carolyn there because, the heat stress scale is there for a reason, to protect the players and the fans.
I wonder if the clothing manufacturers have taken that into account about the material that they use to make, and whether in hot weather that their shirts or dresses or skirts or whatever are going to absorb the heat or help it.
Good point, yeah. I'm sure they do look into things like that because they're meticulous in their detail these days. It's not just about what it looks like. It's mostly what it feels like and what it does. Let's go to Josh because a bit of a turnaround over on Kia Arena.
And I'll just give you a score update on John Cain Arena as well, because that was the match that we left earlier, and it was Thomas Mahac that took that first set 7-5 against Lorenzo Musetti, the Italian. So the first set going Mahac's way. He leads one set. And also on Kia Arena, Hachinov with a hot start to this second set. He leads 3 games to love against Luciano Dideri over on Kia Arena. And on Margaret Court Arena, I can see the players have just come out onto the court. They're tossing the coin, Peyton Stearns and Anisimova as well. So that match about to start on Margaret Court Arena.
Thank you, Josh. We're not far away from the start here between Jannik Sinner and Eliot Spizzirri, but we're going to take a little short break, and when we come back, the players will be getting ready to come out onto court.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Yeah, please do send in your...
You're listening to AO Radio.
Please do send in your thoughts, anything you want to talk about, anything you have questions for Alan Stone and our summarisers and experts throughout the day. We'll be delighted to hear them, and we'll try and answer as many of them as we can. So Madison Keys safely through to the 4th round. Just a reminder of the order of play today. Next up on Rod Laver Arena, the match we'll be focusing on next is Jannik Sinner, number 2 seed this year and 2-time defending champion, up against Eliot Spizzirri, America. The evening session will be Novak Djokovic, 10 times a winner here at Melbourne Park, still sounds ridiculous, up against Botic van der Zandschulp of the Netherlands. Then it'll be Naomi Osaka to finish things off against Madison Inglis. Jess Pegula already through to the 4th round on Margaret Court Arena. As Josh was saying, Amanda Anisimova and Peyton Stearns getting ready to start their match. Then it'll be Ben Shelton against Valentin Vacherot of Monaco. And then the night session is Iga Swiatek, number 2 seed, looking to complete the career Grand Slam here. She can win the title. Plays Anna Kalinskaya, and the night session there will be concluded with Casper Ruud against Marin Cilic. Lorenzo Musetti and Thomas Mahatch are well underway on John Cain Arena. Mahatch having won the first set, 7-5. Elise Mertens and Nikola Bartunkova, a great story, the young Czech, coming through to the 3rd round here. That's the next match on John Cain. Then it'll be the old man of the tournament, Stan Wawrinka, age 40, up against Taylor Fritz, the number 9 seed, and Elena Rybakina will play Teresa Valentova in the last match on John Cain Arena. We've got Luciano Darderi and Karen Khachanov into the 2nd set over on Kia. Darderi winning the 1st. That'll be followed by Linda Noskova against Jinyu Wang, and then it'll be Jakub Menschik against Ethan Quinn to conclude things on the Kia Arena. And hopefully the heat will not hurt the players too much today, because it is going to be a very hot day. The temperature is predicted to be around 38 degrees centigrade, which is pretty toasty, 100 degrees Fahrenheit for matches.
Well, Tuesday's predicted to be worse.
Tuesday is a day to
42, 43 degrees.
Stay in bed. But then you probably won't need the covers because it's boiling hot. Yeah, it's going to be very, very hot on Tuesday. I'm sure there'll be some measures put in to help with that. Very helpfully, there's a big clock or a big announcement on the screens that we can see saying that the match between Jannik Sinner and Eliot Spizzirri is going to start in 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Yes, very nice.
Handy, isn't it?
Countdown for us.
Yeah.
Yes.
The crowd is lots of people have just popped out to get a drink, I'm sure, and get something to eat for lunch. We'll be soon filling up to see two-time defending champion Jannik Sinner. And to me, Alan, I mean, I don't know about for you, but the man to beat here this fortnight again.
Well, he's got the best draw, I think, so that helps, particularly in 5-set matches. You've got to win 7 matches to win a Grand Slam, but if you've got a pretty sound draw, that's a help, because you can get through to the later stages of the tournament with less stress and less physical effort. His draw is better than Alcaraz. Alcaraz, who's the top seed, has got to probably beat Djokovic in the semi-finals, which he'd be favourite to do, but I never count Djokovic out any time he plays. You know, he's an absolute maestro, and he's very clever at appearing to be not doing all that well when really he's confident as anything. You know, so he's remarkable, really, at 38. But anyway, yeah, I think Sinner is certainly going to make the final, so I would expect him to win this match here. But you know, without putting Moz on him or saying that Spizzirri's not any good. I must say I haven't seen him play Spizzirri. He's a college...
absolutely, he's a new one on most people, I think. He's come through college, which is becoming such a popular route these days.
It's a great thing. That's the way to serve an apprenticeship. One of the ways. The other is to go to Europe, learn to play on clay. But
it's his Australian Open debut. He's not been here before. Looking to reach the 4th round. He's come through. He was in qualifying last year, didn't get through, but he is a man very much on the up to show what he can do today against the best player on hard courts, I think it's fair to say. Represented the University of Texas from 2020 to 2024. That was the ITA National Player of the Year in 2 of those years. So he's got some good pedigree coming through there. And he's on the rise, already inside the top 100 at number 85.
Well, the college system, it's a tough system over there, and once you come out of that, pretty good player.
Yeah, so many.
Lots of the players come straight out of that and go onto the tour. That's how tough the college system and how competitive it is. So it's a great breeding ground for future star players.
Right, the players are getting ready to come out, just waiting in the corridors behind the entrance to Rod Laver Arena. The players come out in different entrances this year. New innovation. Of course, Jannik Sinner has a little in with the fans here, thanks to his Australian connection.
Yes, well, he goes to an Italian restaurant not far from us, down Bayside. And some people have asked us, what restaurant Sinner goes to? And I says, no. And they said, can you find out? And I says, no. I said, let him enjoy his pizza, will you? I'll just tell you that.
Exactly. As the Italian connection in his coaching team with Simone Vagnozzi, and also the Australian connection with Darren Cahill, who is thankfully staying on for another year, which is good news. Good news for Sinner, at least.
Yes.
Maybe not for the rivals. Darren Cahill, such an amazing record.
He's coached 4 players to number 1 in the world. Mind you, they were pretty close to it when he took it. That's one of the keys in being a successful coach is to coach a star player.
Picking a good player, yeah, exactly.
But then they've got to have confidence in you that you can produce the goods and get them to the very top, and he's shown that he can do that.
Leighton Hewitt, Andre Agassi, Simona Halep, and Jannik Sinner.
Yep.
4 superstars of the tennis world. Here comes Eliot Spizzirri. Out the other side comes Jannik Sinner. Twice in a row he's won this tournament. Feels so at home on these courts. His game is so well suited to hard courts, isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
Pummels the ball.
Yeah. He's a very good mover for someone who's as tall as he is, and when you watch him, he gets down low to the ball, and then really drives through it with tremendous weight transference and racket head speed. So it's about that kinetic energy where you push hard on something, and then that means you can exert and force somewhere else. So he pushes very hard on the court with his feet, and then that transfers the energy to the racket, or so the sports scientists tell me.
I think some of that has to be the skiing.
Actually, I think you might be right. And also the knees, how he's down low for a big guy. That'd be the skiing, wouldn't it?
Exactly. And out of the corners, he gets out of the corners so well. He's sort of.
Yep.
You
can imagine he's doing a slalom course.
Exactly, yeah. He's just gliding around in and out of corners. I think it's definitely got to be a help.
Yeah.
It's no question.
Fancy being a champion junior tennis player and a champion junior skier. I mean, gosh,
it's a bit unfair, isn't it?
It is a bit.
What about other people? Leave something for the rest to do to win. But he was a champion skier in Italy under 12s. He's from the Südtirol area of Italy on the Austrian border.
I think he made the right choice of sports.
He's done well for himself, hasn't he?
Hello, how's it going? All right, gentlemen, a couple of things. 5 sets today. Tie breaks every set. If we get to 6-all in the 5th, 10-point tie break. I know it's hot, 25 seconds between points. Keep watching the shot clocks, please. You have lots of cool stuff to keep you cool in the seats.
Wasn't an
Electronic
understatement
line
for the
calling
umpire,
video
Fergus
review.
Murphy.
Spoke about the
Well, he's
towels
Irish.
and some photographs coming up. AO or Mark Edmondson? AO. All right. AO called.
Mark Edmondson.
Thank you.
I don't think he's got one. All the matches I've seen, it's all been AO.
And blue.
A lot of the players don't know who he is.
Okay.
Exactly.
Photos this way, please. The other way, gents. Yep. Your sir.
Last
Thanks
Australian man to win the title in the Australian Open.
Played in that event. Obviously didn't win it.
Did you play him along the way? No.
No, I played him another year at the Australian and managed to win that one and lost it. We had a reasonably equal record, I think, but his actual playing record was better than mine.
Well, what a phenomenal year he had that year.
He did.
Amazing.
We're all very surprised, but then when I think back, he did win a tournament the week before. So he came in with good, mind you, it was in Tasmania, which is
quite the same thing.
No, but it was still, any tournament's hard to win.
But the final, he wasn't expected to win it, was he?
No, well, it was blowing an absolute gale. It was a hot day like this and a strong northerly. And it was just about impossible to play great tennis. And windy conditions, I think, are a great leveller on the tennis court. And he'd beaten Ken Rosewell in the semi-finals.
Right.
And then he beat John Newcombe in the final. Right. And he was asked at I was interviewing him actually at a Davis Cup Foundation luncheon. I was asking him about it. And I said, did you ever expect to, beat Newcombe in the final? And he says, I did. And I says, what? And he says, I did. He says, if I could beat Ken Rosewell in the semi-final, surely I could have a good chance against John Newcombe.
Yeah.
They were both sitting at the lunch, Newcombe and Rosewell. In fact, he says, I always thought Rosewell was a better player.
Oh, nice.
That was very funny, and nice. Newcombe didn't like that.
I bet he didn't.
Anyway, that was Mark Edmondson.
That's funny.
And they'll make a nice presentation for him here. And we've got a Davis Cup Foundation luncheon next Saturday, actually. And he's obviously the guest.
That'll be good. It'll be nice, see a lot of your old friends, I'm sure.
A lot of the Davis Cup players will be at that. And the Billie Jean King Cup players go as well. So it's just a very nice day. And it's at...
Right, so Jannik Sinner dressed in his sort of mustardy top. I think Mark Halawati, who will be taking over from us shortly, called it peanut butter colour.
Yes, that's probably a nicer description than what mine was.
Exactly.
I won't mention it again.
But Jannik Sinner, I don't think he minds.
Actually, this is more mustard than the other one.
Yes,
I think the other was more greener than this.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Not sure I like either of them, actually, but
I don't think, as I said, I don't think they'll be flying off the shelves, but... it's not about the look.
Here we are talking about it though, so
exactly,
the company will be happy.
It's about the results in the end. Let's go to Josh for a moment.
Yes, thank you, Simon. This battle on Kia Arena between Cain and also Luciano Darari, and it was the Italian who took the first set via the tie-break, but it's Khachanov who has a lead in this second set. He leads 5-2 against the Italian on Kia Arena. And we did have a break of serve on John Cain Arena in favour of Thomas Mahach, but the Italian Lorenzo Musetti has broken back, and we are back on serve that match on John Cain Arena. And on Margaret Court Arena, the match is underway with Anisimova winning her first service game. We are at deuce currently. Stearns trying to hold serve. That match on Margaret Court Arena. And Carlos Alcaraz has just drifted out to court 16 in front of our AO Radio live site. The heat not stopping people from getting a glimpse of the young champion, the Spaniard. He's on court 16, warming up before his match tomorrow with Tommy Paul. 32 degrees at the moment, Simon, outside. We are, as you've mentioned, en route to 40 degrees today by 5 p.m. So the heat staying around a little bit later into the day.
Yeah, it just builds and builds and builds here in Melbourne. It's funny, I was thinking someone was talking about Perth yesterday. Perth has the Fremantle Doctor wind that cools it down early afternoon onwards. It can be roasting hot about midday. But
and that Fremantle Doctor's a wind, by the way.
Yes, not a doctor. It does have the same effect.
Well, they can do some great things, doctors, but I don't think they can change the weather, can they?
No.
Oh, they might be able to.
No, if they can, they're onto a good thing. Let's be sure about that. So Sinner and Spizzirri just finishing off their warm-up, getting some serves. The coaching teams arriving in, Darren Cahill and Simone Vagnozzi, all dressed in the same kit as they often are. Always are, in fact.
Interesting to interview Darren Cahill and ask him what's the secret. He probably wouldn't say.
He's very modest.
He is a very modest guy, but he's clearly got something, and I think I would rate him as the best coach around.
Yeah, well, this was I actually was lucky enough to write a feature on him for Esquire Australia about just that. So I was talking to various people about what it is. Simona Halep said some things. The common theme of it is that the way he deals with players, he just listens. He listens to what they say. He doesn't try and dictate, doesn't barge in there and tell them what to do.
Yeah.
He gets to know them, learns all about them,
their strengths and weaknesses.
Exactly, and then starts to impact his own wisdom into
around their various
huge experience.
Traits,
and I think he took a lot from his father, who was a famous AFL coach.
He was,
and he still talks to him about it. But he learned a lot from the way his father dealt with his players, and it's clearly rubbed off. And I think you're right. He is one of the best coaches of all time, and a very nice guy. So it'll be Jannik Sinner to kick us off against Eliot Spizzirri of the United States. We will get you through the first game or so, and then it'll be Candy Reid and Mark Halawati to take over. It's mustard wearing Jannik Sinner with a blue cap. It sends the backhand to the backhand of Eliot Spizzirri, who is into the third round here for the first time in a Grand Slam and really making some good strides in the game. Said he's already up to 85 in the world. And look, he's winning this match because he's just won the first point.
But what a moment for him. It's so short, young in his career to come out and play on the main court in a Grand Slam in the third round. So this is just a huge thing for him.
And you mentioned the college system, and I think the beauty of the college system is that players come out of it not only battle-hardened, match-tight, and used to lots of different situations. They're also not 18.
No.
He's 24, Spizzirri. So he's not sort of frightened and deer in the headlights type thing. That must help. Sinner misses the first serve. Just getting ready for his second, which he kicks to the backhand of Spizzirri. Forehand to the forehand corner goes Sinner, and Sinner into the net. Another one thing about this match, is Love 30, is that Sinner won't have seen Spizzirri before. They'll have to work him out.
Well, we're lauding Darren Cahill. Well, he would have found out about Spizzirri.
Yeah.
Probably hasn't seen him play either. He's so new, really, to the game at this level.
Yeah, they'll have done their scouting. Got some videos. Probably not actual videos anymore, are they?
No.
Some tapes. Cassette tapes back in the day. Ace from Jannik Sinner down the middle of the court, 200 kilometres an hour, 125 miles an hour.
Let's see the ball travel through the air a little faster under these hot, dry conditions. The ball goes through the air quicker. At night, when it cools down a bit, that just slows down that little bit more.
Yeah, we could.
A bit heavier.
Could see some high speeds today.
Yeah,
Ben Shelton might crack a.
He'd be 220 today for sure, or more.
Yeah, absolutely. 15:30 first game. Jannik Sinner serves down the tee. Spizzirri onto it on the forehand side, but There's one of those movements into the corner that Sinner does well on the forehand side, and then rips the forehand into the forehand corner of Spizzirri. Gets a bit of luck off the top of the net. Point continues, backhand down the middle from Sinner. Spizzirri up the line, inside in. Cross court goes Sinner. Good forehand cross court down the line from Spizzirri. Has to chop a backhand back into play because Sinner's starting to dictate this rally. The ball lofted just into the tram lines from Spizzirri.
The first thing to notice is that Spizzirri is timing the ball and moving beautifully. He's not nervous in the slightest. No sign of nerves playing at this gigantic arena. And that is a terrific sign for him. He was right in that rally as well.
Absolutely. It can be really tough. The first time on this court for an enormous run back. Just messes with your brain in terms of...
It does. You lose sort of depth perception.
Exactly. Can be can take a while to get used to that. But he looks to have settled very nicely already. 30 all though. Sinner serving. Another ace down the middle. 208k this time.
So that's where it's such a huge advantage to players like Sinner and Alcaraz and Djokovic. They play here all the time, and someone like Spizzirri, he's never seen it before in his life, and here he is now playing on it. So that's why you don't see too many big upsets on the major courts around the world in the Grand Slams.
Yeah, they often come on slightly outside the more outside courts. But of course, the really top players rarely play on the outside court.
No. Kick up a fuss if they're scheduled up there.
They would.
Yeah.
Game point, Sinner. Huge serve out wide, 205k. He just pings the ball to the ball boy and strolls across. And for someone who moves so well around the court, Jannik Sinner really does walk awkwardly, doesn't he?
Yes, like he's in pain almost.
Yeah, he does, yeah. He's like wincing, a bit stiff.
Yeah.
And then races around the court. So he holds serve to start this.
Very tall player. He's got a very slim build, hasn't he?
We're gonna make a commentary change very shortly. Candy Reid is going to come in, and Mark Halawati. Thank you very much, Alan, for your superb.
Pleasure as always.
Yeah, thank you. See you later on. Eliot Spizzirri will be serving, making his first serve of the match. Just pop to Josh. What's happening, Josh?
Yes, 2 set points for Khachanov, and he's just taken the second set. The backhand from Dardari has gone long, and so Khachanov has taken the second set 6-3, and we are a set apiece on Kia Arena. And over on Margaret Court Arena, it is Anisimova who is up an early break of serve. She leads 3-love against Peyton Stern. So Amanda Anisimova, hot start on Margaret Court Arena.
Thank you very much, Josh. Mark Halawati's joined me, which is great because his shorts are much nicer than Jannik Sinner's.
That's my first compliment of the morning on the way I dress. Normally it's like, what are you doing? Are you dressed yet or not? Pajamas, take them off.
Good to see you, Mark. You looking forward to this one?
Oh, yeah, this is good. This is good. It's actually going to be interesting, like, in the heat of the day like this. This is probably not what Sinner would like, but he needs to because you just don't know what's going to happen come the second half of this week.
He's got to focus. You can't let the heat get to you. It is obviously very, very hot, very tough at times, but he'll just have to keep his focus and make sure he gets the job done as fast as he can. But Spizzirri's started nicely. Looks like he's settled well. Yeah,
and I'm sure Sinner's going to be in a lot more challenging and difficult situations than this in his lifetime on the tennis court, that's for sure. So, you know, and this is why they train so hard and they're so used to pushing their bodies constantly. This is just another one. I mean, it'll just highlight, you know, where he is in his physical development. He'll be able to handle this, no problems at all. If he rocked out there with a jumper and tracksuit pants, I'd be worried, but...
He serves at 15-all. Sinner just slides into a backhand but sends it just long. I'm going to make my way out of the commentary box, Mark. Candy Reid's going to take over from me, so enjoy the rest of this one.
Likewise, enjoy the afternoon and your ice cream. Candy Reid's going to be joining me once again. Everyone needs their kryptonite, and Andy is turning into my kryptonite, which is awesome. It's Spizzirri serving his first service game, 30-15. Like Simon mentioned, it seems to have settled well onto this big tennis court. nice that both sides of the stands with the fans in them is bathed in the sun. I would have thought maybe they'd try to close the roof as much as possible to make it as comfortable for everyone.
Hello, Mark.
Good afternoon. How are we this morning?
We
this
are
afternoon?
the Royal we are all fine. I hope everyone listening on AO Radio Live around Melbourne Park and broadcasting to the world is also very fine. As you would have heard multiple times, it is hot out there.
And we'll get hotter over the next few days as well.
And it's going to get hotter, so we're on heat alert. And we were wondering, weren't we, who was going to get the evening match? Was it going to be Novak Djokovic, 10-time champion? Was it going to be Jannik Sinner, twice champion? And it looks like Novak Djokovic, the 38-year-old, trying to win his 25th overall major title.
Got to keep the elderly out of the hot conditions, I guess. So they're trying to be a little bit more respectful.
Craig Tiley going, all right, let's see.
I know how you feel.
The veteran. We'll give the veteran the opportunity. Well, Spizzirri here. There's a nice story about him on the ATP Tour website if you want to know a little bit more about Spizzirri. He's come out of US College, as Simon and Alan Stone were telling us quite rightly. And he's started to get used to this high level. He's played on Louis Armstrong at the US Open. He hasn't played on the big courts, but he does look very comfortable out here. He's in a green, two-tone green, lighter green on top, slightly darker green, my favourite green on the bottom. He's got cycling shorts on. He's got white socks and white shoes, a white hat. And Sinner Mark has reversed his colours.
Yeah, so he's gone from mustard. What did we come down with? Mustardy,
well, it's like a
butter.
khaki, kind of dirty greeny brown.
All right.
It was the major colour the other day with mustard as like the sidebar, but switched. So he obviously is not a superstitious man.
No, it looks like fake gold colour.
I would call it mustard. It's like an American hot dog. You know, you in movies, they put mustard and tomato ketchup on the hot dog.
The one that ends up on your shirt while you're trying to eat it.
That's exactly right. You've seen that film.
So a few more hot dogs and I could have an outfit like that.
And Sinner's also got a black hat on, mustard shoes. He actually can pull it off. And he's just been stretched out wide. The movement of Sinner is exemplary, but this time nets a backhand.
Yeah, and I'm liking that Spizzirri backhand. He's handling the pace okay against Sinner at the moment. It's going to be a tough day at the office.
And it's hot, and just to sustain the level, I think, of the top players, Mark, that's perhaps what we don't talk about enough.
Yeah, I liken it to going for, if you're a casual enthusiast for running, if you go for a jog with an Olympic marathon runner, an elite athlete like that, you know, for the first maybe 500 metres, you can sustain that level of what they would normally do. But then over time, that gap just keeps growing and growing and growing. And it's tough to do it on the tennis court. You know, you see some close first sets and then all of a sudden the match gets blown out because they're unable to continue that kind of effort.
That's a perfect analogy. What a brilliant way of putting it. And I spoke to Brian Shelton about that. Ben Shelton, of course, his son's still in the running here. And last year he lost one first set in the majors to Sinner 7-6 and one first set in the majors to Alcaraz 7-6. And he said that's the difference. If you don't win that first set, you're a goner.
Yeah,
because their level gets better and you can't sustain it.
Yeah.
If you can take that first set, now they're feeling a little pressure. They can't swing as freely as they might. They take it.
Changes the mindset.
Changes the mindset.
And that's Ben Shelton, he's top 10.
Yeah, and he's
saying
player.
against Alcaraz Sinner, you've got to win the first set, otherwise,
the first set.
All right, just start walking to the net and shake hands.
That is so true. If you look at Ben's results, maybe this year he's got something else in him. Had that terrible injury, didn't he, at the US Open?
Yeah.
But sometimes, Mark, those terrible injuries actually, in the long term, work out quite well.
Yeah, it gives you an opportunity to focus on other things and take an outward view of what you've been doing and spending some time on some aspects of your game or your physicality or your mentality that you haven't really been allowed the fortunate allowance of time to do the work on. So, and you've got to be using that time wisely to get better.
Yeah, totally agree. And I think it gives you a chance to actually appreciate how good you are, experience you've had, etc., because it does get a little bit of a travelling circus, this. Now, Sinner is love 40 down behind serve. He has 2 games to love up here against Spizzirri, the American. Right-hander to right-hander. And Spizzirri, Eliot Spizzirri has just broken. He has just broken. I'm going to say this again. He has just broken the world number 2, the twice Australian champion, to love.
2 games to 1.
And there was an unwritten rule. If you break Sinner to love, it's worth 7 games, not the 1. So technically he's 6-1, 1 love up.
Technically,
yes, but realistically, he's still 2-1. He's back on serve. So, but that's interesting. And you know, when you're talking about Shelton, he's got to win that first set against her. So, how does that then change the way he warms up for a match against those big two? Like he'll have to modify what he does potentially to be able to be, you know, when he steps on court, he's ready to go. It's like walking into a boxing ring for a fight. You can't wait 2 or 3 minutes to get warmed up.
Nope.
You're going to get knocked out. You'll be on the smelling salts within within seconds. So he's got to be able to modify his warm up in that sense. So when he walks through the tunnel and he steps out on court, the 5-minute warm up that they do is not to get warmed up. That's just to highlight I am super focused. So when the umpire calls time, it's I'm at full working capacity.
Ready to go. So just looking at Ben Shelton's results, he lost here to Jannik Sinner last year in the semi-finals, 7-6, 6-2, 6-2. So that just proves our theory. At Roland Garros, Shelton was beaten in the round of 16 by Carlos Alcaraz, 7-6, 6-3, 4-6, 6-4. So he did get a set. And then Shelton at Wimbledon, beaten by Jannik Sinner, 7-6, 6-4, 6-4. Shelton beaten by sort of Adrian Manarino at the US Open. He was injured. So there we go. For Ben Shelton, ousted by Sinner and Alcaraz last year in the majors, and the first set was always 7-6.
And I like the fact that they're looking at, Shelton's team are looking at ways to get ahead and analysing what's happened against those kind of players in those situations.
The small moments. I think Eva Jovic said, not yesterday but before, she is an 18-year-old on the girls' side who's very much one to watch out, but she said matches, Mark, are a moment of small moments. So you just got to win those small moments, which Jannik Sinner generally does. He's moving in. Jannik Sinner's just been broken to love. The man in mustard and a black hat with his team, Darren Cahill and Simona Fagnozzi. He's got his physio, strength and conditioning coach as well. The ultimate professional is Sinner. He's got Fabienne Benoit as well, who's doing all his logistics in his front row. She was actually working for the ATP Tour, but is being pinched by Sinner because she's so good and so lovely. And lives in Switzerland, as Fabienne does all his travel, all his tournaments, all his visas, all that stuff that, gosh, there's so much work to be going in. And I know from the Shelton family that Lisa, who is Brian's wife, long-term wife, he says she's the MVP because she does all that admin stuff. Someone has to do it. Spizzirri has just hit a forehand winner. Ollie?
Yeah, you just don't walk up to your local travel agent and say, hey, I've got an event I want to go to.
15 all.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go.
And talking of let's doing it, we're going to go over to Josh Herrett. He's a man around the seats. Josh, what are you watching?
Yeah, John Cain Arena here, Candy. Set point for Lorenzo Musetti, the 5th seed, the 23-year-old against Thomas Mahach. Mahach took the first set 7-5. Musetti serving now for the second set. He's serving deep to the backhand of Mahach, and his backhand floats long. So Lorenzo Musetti takes the second set 6-4. We're a set apiece on John Cain Arena, and Amanda Anisimova leads 5-1 on Margaret Court Arena against Peyton Stearns. That is the first set. So Amanda Anisimova 5 games to 1.
You're a bit shocked by that one? You thought maybe a little bit tighter?
Yeah, maybe a little tighter, but I still think Anisimova is good value, isn't she? Twice major finalist last year. I don't know if you heard this story, but friends of mine from the US wanted Wimbledon tickets. They'd never been to Wimbledon before, and I managed to somehow get in Wimbledon's final tickets. So
that's who you know. When you're the queen, these things, doors open. She says it's lucky. It's not lucky.
There's a big but. Right. So they've flown over from America, especially for the women's Wimbledon final. Do you remember the women's Wimbledon final from 2025? It lasted less than an hour.
Okay.
So they've come over specifically to watch a match at Wimbledon, the women's Wimbledon final, Anisimova versus Iga Swiatek. I saw Chris Bowers actually as Anisimova walked onto centre court, and he said, she looks like a deer in headlights. I remember his words. This could be bad. Oh, yes, it was. He was right. Iga Swiatek, a winner in less than an hour. And those very expensive Wimbledon finals tickets, well, they saw the funny side of it. Let's just say that.
They got their fill with strawberries and cream, though. Fill the pockets, fill the bags.
I managed to show them the media centre and all the beautiful sights of the All England Club, but still. And I think they went to tea at Brown's, which is very much an American hotel in London. The Americans like to go and have tea at Brown's.
Oh, really?
So
yeah.
It's delicious.
Oh, delicious, is it?
Yeah, it's so delicious. If
Tea?
you like little sort of petit fours and little cakes, little scones.
Okay, yep.
Lots and lots of different teas, then that's the place for you.
Spizzirri.
Other hotels are available. 2 games all here on Rod Laver.
It's a bit out of my wheelhouse, my parents being Italian. That's kind of like not the thing that we would do. Give us some limoncello after dinner, though. That's a different story.
And you definitely couldn't go in your shorts and
right, not the
your
right
top.
dress attire.
No, you'd have to put on a shirt at the very least.
A shirt. So these tassels are not good enough?
Maybe these days you could get in. I'm not sure.
This is my Australian Open tassels. And swing him to the left and swing him to the right.
Mark Loatio, he's a bit of an icon around here, aren't he? People see you and they go, I know that guy. He's on AO Radio.
What's wrong with that guy?
Oh, you're always smiley, always very happy.
Is he medicated?
And a brilliant broadcaster. Jannik Sinner to serve 2 games all. I'm sure you'll agree on AO Radio. You can get in touch with Mark. Ask the Booth is the form on ozopen.com. Email us aoradio@tennis.com.au. We would love to hear from you. Who's going to win the title? Who's going to cope best in the heat? What have you thought of the Australian Open this year? It's been terrific as far as we're concerned. Spizzirri tries to go big up the line, just misses wide.
15 love.
I've been lucky enough to do 2 of Alcaraz's matches, and this is my first kind of glimpse and watching this opening part of this match with Sinner, my first viewing of Sinner. Oh, he just looks rock solid.
Yes,
he really does. With Alcaraz, he can be a little bit up and down with what he's doing, and he knows when he's in control, he can have a little bit of flamboyance, which I'm all for. But he's so blue-collar, just workmanlike with what he does.
You've got to love him, don't you? Just absolutely wonderful. Wonderful specimen, wonderful person. Gets on with the job. He looks remarkably like my son Felix. It's really scary.
Really?
Every time I look at Sinner, it's a very weird sensation. He's 6'4". He's very lithe, isn't he? He's very agile. He's not someone who wants the world to look at him. He just gets on with the job in hand and usually does extremely well. He is the world number 2 right now. Spent some time, of course, on the sidelines enforced last year, but getting back to business, that's a beautiful forehand approach. 40 love, 5th game.
He's also had to deal with that adversity of having some forced time off with a slight ban.
That's right.
Yeah, and dealing with everything that comes from that as well.
Yeah, that was awkward. He, of course, said he had no knowledge of said ban and what made it. Let's head to Josh because we've got a set point, I believe, Josh.
Yeah, Anisimova did have a set point. Her forehand has just floated long, so we're back at deuce, but she's serving to Peyton Stearns. That one just long. And this, of course, is on Margaret Court Arena. 5-1 currently. And she just loses the ball as it hits her shoe. She's gone back to retrieve it, so she'll take her second serve. Amanda Anisimova, the battle of the Americans on Margaret Court Arena, wide to the forehand of Stearns, and that one goes long from Stearns, so it brings up set point number 2 here for Anisimova, the 4th seed.
I'd be interested to hear on Mark's evaluation of Stearns' game because she's a very talented all-court player, isn't she? Anisimova, more streamlined, you know a little bit more what you're going to get from her. A big hitter off the baseline.
Anisimova serving to the backhand of Stearns. Anisimova cross-court backhand and netted there by Stearns. So Amanda Anisimova takes the first set 6-1 on Margaret Court Arena.
I'd like to see at the end of the day the stats of player or team, doubles team, wins first set, wins match in straight sets. It's almost like that opening set is going to be vital on a day like today.
And Anisimova, Amanda is up in the All-American battle thanks to Josh Herriot. He's going to be watching all the matches around the grounds. We are covering Eliot Spizzirri against Jannik Sinner here on Rod Laver Arena. Margaret Court Arena, as you just heard, Stearns versus Anisimova, women's singles. On John Cain Arena, it is a set apiece there between Lorenzo Musetti and Thomas Mahach. On Kia Arena, Karen Khachanov is up against Luciano Darderi, and it's a set apiece there. Other courts, we've got lots of doubles going on around the grounds. The junior singles is about to start. We've also got wheelchair matches as well. So much to enjoy here at Melbourne Park. Have you had a favourite moment so far, Mark?
I really like when the gates open on Sunday and just seeing the people stream in. It's just like, yep, it's on. So the build-up is always here in Melbourne. Months before the tournament actually starts, there's so much work going into it, and then finally being able to see the gates open for the first time, and then the first couple of fans stream through the door. It's game on.
I think the build-up to the Australian Open is immense, and then also what I've noticed in my hotel room watching the television is Married at First Sight. There's a lot of promotion for Married at First Sight.
Right.
And the fact that she didn't want to marry the chap, it was like a big moment. I don't watch it, but the promotion is unbelievable.
It captures the nation. Such hard hitting.
Who made that television program?
Riveting.
And what were they thinking? How did they get that past control?
And what's happened to our world and our life when we're watching that? Gosh.
Anyone fans out there? Just these things, Love Island and Married at First Sight. How on earth has that happened?
Yeah.
We have a technical issue, so trying to fix it.
Oh, there's a technical issue with something going on there. So both players retreating to the shade.
Fergus
Do we know
Murphy.
what's university, what college?
Yeah, University of Texas for Spizzirri.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where he went. Did really well. He's on the older side, as they were talking about Simon and Alan Stone earlier today, that college tennis, which I was a part of for 4 very happy years, is such a good sort of breeding ground.
Oh, very much so.
For everything. It's not just playing professionally, but whatever you want to do, it helps on the way. You get really good connections. You learn to grow up a little bit. Spizzirri has just put a forehand into the open court. He was coming forward. Perhaps should have taken that as a volley, step back and let it bounce.
Yeah, and especially from, like a junior, I look at it from here in Australia, you finish school at 18, are you ready with your game to go and compete against players who are seasoned and are out there for year upon year? And you need the maturity, you need the physical maturity, your time management skills, and also to develop your game.
And he's done that really well, hasn't he? There's a lot of good programs in Texas. Of course, Cameron Norrie, who lost for the 7th straight time to Alexander Zverev last night, went to Texas Christian University, but the big university in Texas for all sports is the University of Texas, which is where Spizzirri went. He is making his very first clash against a top 10 player today. First time competing in RLA. First time meeting Jannik Sinner and handling the moment beautifully. 15 all, 2-3. Spizzirri has broken. Sinner to love has also been broken too.
And the best thing about the college system, it seems to just breed the players that come out onto the tour are just so competitive. It's a hostile competing environment. The crowd can interrupt and cheer and say things between serves, not only between the points. So it's a very, very competitive environment.
I remember playing, I played for the University of Tennessee, as our listeners have probably heard too many times. But we played Louisiana State University, and the vulgar noises some of the fans were making there when I threw the ball up to serve. Well, I won't tell you what they were, but it was very vulgar. A really good backhand winner from Jannik Sinner, moving forward there, and now he has a couple of break points, Mark.
And you don't want to bite back at the crowd like that,
no.
because then it's on. So, which is great, and and that's what just really highlights that the players like Spizzirri out here is just being able to control his emotional state to be able to perform at a level that he needs to against one of the greats.
And Jannik Sinner is loved. He's not adored. I think that's fair to say, and I find that hard to understand because I really think he's brilliant, but he doesn't have the personality of an Alcaraz, does he, or a Hugo Gaston or a Quentin Moutet, where people get behind him massively.
30-40.
Yeah, but you hear him talk, and he could be one of your best friends. Like he's almost. It's like a librarian.
He's like the boy next door, isn't he? You cannot dislike him. It's impossible. I also think people don't like someone who wins all the time, and he does win almost all the time.
Yeah.
They want to see an underdog. So I think Spizzirri will be very well back today. It's not going to be a partisan crowd like the Special K's doubles, and then Nick Kyrgios playing with Leila Annie Fernandez in mixed yesterday. They say 3 match points against Neil Skupski and Des Kravchuk, who are former finalists here, to win that match. It was a really good atmosphere. Right, Sinner has a second break point. He's hitting a backhand cross-court rally. Will this continue? Spizzirri goes down the middle. He couldn't really go cross-court. He's a little bit late on that backhand. Now forward cross-court, and it's too big. Sinner has broken 4-2.
And that's the difference right there. It wasn't a bad cross-court forehand for Spizzirri, but Sinner just taking one step forward to hit that ball and just took away a little bit of viewing time. And then that's a stone-cold winner. I was actually surprised that Kyrgios got out there for the mixed doubles. That was a good sign. I'm sure Fernandez, after they lost the doubles there, was warming up, and there'll be lots of messages. Hey, Nick, don't forget our match tomorrow morning.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, you're good. I'll do a lot of work. Just stand there, hit some bombs.
He did have both knees strapped, but I don't think he was in such bad shape as Thanasi Kokkinakis.
Yeah.
And Kokkinakis, we may not see him for the rest of the year, given what he's put his body through just recently. So 4-2 here on Rod Laver Arena. Sinner just winding his way through this match. 2-love up, brought back to 2-all, and he's just missed a relatively easy forehand. Looked up his team with some disgust. He is human.
Yeah, and he's got high standards too. He's not happy with himself for missing that short ball forehand. Was heavily sliced down low. Went up the high part of the net.
Not a bit taller than his opponent today, Eliot Spizzirri. 6'1", 1m85, playing on a career high ranking of world number 85. He's 24 years of age, the American.
It's a good transition out of college straight to like 85 in the world. That's
Yes.
a lot of matches won. That's a great level.
And money is there, because top 100 on the ATP side of things, you're doing decently. That means you can afford to have the travelling coach, who is Christopher Williams. His full-time head coach stays at home, Patrick Hirsch. But it means that you could add to the team, and we see the big entourages now, Mark.
Yeah, well, if you look at the box for Sinner there, they look like a boy band. All dressed the same with the same top on, same hats on.
One direction?
Oh, yeah.
Or are they going in two directions? We shall find out. Hopefully in the same direction, whatever. It's a great return from Spizzirri. He looks like a little off the ground, a little bit like on his backhand side, Carlos Alcaraz. Discuss. Same racket they're playing with. Backhand is lovely, and it's quite Carlos Alcaraz. It's the forehand is a little bit more cross between Khachanov and Francis Tiafoe.
I had a Vince Spadea, so like a little bit the way he moves around the court.
Vince Spadea's good,
yeah. That's a bit old school.
Vince Spadea has the most losses in a row of all time, I think, on the ATP Tour.
It's probably the worst title to have.
Yeah, what a player, but yeah, he went through that horrible run. Just checking, it was a bad run, but he was also from the US and Italian descent, like you.
Spizzirri?
Spizzirri. That's pretty Italian. Yeah, I'm just looking up the losing run of Vince Spadea. I'm sure he loves us bringing it up all the time. Good serve to the backhand from Jannik Sinner. Really good backhand into the backhand corner from the man in mustard. But surprisingly missed the forehand. They've got another break.
Got him again.
Good grief. Have I just seen right?
Sinner leads 4 games to 3.
And here am I spouting how locked in and dialed in, and Alcaraz has a few ups and downs through the matches. Very like the Italian there to lose 2 service games without much done from Spizzirri. They were more so from the racket. Sinner.
It's weird, isn't it? Explain that. Explain what we've just seen.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of, it's like a slight mental lapse there. He, maybe after that first point when he lost that first forehand into the net, didn't really recover mentally. His team there are just, when things are a little bit concerning, the whole coaching staff there, hands on chin, giving it the, I'm trying to work out a problem look.
Jannik Sinner has got the ice towel around his neck. Yeah, Jasmine Paolini beaten in singles yesterday by Iva Jovic, and playing doubles today. Currently called it the ice sausage. So Jannik Sinner out here to serve. Well, he's just been broken, so it is 3-4 for Spizzirri. He's putting in a tremendous effort. Let's go and have a quick look around the grounds while we're waiting the 8th game to begin. Josh?
Yes, thank you, Candy. And it's Anisimova who is up a break of serve in this second set. 2-1, she leads. Over on John Cain Arena, we are on serve. It is 1 game all in the 3rd set between Lorenzo Musetti and Thomas Mahac. Mahac took the first set. Musetti took the second set. So a set apiece, and a set apiece as well on Kia Arena between Karen Khachanov and also Dardari as well. And on serve in the 3rd set.
Great stuff. Josh Herriot watching all the matches around the grounds. We've got singles, we've got doubles, we've got juniors coming, we've got wheelchair. You're listening to AO Radio. Hope you're enjoying our continuing coverage of the first major championships of the year. Who will be the winners in the men's singles? Will it be Jannik Sinner for a third consecutive time? Well, he's certainly been put through his paces against Eliot Spizzirri on Rod Laver Arena in this third round battle, bottom half, of course, of the draw, because Sinner is the number 2 seed to Alcaraz's 1, and he's just netted a backhand in the net. Spizzirri leading 3-love, 3-4.
And I like what Spizzirri's doing. He's just being super, super sound. He's not being anything flamboyant, playing a high-risk game style. He's just forcing Sinner to play. And he's in a little bit of a patch here where he's making a bunch of mistakes.
Spizzirri, Mark, has made 80% of first serves. Serving really well. And he's won about 2/3 of first serve points. Only 1 second serve point, though. So let's keep an eye on that number. And Sinner has just put a forehand quite wide. He is not in his regular movement here. Just looks a little uncomfortable, going for things. He's trying to be encouraged by his team. They're not putting too much impact in right now. The team all in like a lovely, actually, green colour with black hats are the 4 team members. There's more sitting up high, right above them, but the space for 4 seats courtside. So they're not panicking yet. Spizzirri, though, is 40-love up, serving 3-4. He's just a beautiful forehand. Forces the error from Sinner.
Well done.
I wonder if Sinner is really struggling in the heat, Mark.
Fair skin, red hair.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
Not ideal. Not ideal at all. And he's probably quite cross that he didn't get the night match.
4 games on.
That has been given to Novak Djokovic, who will see. And later on, can Novak win an 11th title here? He was looking really good, in fact, the 38-year-old Serb, who's recently moved to Greece. I think he's living in Athens these days. Of course, he's got homes in other places as well, but that's the primary residence. His wife, Yelena, and sons Tara and daughter Stefan, vice versa. You know what I mean. They have all stayed at home. Whether they'll be here with Novak in the second week, we shall see. But, of course, they are in school, and it's 4-all here on Rod Laver Arena. Good serve from Sinner, little racket shake. He served 2 aces, no double faults. Also has a very high first serve percentage. Has only 1/2 of his first serve points, though, and like Spizzirri, only 1 second serve point. Can you explain that, Mark?
Oh, that's a bit unusual, isn't it?
Really unusual. Very, very, very weird. So it's a 15-love here in the 9th game. The man in mustard throws the ball up, misses wide, black hat on. Mustard shoes, black socks, mustard shorts with a slight sort of browny, greeny colour as well on them. Second serve in. Let's see if we can win a second point. Backhand cross court, backhand up the line from Spizzirri. And that is wide from Sinner. So that second serve point still remains at 1.
15 all.
Spizzirri's doing a good job off the return of serve for that second serve. Just forcing and taking away some viewing time and space from Sinner. And this is good play. He's got Sinner in a bit of a patch where he's a little bit uncomfortable, and he's doing the right thing. He hasn't done anything to just hand over that momentum. It feels like the momentum is with Spizzirri right now, and he's playing solid.
How many times do we say that against Jannik Sinner? Third round matches, Sinner throws in a massive serve tee, wins that point.
I wonder if Novak kids, their school has your dad takes you to work day, and that's why. Sorry, got to go.
Oh, that's
Dad's
Novak
job.
Djokovic. What?
Bring your kids to work day. Coming to Australia.
I had a lovely chat with Steffi Graf once, way after she'd retired, because I got CNN sent me to the Andre Agassi Academy, Preparatory Academy in Vegas, to go and film a piece there, and had a long chat with her, and I asked her about that. What do the other mums and dads think when you're waiting for your children at school? And she went, no, they don't even think about it. I suppose in Las Vegas, you've got a German all-time great in Steffi Graf, just another person.
Yeah.
Very strange. Spizzirri now has just taken a Jannik Sinner second serve and pumped it up the line for a backhand winner.
Great return from Spizzirri. I like that play. Sinner with a bit of pace and bounce on that second serve.
He's really taking it to Sinner.
I like it a lot.
A little like we saw Grigor Dimitrov at last year's Wimbledon, Mark, when he was 2 sets to love up Grigor and then got injured, of course. But he attacked Sinner. No one has really been able to do that since, or at least they haven't wanted to. Spizzirri, he is wanting to here. We are level pegging 4-all, 30-all. Sinner's missed wide, and just remember that second serve points won. 1 of 6 so far for the twice Australian Open champion. Another second serve's coming into the backhand of Spizzirri. Pumps it up the line. Really good backhand. It does look like Alcaraz, that backhand of Spizzirri. The volley might not be good enough. It is the second volley. First volley wasn't good enough. Second volley is put away.
And set up once again. Sinner's gone with a kick serve to the backhand, and Spizzirri with just zero preparation just bunts it down the line and gets control of the point and sneaks on in. That first volley wasn't so good as a drop shot. Hit service line. Sinner wasn't able to do too much with that attempted pass, and great hands. We've got a break point, and we've got a
This is crazy.
Great moment of this match.
Spizzirri has been playing well in this tournament. Beat João Fonseca in the first round. We weren't sure about Fonseca's fitness because he's been struggling with a little bit of a backhand. First serve in, necessary from Sinner, who picks one off his feet. He's trying to save a break, and he won't get it. Spizzirri up to the net. He's just hit a winning volley. What a point from the American 24-year-old. He's in front and will serve for the first set against twice champion Jannik Sinner, 5-4.
Wow, that's some great tactical play there from Spizzirri. Again, as soon as he got Sinner with the one-handed slice backhand, he just raced into the net, took that high volley, and bang, all of a sudden from Sinner cruising to losing serve twice. That's the third service game that he's lost.
Wow.
And Spizzirri gets the opportunity. And just looking at the team from Sinner, they're quite calm. They're going, that's okay. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Yeah, blimey. It could be a factor of the heat, and we'll try and look into the pace of Sinner, but I just wonder if he's not hitting the ball as hard as he normally does. We'll get the MPH, the KMH as well. I'm just looking at Spizzirri, so nothing to indicate that there was going to be a massive upset. He beat, as I said, a slightly under par João Fonseca in 4 sets in the first round. Then got the better of Wu Yibing of China, who's a very decent player, but not someone who breaks the world alight, and he won that in 5 sets, Spizzirri. So that's the match he's coming off, a 5-setter over Wu, who was a former Dallas ATP champion. But this is quite the performance from the 24-year-old, born in Greenwich, Connecticut. For most of his teens, he traveled from Connecticut to New York about 3 or 4 times a week, trained at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, home, of course, of the US Open. Played a lot of indoors there. And then a college star at the University of Texas, where he would have played a lot outside in the heat. So maybe that is helping him here. 5-4 to Spizzirri. He is serving for the first set against Jannik Sinner. I don't think I was going to say that today, but that is the case. That's what Sinner's up against. Good return from Sinner off the backhand side. Spizzirri on a forehand, moves Sinner to the backhand side. Backhand cross-court from Jannik Sinner, who's now on a forehand. Hits the net tape, but goes over. They're still into the rally. Sinner trying to change direction. His ball hits the net tape, sits up, and Spizzirri says, thank you very much.
Spizzirri's game style is very much a counter-puncher, so playing someone like Sinner, who hits with a lot of pace, just suits him to a T. Stays close to the baseline, just feeds off the pace, redirects the ball, and he's very comfortable moving forward. He's got a good game.
Certainly has. We will be going to Margaret Arena shortly with Josh Eliot, where Amanda Anisimova is trying to finish off Peyton Staines and doing a good job at it. But let's keep here, because Eliot Spizzirri 3 points away from taking a first set against Jannik Sinner, his first top 10 opponent, first time on Rod Laver, and he's 30 love up. Trained a little bit, Mark, with Roger Federer when he was a junior. That might have helped.
Any glimmer of hope. I walked past Federer once. Does that make me... my backhand still sucks.
You smelt the air of Roger Federer.
I was in the same postcode. I was at the same venue.
Roger Federer for James Bond. First serve from Spizzirri down the tee. 30 love, 5-4. Serving for the first set. Lovely backhand from Spizzirri. I cannot believe how much that backhand is like Carlos Alcaraz's. It's beautiful. I think it may be because he's playing with the same racket. He's moving beautifully to the forehand. Sinner hits a pretty awful drop shot. It's put away by Spizzirri. 40 love, Mark Kalawati.
And that drop shot from Sinner, to me, was a mental error. That's a frustrated mindset right there, out of the blue. And it wasn't a good drop shot. It had a lot of air. Gave Spizzirri plenty of time. I wouldn't even really call it a drop shot. No. It was kind of like, I'm just going to feed you a short ball to your forehand.
have a good time.
That was a tapping out shot. 3 set points.
Wow. The man in green with the white hat on. First serve is Eliot. Diego Schwartzman, newly retired from Argentina, is here, El Peque, and he's sitting next to Jerry Armstrong, tournament referee. He's due to retire this year. We're hoping to do some work with Jerry, an evening with Jerry Armstrong, all the tales that he can tell. He's a big wildlife photographer these days, Jerry Armstrong, when he's not watching tennis. He's in one of the national parks in South Africa. Another first serve netted from the man in green, Eliot Spizzirri, who is the man at the moment. I think that a lot of players in the dressing room and in the gym are watching this with some interest. First serve, tee, into the Sinner forehand, into the Sinner backhand. Now Spizzirri's inside the baseline, Sinner behind. And Sinner has missed a backhand just wide. Eliot Spizzirri has taken the first set against Jannik Sinner, 6-4. That set of the highest quality.
I don't remember Spizzirri making an error in that back half of the set. It was all from the racket from Sinner. Got broken to love twice.
Wow.
And even that last game there, has some great, super solid tennis.
So the first serve speeds, Mark, very similar. 187 for Spizzirri, 186 for Sinner. That's the average first serve speed. The average second serve speed, where Sinner has really struggled, 150 kilometres an hour on his second serve. Compared to Spizzirri, a little bit quicker. Right, let's get to our man around the grounds. So Josh Herriott, what's going on?
Yes, so thank you, Candy. Amanda Anisimova leads 4-2 in this second set on Margaret Court Arena. She was up a double break. Stearns was able to get 1 break back, but it's still 4-2. And love 30 at this point in time. Of course, Anisimova took the first set 6-1, 55 minutes on the Rolex for that particular match. Over on John Cain Arena, it is Lorenzo Musetti and Thomas Mahac. They're a set apiece, and it's Musetti who's up a break in the third set. And on Kia Arena, it is Luciano Darderi who leads 5-2 against Karen Khachanov, and they're a set apiece as well on Kia Arena.
Ah, great stuff. Thank you, Josh. So Anisimova getting closer to victory over Peyton Stearns and moving through Lorenzo Musetti and Thomas Mahac in a thriller there on John Cain. And looks like Darderi from Italy, he's a very exciting player, is going to move up 2 sets.
Isn't there,
oh my gosh, absolutely. Italians everywhere. They've got such a good system over there in Italy. Lots of tournaments, lots of free-to-air television. I think that's the key.
Oh, really? Yeah? You might...
2 channels. They've got 2 channels where you can literally watch tennis 24 hours a day. So you can watch every tournament. You get familiar with all the players. There's a lot of fans and a lot of just normal people at home watching tennis.
Far better than, like, Married with First Sight and Love Island and stuff like that. So.
I would prefer the tennis.
Okay, all right, valid, yeah.
But I won't mention why. I just think Married at First Sight is it's a horrible concept.
Sinner to serve.
You lift up your veil to find out who you're going to marry. Now, obviously, it's a fake marriage, but still. Right, Jannik Sinner. There's nothing fake about this result so far. Eliot Spizzirri of the United States, 24-year-old out of Connecticut, is leading the world number 2, the twice Australian Open champ, by a set to love. Played an absolute blinder, broke Jannik Sinner twice to love, 3 times overall. They're into a cross-court rally in the first point of the second set. Spizzirri in again, hits a backhand, probably should have put that away. He will do this one. No, he won't. He's just lobbed. He will put this one away. He does it the 3rd time of asking. Mark, Jannik Sinner is looking decidedly average right now.
Yeah, and I saw the stat from Spizzirri. It's like 6 unforced errors for the entire set. So it's going to be a big ask to maintain the level. But his game style, like, I can see him really challenging. He's probably the worst player that Sinner can play right now because he's just making a lot of balls. He's matching him toe-to-toe from the back of the court. He's staying very close to the baseline. Sinner's having to do a lot of his hitting from a good 2 meters behind the court.
This is absolutely crazy. Sinner misses his first serve. Second serve coming, and we told you about the second serve points won. 1 out of 7 in the opening set. 1 out of 7 serving at 150 kilometres an hour on average. Spizzirri is just enjoying the return, particularly on his backhand side. It's a forehand return in the net. That won't go down as an unforced. It was a forced error. Much better second serve from Sinner.
And this is what the champions do so well. Like he'll be used to players coming out at him, all guns blazing, and he just can weather the storm. And he knows it's a long match ahead of him. Would he back his fitness over Spizzirri? I would imagine so.
Yeah. First serve is in from Sinner wide, and he is now staying very, very low. He's got that very wide recovery position, doesn't he? Very balanced indeed. A former world champion skier at the age of 12. Moves so beautifully around the court, but he's missed that wide.
Wow, what a great backhand from Spizzirri. Out wide between the doubles and single sideline on full stretch.
15 seconds.
Just was able to get it deep down the line, and that forced Sinner to go cross-court wide. Great backhand on full stretch. It's not easy to put the number 2 seed in an awkward position at the back of the court.
Just looking at Jannik Sinner's record in the majors, when he's lost a first set in his career, he is 12 wins and 11 defeats. First serves into the Spizzirri backhand, goes back into the backhand of the man in green. The man in mustard on the prowl. He's getting close to the baseline. Sinner hitting a couple of big forehands, one down the line, one cross court. Now back into the Spizzirri backhand. Spizzirri with the slice backhand just to neutralize the point. 2 hands on the racket from Spizzirri now. A slice forehand from Spizzirri, just trying to hang around. He's moving so much. Sinner dominating this rally. Can he finish it off? He can't. It's wide. Spizzirri with that excellent counter-punching.
Great defensive skills and counter-attacking skills from Spizzirri. Sinner was in control of that point. It's like early days, he's wanting to make Spizzirri work hard for every single point.
Sinner has only lost 1 match when he's lost the first set in a major in the last 2 years. That was to Carlos Alcaraz at last year's US Open. We're going to head over quickly to Margaret Court Arena. Josh, Anisimova almost finishing Stearns off.
Yeah, she's 2 points away. She's serving out wide here. It's just long. 1 hour on the Rolex, though. It's 30-15. She took the first set 6-1. She leads 5-2 here. 2 points away from victory and a place in the 4th round. She's serving to the forehand of Stearns, who returns aggressively, and that's netted there by Anisimova. At 30 all now.
Just 1 hour, Josh? That is awfully quick.
Just 1 hour, Candy. Very quick. And we saw Pegula finish things off pretty quickly as well. It was just over an hour for that particular match.
Wimbledon redemption right there.
Yes.
Well, trying to take back time.
That was so impressive about Anisimova, wasn't it? Because after she got beaten in less than an hour by Iga, she got to the US Open final, the next major, just recovered beautifully and won a title, I think, in between. Very impressive mental strength. Jannik Sinner here on Rod Laver Arena, serving at 30-40. Another break point against him. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Certainly not in the last 24 months or so. Sinner under pressure again behind serve. We'll be heading to Margaret Court Arena again with Josh very soon. Let's see what happens in this point. Forehand from Sinner, it's long. Jannik Sinner is broken in the first game of set 2. Sinner also down a set to love against Eliot Spizzirri. What are we seeing out here? Right, let's head back to Margaret Court. Josh.
Well, Anisimova did have match point. We're back to deuce as she nets a backhand, so she'll have to wait just a little bit longer to close this out. At deuce.
4 service games in a row that Sinner has lost.
Anisimova to the forehand of Stearns. Forehand Anisimova just lobbed up and well beyond the baseline, so a break point opportunity and advantage here for Peyton Stearns, the American.
Just here on Rod Laver Arena quickly, Darren Cahill is standing up. Jannik Sinner has just changed ends after losing the first game, and he looked over with some anxiety towards his coaching team. Simone Vagnossi is talking to him gently, but trying to get a message across, because his man is down a set and a break here on Rod Laver Arena in the hot sun. Sinner is flagging. Back to you, Josh.
Anisimova's serving, and that one long from Stearns off the backhand, so back at deuce.
6-1, 5-2 for Anisimova.
And of course, Candy, it's the first time we've seen Peyton Stearns in the 3rd round. here at the Australian Open. Here's Anisimova. Nets her first serve.
She's a good all-court player, isn't she? Peyton Stern's got a lot of talent. Another player at the University of Texas, so she will know Eliot Spizzirri extremely well.
Anisimova just double faults there. So again, another breakpoint opportunity now for Peyton Stearns, her ad. On Margaret Court Arena, elsewhere around the courts, Candy, it's a set point here for Luciano Dardari as well, and he's just taken the third set, 6-3, so 2-1 against Hachinov there on Kia Arena in the bright sunshine.
Very cool.
First big sign of positive emotional response there from Sinner after winning that point with a forehand up the line. Big fist pump to himself and also to his team.
Peyton Stearns, I think, has a game point now at 2-5, second set against Amanda Anisimova. Josh will stay with you just for a minute more.
And she's taken the game as the forehand from Anisimova is wide, so it's now 5-3 in the second set on Margaret Court Arena.
All right, good comeback from Peyton Stearns, also playing doubles a little later on with Hayley Baptiste. We'll go back to Josh shortly. Let's see what else is happening here on Rod Laver Arena. 6-4 to Eliot Spizzirri against Jannik Sinner, if you're just tuning in. Spizzirri also with the break. It's 15-all in the second game. Spizzirri in green, serving and absolutely dominating from the baseline, moving Sinner all over the court. Sinner throws in a slice backhand just to get in. Spizzirri hits a pretty dreadful drop shot. Sinner is in, should put the volley away, doesn't.
Oh, mama!
And Spizzirri's just won the point.
Oh, I was a bit stunned with that Spizzirri drop shot. Sinner got there so easily and had an opportunity to hit the volley winner, but then went straight back to Spizzirri, who was more stunned than anyone that the ball came straight back to him.
Wow! Sinner had such an easy volley. Darren Cahill is on his feet, and he was giving Sinner a bit of a mouthful there. What are you doing, Jannik? He said. Well, to cause that some effect. I'm not sure he's actually said that.
Could have just said, well done, come on.
It was
Cahill.
Well, it's a little bit more antagonistic, what he was saying. You could tell by his body language there. Cannot quite believe that Jannik Sinner's in this position. Great serve from Spizzirri, decent return. Spizzirri on the forehand. Sinner is again moving around, hitting a forehand while sliding. We're into the rally. Spizzirri with that off backhand just long.
Spizzirri's doing a great job of keeping Sinner off balance. He's just moving him from left to right. And when they get into that backhand cross-court rally, Spizzirri's backhand up the line is something that's causing Sinner some issues. He's hitting it so well, and Sinner's just taking a lot of oxygen into the lungs there.
Jannik Sinner does not look comfortable.
Yeah, he's being tested.
This is a maximum test. Spizzirri looks much, much cooler. Sinner looks rattled. He looks hot. It is extremely hot. Good return from Sinner off the forehand. Having to run again. Spizzirri comes to the net, leaves that, but it's a pass. He should have put a racket on it.
Yeah, it wasn't enough on that approach shot, unfortunately. Well within range from Sinner. Got two hands on the backhand. Hit it well.
It's funny, I'm just thinking Sinner's team, Mark, it's like an F1 team. They've got their F1 car, and they're trying to put the best tyres on this guy possible. And we've had a big reaction, a couple of them from Jannik Sinner here, who's got a break-back point, second game of the second set. Eliot Spizzirri from the United States, upper set, 6-4. Broke Sinner 3 times in that first set, twice to love. And he's already got a break here in the second. Can he keep hold of it? Second serve from Spizzirri. Both players struggling to win second serve points. Sinner goes with the backhand down the line. Now a cross-court forehand from Sinner. He's going to go back cross-court, not completely clean, but it's a massive miss-hit from Spizzirri, and Jannik Sinner does break back.
Well done from Sinner. Just settling the ship right here. That's an important break. Sinner spending a lot of time at the towel right next to his team, getting a lot of information, words of reassurance.
There is a portion of the court here on Rod Laver Arena behind the Melbourne sign, Mark, that is in shadow. And so the temperature coming massively down. Both players are spending as much time as you can imagine behind there. Can you think of doing anything worse than playing in this heat? Well, these guys are so fit that they can handle it, but for the rest of us, we probably imagine about 5 points. Great serve, great return, even better return. Spizzirri on the backhand side, moving around. He throws a backhand up the line. Winner! Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
There's that backhand up the line from Spizzirri. He's just owning that shot today.
I do like that backhand.
Yeah, poetry in motion.
It's got to go with we were having backhand. Who's got the best backhand on the men's side? Djokovic and Zverev. Spizzirri today.
Ooh.
He's right in there. So Jannik Sinner with his eyebrows up after seeing that one blast past him. He just can't believe the level of this guy. First meeting between these two. Love 15 for Jannik Sinner. His serve is still not making any kind of impact. 50% first serve points won. 30% of second serve points won. When's the last time Sinner had terrible numbers like that? And only terrible because of the equality of his opponent. It's credit, full credit to Eliot Spizzirri. He's just missed that for one return. It got up a little bit higher, that one.
A little bit more heat on that second serve. But from Sinner's point of view, if we add the games together, it's 7 games to 5. So it's only 2 games out of it. So he may be thinking that I'm far from my best, but I'm not that far away. I've got plenty of time.
Yeah, you've got to keep thinking like that, haven't you? As a tennis player, it's very easy to get kind of indoctrinated on the little details and worry about it, but there's a long way to go in this match. It is the hottest day of the tournament. Temperatures forecasted to reach 40 degrees, so third round play heating up very much here at Melbourne Park. Both reigning men's and women's Australian Open champions in action today on Rod Laver Arena. Defending champ, the number 9 seed, Madison Keys. First up, Sinner now playing the twice defending champ.
Well, the big serve there from Sinner gets the ace. And I don't mind it because I've left my car in the car park with the engine running and the air conditioning on. So by the time I get out there by the end of the day, the car will be nice and cool.
The environmentalists will be delighted with you. I just hope your dog's in the back seat.
Oh,
and that is very sarcastic, anyone.
Yes, no, she didn't.
I'm a big animal fan, big animal fan. And Mark, of course, is joking about leaving his car on. I hope you've got the windows open. What? Do you want the windows open on a hot day, or do you want to keep them closed? What's better for the car?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd go just a little crack, get some of that hot air out.
Yeah. Because otherwise, when you get in, or if you like a sauna, it's good for you. Second serve from Jannik Sinner. A lot of kick on that serve. Sinner moving forward to his right-hand side, staying down nice and low. He's unbelievable in his ability to stay low. Throws the ball up. He has to. Spizzirri doesn't put the smash away. A little off the middle from Sinner on his forehand. Now leans into a backhand. He's got to hit another backhand. Goes down the line to the forehand of Spizzirri because he's getting no joy off the backhand. It's a decent drop shot. Spizzirri there, plenty of time. Sinner returns the favour cross squat. That is insane.
And fist up to the sky from Sinner, telling everyone in the crowd, I am here. Do not write me off.
We will talk about that point shortly. Let's quickly head over to Margaret Court Arena.
Thank you, Candy. Yes, 3 match points here for Amanda Anisimova, the 4th seed at 40 love. She's serving down the tee, a double fault. That one just wide.
She cannot get over the line, can she?
No, she can't. Still with 2 match points here at 40-15.
Has reached the round of 16 at a slam 9 times, Anisimova. 3 times here at the Australian Open, looking to do it again. Stay with you, Josh.
Here she is to serve in a predominantly purple outfit. She's going with an off forehand. It hits the line. What a cracking shot. And she has won in straight sets, 6-1, 6-4, and progresses through to the 4th round. We had Keys on this morning, Pegula. Anisimova joins them. A straight sets victory over Peyton Stearns.
All right, brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Josh Herriott, watching all the matches around the grounds on Rod Laver Arena. We're keeping our eyes peeled. What's going on, Mark Halawati?
I think there was something about Sinner went overtime off the serve, and then after that long point, and Spizzirri's come to the net to tell the umpire, hey, it's okay, don't worry about it. So it may have been something in the crowd that Sinner was delaying a little bit.
Fergus Murphy is in the hot seat. Well, he's under shade. He's in probably the best position on Rod Laver Arena. The Irishman in a blue hat, and it's nicely covered. The very unique chair, umpire's chair, as Jannik Sinner prepares to serve. 40-15, 1 game all, down 6-4. And we've got some numbers to tell you about the last time he got broken 4 times. He can't quite pick a ball, a short, low ball off his backhand side, Sinner, so it's now 40-30.
And Spizzirri's doing an amazing job of spreading the court, and what do I mean by that is just hitting corner to corner, getting Sinner moving so much, covering a lot of territory, and then like that last backhand, he takes some pace off and angles it inside the service box and draws it wide, and Sinner, from running parallel with the baseline, can't cut the angles off.
So one more chance here before it gets complicated, this third game, second set. Last time Sinner was broken 4 times here at the Australian Open. 2024 in the final against Daniil Medvedev. Of course, he won that match. He is the twice reigning champion. Down low into a backhand cross-court rally. It's long from Sinner, and 40-15 goes to deuce. A little shake of his head. You very rarely see any negative emotion from Sinner, and that's what's happening a little bit out here.
He's trying to get himself fired up with that amazingly long point previously. Big fist pump. Sinner just mindful of the serve clock here. He's down to 10 seconds as he steps up to the baseline.
Fergus Murphy has to use some common sense, though, doesn't he? I'm sure he will. He is one of the best in the biz. 25 seconds in between points in normal circumstances, but there's got to be some leniency today. There just has to be. Great first serve, a free point from Sinner, a little let's go. Not a forza, a let's go.
Yeah.
Advantage Sinner.
Head nod. He realises the importance of this game. He's got to keep holding serve, keep in front on the scoreboard. And the question then has to be asked about Spizzirri. Can he just sustain and hang in there? Because you could have those little voices in their head like, this is my match, I can do this.
And of course, relief when the players change ends. They get to sit under cover for 60 to 90 seconds. So Sinner will want to get this point in the bag as soon as possible. 40-15, brought back to deuce. Now advantage to Jannik Sinner, the Italian, the redhead in the mustard, hitting a backhand, now a forehand into the Spizzirri forehand. Spizzirri squash shots it back. He's going to be in trouble here, Spizzirri. He is. A really good approach shot from Jannik Sinner. Another massive fist pump towards his team. He leads 2-1 here in set 2.
2 games to 1.
Fabulous level of tennis we're right in now. Early parts of this second set. Spizzirri's just given a racket off to one of the court supervisors there to get restrung. I think it had a broken string, so maybe it's one of his favoured rackets.
How many rackets do the players bring on roughly?
Anywhere up to 8. Yeah.
And they're all numbered, aren't they, by the stringers, so they know which order to take them out of, because most players, not all, but most players change their racket strings with the new balls, and sometimes there's a racket string break. And usually now, Mark, the racket string break is up by the grommets, right up at the top. If they slightly mishit it, that's when the racket string will break, because they change it so frequently, it doesn't usually break in the middle.
I remember several years ago when Pat Cash was still playing, and he came to the Perth for the Hopman Cup, and I was stringing rackets there at the Hopman Cup, and he would have 8 rackets strung every single day, even if he didn't use them. With the gut, always slightly different tensions, 2 rackets, 2 rackets, 2 rackets, all different tensions.
And gut is hard to string
with. And every single day, 8 rackets delivered, need to get them done by the next morning. Some were used, some weren't, more often not used, but
Racket stringers love it as well, don't they, when the players deliver those 8 rackets in the morning and say, I want them done in 2 hours, please.
Before my match.
Give them overnight. But then the players, of course, in the morning, then they're more like the actual string tension they want. Overnight, they've got time to settle.
David in London, UK, so didn't Sinner go down 2 sets to love at Wimbledon?
He did, he did, and he lost. He didn't lose because Grigor Dimitrov got injured, but
that's right.
That match wasn't finished. But absolutely, he was down 2 sets to love to Grigor Dimitrov on centre court at the All England last year. Went on to win the title, and that's what we believe enticed Darren Cahill to sign up for 1 more year. We think that 2026 will be Cahill's last in charge with Sinner. What's he going to do next? He's going to be a man very much in demand, isn't he? Right, Eliot Spizzirri to serve at 1-2, second set. Spizzirri, the 24-year-old from Connecticut, USA, up a set on Jannik Sinner. Did also have the early break, and he's forcing Sinner into making mistakes.
15 love.
And he has maintained his level of play. He hasn't wavered one little bit. Super focused. Not a lot of razzle-dazzle about him. Which is good. I like that. He knows that he can sink his teeth into this match.
An hour and 7 minutes so far.
Will he have that belief?
is the key. Good first serve from Spizzirri. Hits a beautiful forehand into the Sinner backhand. Now has to hit one half volley forehand. Another deep shot from Jannik Sinner, who's getting the ball deeper in the court. A little bit shorter, that one. Spizzirri pretty comfortable on his forehand side, hitting a lot of open sets forehands. Dragged out to his right, now dragged out to his left. Sinner has to move to a backhand, pumps it up the line. Spizzirri with a low forehand. Beautiful backhand off the backhand from Sinner, wins the point.
There's a lot of work going on from both players with their movement. I find at some point the weather's going to take its toll on one of them. Spizzirri looks like he's in good physical shape, though.
Best result here for Mark, for Eliot Spizzirri. He has beaten João Fonseca, as we know, in the first round here, and he has a win over Nuno Borges. That win over Fonseca is the best ranking-wise that he has managed. Fonseca, the current world number 32. So this would be by far the biggest win of his career if he could pull out two more sets.
Leading into the Oz Open?
Let's see, he played Auckland, and he beat Nuno Borges there. So that's a good win, because Nuno's pretty solid.
15-30.
But very different level, very different experience to what he's facing here. Did actually very well in Auckland, and it was rainy on the men's side. It was tricky. The first week was women, second week was men. It went from wind with the women to rain to the men. He beat one Manuel Cerundolo, he beat Adrian Manorino, he beat Nuno Borges, he lost to Fabien Marozsan in the quarterfinals in Auckland. So good tournament in the lead-up, and what a tournament he is having. Sinner goes wide with the backhand attempt down the line, 1 hour and 8 minutes, and it's 30-all.
30-all.
It wasn't the best conditions in New Zealand. It throws it up all the time there.
They do have they're going to have a roof on that court in 2028. So they've got permission. Building's going to start in 2027, and it's needed. Even at 250 level now, all the tournaments are looking to put roofs on just to secure the matches and also make sure that they can sign the best players, because it's very competitive out there for the 250s in particular. Eliot Spizzirri serving at 30-all in the fourth game of the second set. Again, he is up a set to love, 6-2. Spizzirri pulled wide, misses wide. Break point chance for Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, unfortunately, that second last forehand from Spizzirri didn't have enough intent on it. Just sat up for Sinner. And if you give Sinner that kind of shot, he's going to hurt you, as he did. Dragged it wide and forced the error from the racket of Spizzirri.
Spizzirri, like Jannik Sinner, very, very lean indeed. A little bit shorter at 6'1", 1m85. He's sweating quite heavily, the man in a green shirt and green shorts. Good first serve. Backhand return from Sinner is a good one. Sinner getting really good depth on that second backhand, now keeping balls pumped into the Spizzirri backhand. Throws in a backhand drop shot. That is the shot that he said he needed to improve. Passes him up the line. A back behind from Jannik Sinner. He's got the break here in set 2.
A good length on the ground strokes from Sinner. Was able to keep Spizzirri back a couple of metres behind the baseline, and that gives him enough time and distance to hit that drop shot to be effective. That drop shot wouldn't have been challenging at all if Spizzirri's on the baseline hitting his ground strokes. So a little bit of form from Sinner. He's getting himself back to the level that he knows he can play at.
We were expecting this, weren't we, after Sinner went into a 2-love first set lead. Now leads 3-1 in the second set. Let's go to Josh Heriot. We're getting closer to a result on Cain Arena in the match between Musetti and Mahatch.
Yes, Candy, and it was Lorenzo Musetti who took that third set. He took it 6-2, so he now leads 2-1 against Thomas Mahatch over on Cain Arena. 2 hours and 53 minutes, the match duration so far on Cain Arena. And over on Kia Arena, another men's singles battle at the moment between Khachanov and Dardari, and we are on serve in the fourth set. The first set went the way of the Italian in Dardari. He also took the third set. The second set went the way of Khachanov. So Dardari leads 2-1 on Kia Arena.
Great, so we've got Luciano Dardari from Italy winning against Karen Khachanov. We've got Lorenzo Musetti in Italian on Cain Arena beating Thomas Mahatch. They're playing the fourth set, and here on Rod Laver Arena in Italian, the number 1, Jannik Sinner, has fought his way back here against Eliot Spizzirri. He's just thrown in the most beautiful forehand drop shot.
Good choice of shot there from Spizzirri. Had some time with that forehand, had a lot of options. He could have tried to drive it hard to a corner. Chose the drop shot. Sinner almost got there. And that's energy sapping, running for those drop shots and not
getting there.
Yeah, and not being able to get racket on ball and winning the point. That does hurt.
3 aces for Jannik Sinner. Could do with a few more today, give himself a few more freebies. He is leading 3-1 in the second set, 15-all. Spizzirri hits a backhand that jammed him up the line. Now another backhand from Spizzirri. A forehand into the Sinner backhand cross-court from Sinner. And he goes there again to the Spizzirri backhand, who then changes direction, throws it up the line. Now they're in a forehand rally. Sinner misses forehand long.
Yeah, to me, that's a little frustration from Sinner.
15-30.
Spizzirri just weathering the storm from the back of the court. And Sinner, almost like, get me out of here, tries to hit the winner up the line. Maybe not the right option. Missed the court by a good way. And that gives Spizzirri a little window once again. 15-30.
Sinner taking a good long look towards his team for some reassurance. He said in the off-season he played tennis in the morning, gym in the afternoon, which he said he loved a little bit less. There was a laugh after he said that, but he does prepare for the majors by sometimes practicing for 3 hours. He might need that today. Backhand up the line, saves the break point, or not yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. It was 15-30, now 30-all.
30-all.
Elongated fist pump to his team there. Sinner, after that first serve, big backhand winner. Closes the door a little bit on Spizzirri in this game.
15 winners for the Italian number 2. 19 unforced errors, though. Spizzirri still in the +1 column. More winners to unforced errors. He's been miserly with the unforced error, which is always a little subjective, that number. Can you hit an unforced error against Jannik Sinner?
He's picked up the serve speed a little bit, though, Sinner. He's around 199 that last serve. The point previously, very close to that.
Yeah, that is an increase, isn't it? It's not winning too many second serve points. That first serve is not coming back. That is a 4th ace. Beautiful out wide.
And that's what Sinner generally does so well. He was 15-30 a couple of points ago. Hits a big first serve, gets an easy backhand winner, gets to 30-all, hits his target with the sliding serve out wide. The ball doesn't come back into play. From 15-30, he's got game point.
40-30, 3-1. There's a break coming, and he'll be keen to get under the shade once again. Will the man in mustard? First serve hits the net cord. Let's have a look at his second serve points. One much better from Sinner in this set, 6 of 9. Success rate of 67%. Second serve goes in, went big down the tee. Big forehand, Sinner's coming into the net. Can he make care of the volley? Not yet, he can't. Great work from Spizzirri with the pass.
Great disguise from Spizzirri on that backhand pass. He ran to the ball with his racket prepared. There's no telltale signs of what he's going to do. And at the last split second, Sinner's committed to hold his position up the line, and he guided it cross court. Just a little deft field, cross court with the hands.
Sinner
Big
has
save.
won 7 of 10 mark at the net. Doesn't feel like he's won that many at the net to me. But that's what the numbers tell us. So to juice we go.
Second serve was 183 k's an hour, so definitely increasing the speed on both first and second serve.
Well, he had to, didn't he, given he won so few second serve points in the first set. He had to change something. He's done that with more success. Work to do here. Second serve from Sinner on the juice side. It is a juice 3-1 up, and Sinner has missed the forehand wide. We've got a break point coming for Eliot Spizzirri.
Maybe potentially just a little bit of tension from Sinner, not being loose enough in the body, not allowing himself to free himself.
That will go down as an unforced error from Jannik Sinner, just slightly taking his eye off the ball. If you have trouble doing that on the tennis court, you are not alone. It is probably the hardest thing to do, isn't it? Especially when you're stressed and anxious, staying down, trusting your shots. Does Sinner trust his shots? Can he trust himself to get out of another hole here? Breakpoint opportunity for Eliot Spizzirri, who's already broken the main man 4 times today. Will he do it again? Not yet. Too good from Sinner.
Great 1-2 from Sinner. Just watching on the monitor, a bit of footage from the ball kids. They just can't put their hand on the court while they're waiting at the net there.
Too hot.
The court surface is too hot. Poor ball kid's putting his hand on his shoe, on top of his shoe. Just the radiant heat coming from the court.
Yeah, they almost need some foam padding, don't they? All crew at the net. Ouch, that must be hot. So it's back to deuce here. Rod Laver Arena, we have got a change of ends coming up, but how long will it take? Sinner misses his first set, and this heat can be very energy zapping, can't it? 62% is the first serve percentage for the match of Sinner. Second serve coming, and it's to the backhand of Spizzirri, who's not missing that backhand return. Up to the net comes Sinner. It's an okay volley, but he puts away the smash. Good for Sinner. Game point.
Yeah, didn't get much pace on that volley, as you mentioned there, Candy. Boy, he was good getting back for that overhead.
We are looking at the average second serve speed. On average, it's gone up 11 kilometres an hour.
Big difference. Spizzirri's won 46 points in total to 40, so not a lot in this match at all.
Sinner to serve again to try and finish off this game and move into a 4-1 second set lead. First serve is good to the backhand of Spizzirri. Nice return from the American, who's now on his forehand side. Backhand. He doesn't mind whether he's hitting backhands or forehands, but he has netted a forehand halfway up the net. Jannik Sinner with a long racket shake towards his bench. He's got a little bit of breathing room now and is running towards his change of ends to go and get some shade. The man who's won this tournament twice in a row leads 4-1 in the second set. Let's quickly head over to Josh Heriot for an update before we get to your emails.
Yeah, just quickly, Candy, on Cain Arena, Luciano Darderi has just broken Karen Khachanov here, so he leads 3-2 in the fourth set. He also has 2-1. He has a lead of 2-1 against Khachanov. So that's on Cain Arena, and we are on serve on John Cain Arena between Lorenzo Musetti, the 5th seed, and Thomas Mahac. Mahac leads 2-1 in the fourth set.
Brilliant. Thank you. Update from Josh Heriot. We've got a seagull in the stands. Mike Cation, we found out last night, does not like seagulls. There is a man or woman in a seagull costume walking around Melbourne Park.
Stalking people with their food, chasing their food.
Getting their chips. I hope he's not giving out the bill.
We were at oh, that's good. We were at a venue on our road trip from Brisbane back to Melbourne during the Christmas holidays, and there was in a rural setting, and there was a kookaburra that flown around and was sitting on the fence of the kids' play area, just eyeing the food of the kids that were just sitting at a table nearby. And then, sure enough, the kookaburras come down, snatched a chicken nugget from the plate of this young kid, and off it flew. And we got told by the hostess that don't feed them any food because there's a bunch of kookaburras that come specifically for the nuggets.
Encouraging them. Have we got any emails, Mark?
Yeah, we got Helen and Glenn, who are in Midtown Manhattan. Warm regards. Watching Sinner with the volume turned down, listening to excellent coverage. And we're waiting for a big snowstorm and temperatures around -10 degrees Celsius. That's a big turnaround.
See you in August for the US Open, where the weather's going to be hopefully a lot nicer. All right, we are about to begin the 6th game of the second set. Eliot Spizzirri, and now US national treasure, facing Jannik Sinner, the world #2, twice Australian Open champion. He is a set-up, but 1-4 down. It is only one break of serve, Mark.
But it does sound good on the scoreboard, doesn't it? 4-1.
Certainly does.
Spizzirri serving at far end of the stadium, the Yarra end, looking into the sun.
And he's serving well. It's an off forehand. Sinner leans into a backhand. Sinner patrolling the baseline. He's pretty close, moving his American counterpart around, but that's a massive miss on the forehand side from Sinner.
I wonder if Sinner's just taking the option of, I'm just going to really unload on this game, or early in this game, to see what happens.
If he'd been playing doubles, that would have been wide.
Would have been.
Just looking at Eliot Spizzirri's team, 2-man team. He's got his travelling coach here, Christopher Williams, who must be so proud, and Coach Patrick Hurst watching from home, delighted by the 24-year-old's progress here and his ability to compete with the world's best. Good second serve from Spizzirri, 30-love.
He's definitely got a good ranking boost, Spizzirri, and the way he's going about his business today, he's top 20 player for sure.
Easily. But how many times do we say that? And then, of course, you actually got to put in the hard yards, haven't you, at the challenges, the 250s.
Yeah.
It's one thing to really raise your level against the world's best. Can you do it on a daily basis? That's the tricky thing, because there's no doubt about it, Mark, what we've seen from Spizzirri is world class.
Yeah. It's much easier to work harder when the boss is peering over your shoulder than it is when you're left alone when you're working from home and
so
you're sitting in your hot tub.
This sounds rather personal. An approach shot from Spizzirri. Sinner should have done better there. Went for the big backhand cross-court pass. Missed wide. He was falling off that backhand. You don't usually say that against Jannik Sinner. By the way, in the live rankings, Lorenzo Musetti has moved up to number 3 in the world. That's ahead of both Novak Djokovic in 4 and Alexander Zverev in 5.
Wow.
Alex de Minaur is sitting at number 6 on the ATP live rankings. Fritz 7. Felix Auger-Aliassime 8 as Spizzirri finishes off that game to just reduce a little bit of the gap. 4-2 for Jannik Sinner. Alcaraz sitting at number 1 on the live rankings to Jannik Sinner's number 2. Just looking at Spizzirri.
Yeah. Spizzirri's changing rackets here. Got new balls. Just going to grab a quick drink.
Explain the new balls and why they're important, Mark.
Well, someone's just... I'm not sure if someone's... Oh, yeah, there's just grabbed Spizzirri's racket to take it back to the stringer as well, and he's pulling a brand new one. The new balls with the very aerodynamic, and the fur on the balls is very compacted, so it will move through the air a lot faster. And so the players will usually go, especially on a day like today, with a racket that's got a higher tension. It hasn't lost its tension. The looser the tension, it kind of feels like a little bit like a trampoline. You can bounce on it and get good rebound. When it's a little bit tighter tension, you don't get as much rebound, so you can potentially get a little bit more control.
Jannik Sinner to serve with the new balls. We're just seeing a look at his shoe, and the front part of it is quite worn down. I'm sure he's got another pair of shoes in the bag. These players come very, very, very much prepared. We haven't seen Jannik Sinner give any rackets to the stringers. Spizzirri has done 2 so far. It's a lovely serve, and he continues to hit that second serve very hard, Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, case in point there. That ball just really skidded off the court. 182 kilometres per hour for a second serve. That's not bad.
He's risking more. Yeah. He's had to.
Yeah, but he's landing him too. He's not double faulting, so that's within his controlled range.
17 winners for Sinner compared to 12 winners from Spizzirri, but Spizzirri has been miserly with the unforced errors. Really good backhand from Spizzirri. Sinner throws in a kind of quasi-drop shot and now passes his man up the line. A little racket shake once again. 30 love.
Yeah, a little disappointed there. Spizzirri shaking his head up, being passed. Just not enough depth or width on that slice approach. It's a good move, a little sneak, keeping the ball low, making Sinner hit upwards. But Sinner just gets so low on that backhand. It's amazing physicality to do that from such a big, long, lean player.
Yeah, he's a tall drink of water, isn't he? So good at getting low. Credit to his team, strength and conditioning. He's obviously been doing the work in the gym. Spizzirri, by the way, is up to a career high world number 71 on the live rankings, but that means he's still not probably getting automatic entry into many ATP 250s. That's how tough the game is. So you've got the majors, of which there are 4, then you've got the 1000s, the masters, then you've got the 500s, then you've got the 250s. The 500 level in Doha consists right now anyway of Alcaraz and Sinner and Zverev and Novak. It's incredibly tough for these players outside the world's top 50 to get into these big, big tournaments. Most of the time they have to qualify, and of course the hunger is immense. So this sport is very tricky. Sinner throws in a really good serve down the middle of the court, 193 kilometres. He's up to the net this time, much better volley. And it is a hold to love for Jannik Sinner. 5-2. It's almost a set apiece. Let's head to Josh Heriot, who's watching the matches on John Cain Arena and on Kia Arena.
Yes, thank you very much, Candy. And again, we are still on serve here at John Cain Arena, halfway through the 4th set. It is 3-2 in favour of Thomas Maharchan Dardari. Still up a break in this 4th set. He also leads 2-1 on Kia Arena against Karen Khachanov. So I'll keep you across those results as the afternoon unfolds.
Super stuff. Thank you very much, Josh. We are keeping our eyes on Rod Laver Arena primarily because Jannik Sinner has lost the first set against Eliot Spizzirri, but is now in control of the second. It is only a break, 5-2, but it certainly looks good on the score sheets.
A good thing from Sinner there. Those 2 games went very quickly. So more time in the shade, less time out in the sun.
And that is a good thing. And we're just watching the trophies for the men's and women's tournament being beautifully handled. They've been shined and ready for the champions. We've got another week to go, over a week to go here at the first major championship of the year. It's been a record-setting Australian Open 2026 so far. Huge amount of tennis fans. There's so much to do, isn't there? Drinking and eating and entertainment, Mark.
Yeah, a lot of music. There's a lot of people come to the tennis and may not actually see a live ball hit. They come for the atmosphere. It's a great meeting place after work for all the people around the city centre or around the district here. You can just stroll on down or catch a tram or a train. You're going to get a party atmosphere.
With champagne, if you want it.
A lot of things for the kids as well. A lot of interactive activities.
It's becoming very much an event, isn't it? The Australian Open, not just a tennis tournament. There's lots to do here. And of course, the tennis front and centre. And what a match we've got on Rod Laver Arena. Jannik Sinner lost the first set against Eliot Spizzirri, but in control now of set 2. It looks like we're going to be heading to a third set with the match 1-set-all. Sinner, though, still not at his very best. He's just missed a forehand a little bit long. Full credit to Eliot Spizzirri, his family, watching wherever they must be immensely proud of the 24-year-old. First clash ever with a top 10 opponent, and he is really testing Jannik Sinner, who's looked pretty uncomfortable out here on the main stadium court. 24-year-old, a college star at the University of Texas. It's another benefit of playing US college tennis. 17 top 100 players, I think, on the men's side have played some part in the college system. It's a misreturn in the net from Jannik Sinner, 30 love.
The best thing that college system does is really toughens and hardens you as a competitor. And look at the way that Spizzirri's come out here. He hasn't been scared. It's a big stage to be on for the very first time. And he's looked very much at home.
He really does, doesn't he? From the first point, he has not looked intimidated at all. Ready to go here, Spizzirri, ready to close the gap a little bit. He said in his press conference ahead of this match it will be an awesome experience going against one of the best players in the world, one of the toughest challenges, he said, in our sport. I would be grateful to be out there and do the best I can. He's certainly doing that. He's just thrown in a double fault, though.
That's good. So he's not shying away from the opportunity, which is really good. And this is what you want from a coaching perspective. You want to hear the player that wants to thrive in this environment against the best players. And it's not like, oh, I hope to do well.
Yep.
You know, you can't rely on hope. You've got to make it happen. There's reasons why you play well. There's reasons why you play poorly. We can write a book about all the things that I do badly when I'm playing badly. Sometimes we don't analyse why I played so well.
Oh, wouldn't you? If we could just bottle that, it'd be absolutely lovely when you get into that zone. Long forehand from Jannik Sinner, another long look towards his bench. And Eliot Spizzirri encouraging himself after an hour and 30 minutes to get over the line here. 40-15 from the 24-year-old who has played on Louis Armstrong competitively. That's the second stadium, of course, at the US Open. It holds around almost 15,000 fans, which is similar to the capacity here on Rod Laver, which is almost completely full here. There are just a few seats in the hot, hot sun. You can imagine the fans on the left in the sun. They're using their fans to try and keep them cool. There's a lot of shaded areas, though, luckily for those fans. So luckily enough to have those. It's coming forward is Jannik Sinner. He's missed a routine forehand volley, though, after setting up the point beautifully. Has not looked good at the net today, Sinner. And Spizzirri holds.
Sinner leads.
I always want to know from your perspective as a commentator and as a tennis fan, what do you love about the 4 slams? So at the, Oz Open, what are the things that you go, this is why I love this event?
Everyone's happy here. It is the Happy Slam. And of course, we're all coming from Europe, coming from London in particular, where it's cold and rainy just after Christmas. And it's just so fun to have it. So that's, I think, the first one. There's something about Roland Garros Paris. I think it's right in the middle arrondissement. And it's just so exciting. So much culture, great food. Wimbledon, well, it's somewhere I play a lot, and it's just the hairs on the back of your neck walk in when you pass the Fred Perry statue. And at the US Open, a little bit like here, it's the buzz of the anticipation.
It's a circus over there.
It's a circus.
Yeah. To me, this feels like the Aussie Open is like a big backyard party that everyone's invited to. Wimbledon is more like you're being invited to high tea.
Yes, good.
US is the circus, so you don't know what you're going to get. You're going to get some strange performers.
Forrest Gump.
Yep.
And then the French Open?
The French Open is all about style. That's there to be seen. You're there. The tennis is almost in the back there. You've got to make sure you bust out the pastel pants.
Roland Garros is tough because in the main stadium, essentially only one person can walk up down the stairs at any one time. It's so tight. And there's nowhere really to go, but it is class personified on the clay courts of Roland Garros in Paris. And Paris, wow, what a country and what a city that is. Capital city of France, of course. 15 all, and Jannik Sinner serving at 5-3 in the second set. Can the Italian get over the line here and force this match into a third set, 1 set all? Best of 5 encounter, of course, so no need to panic, although he's looked slightly worried, there's no doubt about it, due to the excellent play of his opponents.
I like the body language of Spizzirri there, shaking his racket up and down. He's geeing himself up here. He realises this is a big moment.
First serve is in down the tee to the backhand of Spizzirri, who's now hitting a forehand from behind the baseline on the Melbourne side. As Spizzirri throws in a couple of forehands, just trying to keep the ball as deep as he possibly can, keep Sinner back, although Sinner, as we noted, hasn't volleyed well today, but you still don't want to give him a short ball. It's the opposite. Spizzirri's moving forward. Will he have to play that? He won't. Brilliant work from Spizzirri.
Great point from Spizzirri. Well, he was forced back. Sinner did well in the first couple shots of that rally, forced Spizzirri back behind that Melbourne sign, a good couple, 3-4 metres behind the court. But then Sinner just landed a ball a little bit shorter. Spizzirri moves up and takes control. And I like the fact that as soon as he sees Sinner with play a one-handed backhand, he is into the net, forcing Sinner to do more with that slice. Big moment here, 15-30.
Jannik Sinner bounces the ball 3 times, looks up at his opponent, ready to serve, the man in the black cap, the mustard shirt, and he's hit an ace. That is the cream rising to the top.
Yeah, can't do much about that, Spizzirri. Just got to face the next one, come with the same energy. At least he's forced Sinner to do something big. And you know the moment's big when Darren Cahill stands up for a lengthy period of time between points.
He just gives Sinner 1 clap, says well done. Spizzirri is right in front of our commentary window. He's extremely lean, which is really good in the heat, not carrying any extra body weight whatsoever. He's just lean muscle. First serve goes in. Oh, the return hits the net tape. Can Sinner control it? Wow, Spizzirri says, sorry, but I've just passed you up the line. Jannik Sinner turns around and says, what else is going to happen here? Break point down.
30-14.
Well, and with that little dead neck cord like that, Sinner hit that from the single sideline. He chose to go cross court. If he went there, he just opened himself up for the pass down the line. He had to get a lot of angle, or he had to try to bump it up the line and just take control of the net. A little tactical error there.
Ooh, yeah, because Spizzirri had stayed at home, hadn't he?
Big moment.
All right, so it's 30-40. Break back points for Eliot Spizzirri. First serve is down the tee, and it's good enough to force the error return. Back to Juice. Huge serving from Jannik Sinner, who's managed an ace from 15-30 and then a big enough serve to win the point and not have to hit another shot. 195 Ks right down the centre from the ad side. The man in mustard. What can he mustered up here?
Great emotional control there from Spizzirri after that point.
Didn't show any negative emotion, did he? Just got on with it. First serve from Jannik Sinner is down the tee. Oh, he was going for another ace, just missing long. First serve percentage both in the mid-60s, 5 aces to 1 for Sinner. Second serve is to the forehand of Sinner, hits the net tape.
Couple of big moments.
Second serve.
On serve for Sinner, he's gone to the Spizzirri forehand. Second serve was going to go there as well. Maybe he's sensing that that's a little bit the less dangerous side.
Second serve from Sinner, and he's just double faulted.
Double, here we go. The pressure builds on Sinner. He's, as you said before, he's bumped up the serve speed on that second serve, so he's pushing the envelope a little bit.
That is Sinner's first double fault of the encounter, despite the fact that he has to risk a little bit more behind that second serve because he only won 1 second serve point in the first set. Cannot believe I'm saying that. So down break point once again for Jannik Sinner, who's been serving T, and he goes wide this time. Another ace! That is seriously good, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah. It's heartbreaking for Spizzirri that he's hit that clean on the line. Can't do much about that. That's out of your control as a returner.
So 15-30 hits an ace T. 30-40 hits an unreturnable serve middle. Again, down break point hits an ace wide. Now it's deuce. First serve hits the net and goes considerably long. He's going to hit another second serve. 6 aces for Sinner, 1 double fault. He's won 56% of first points. Spizzirri chooses to hit the second serve return with his backhand. Another backhand cross-court from Spizzirri into a rally. Can't control that. Too much heat from Sinner. Game point.
Yeah, as you said, too much heat with that lunging backhand at full stretch.
Advantage Sinner.
Just got amazing pace. That caught Spizzirri out. Thought he did enough with the backhand. But boy, the athleticism of Sinner right there.
Game point, also set point, 1 hour and 38 minutes. Mark Halawati, Candy Reid and Josh Herriott commentating on the matches here on AO Radio. I do hope you're enjoying our continuing coverage of the first major of the year. Sinner was going T again there, where he's had so much success against his American opponent. First time these two are meeting. What an opportunity here. Sinner with 21 winners to 13 from Spizzirri. Spizzirri misses the backhand to return. That ball really jumped up. It was a slower kick serve with a lot of height on it. And it's a setter piece here on Rod Laver Arena. Jannik Sinner responding to losing the first set 6-4 by winning the second 6-3.
And the Carrot Top fans of Sinner, there's 4 characters dressed as carrots. They've just been roasting in the sun. Someone's thrown some oregano and some herbs on them. They are cooking and they're up and about. Their man is back, 1 set apiece.
How do you like your carrots? Well, let's find out how Josh Herriott is liking action on John Cain and Kia Arena. Josh?
Yes, thank you, Candy. Over on Kia Arena, it is Luciano Darderi and Karen Khachanov, and it's Darderi who will be serving for the match in this 4th set. He leads 5-4, so moments away perhaps from the first of these 3 Italians to progress into the 4th round. And over on John Cain Arena, we are still on serve. It is Thomas Mahach who leads 4-3 in the 4th set, with Musetti serving at the moment 30 love, and it is Lorenzo Musetti who leads 2 sets to 1 in that particular match. But Darderi is serving for the match over on Kia Arena against Karen Khachanov.
Let's stay with you for a little bit. Luciano Darderi, this would be a big moment for him. I was actually in his Uber. We were both at the Chinese embassy.
He's got a part-time job, has he?
He was in the front seat and he invited me. I was in the back seat.
He wasn't driving.
Yeah, he very generously offered me a ride in his Uber from the Chinese embassy to the hotel where we were about to get the bus into the US Open Flushing Meadows court. He's a very lovely chap, is Luciano Darderi.
Spizzirri has left the court to get a full change of clothes.
You can understand. So we've got a little bit of waiting time on Rod Laver Arena. Jannik Sinner has stayed put. He's got the ice sausage, as Jasmine Paolini calls it, around his neck, which always makes me laugh. She laughed after it. She was beaten by Iva Jovic in singles yesterday. Iva Jovic, an 18-year-old from the United States who's already got a WTA title. In fact, she was the youngest WTA titleist on tour last season, even younger than Mira Andreeva.
Paolini's out on court at the moment with Irani doubles against Kimberly Birrell and Gibson.
Yep, so you've got your Aussie wildcards.
A set apiece, and the Italians are 1-love up in the 3rd set.
Let's go to Josh Herriott. Darderi versus Khachanov. Darderi has won the first point of what could be the final game, Josh.
Yeah, and they're mid-rally at the moment. Cross-court backhand from Khachanov, and Darderi an errant backhand just off the side of his racket. It's the umpire's chair, in fact. So 15 all. He served up an ace for the first point of the service game.
Darderi is 23 years of age. Josh, with an ATP ranking currently of 25. He's already won 4 titles. He's better on clay courts, there's no doubt about that. Darderi's got some Argentinian history, but representing Italy. carry on, Josh.
It's his second Australian Open as well, as he serves to the forehand of Vacherot, and a wonderful cross-court forehand from the Italian. 30-15.
Never reached the round of 16 at a Grand Slam before. And this is only Darderi's second Australian Open appearance.
His 8th Grand Slam overall as well, Candy.
That's not much, is it?
No. The 22nd seed.
8 more than I managed. In the seniors.
30-15. He's serving to the forehand of Vacherot. That one just clipped the baseline. They play a rally now from the baseline. Backhand there from Darderi. Cross-court backhand, Vacherot. Cross-court backhand, Darderi. Cross-court backhand, Vacherot. Sliced there from Darderi. And then the off forehand from Vacherot is wide. Ooh. And it brings up 2 match points for the Italian. 40-15.
Darderi, Josh, one of 3 Italian men through to the 3rd round here. And of course, the other 2 are also on court. So if you're in Italy, what do you watch? What do you listen to? We've got Darderi on Kia, we've got Massetti on John Cain, we've got Sinner on Rod Laver. Match points.
2 match points, all happening for the Italians. Here's Darderi to serve. And he serves up an ace. And for the first time, he is through to the 4th round at a Grand Slam. 7-6, 3-6, 6-3, 6-4. Luciano Darderi, the winner against Karen Vacherot on Kia Arena.
That is so exciting. Darderi beating Christian Garin in 3 straight sets. He took out Sebastian Baez as well in 4, and now has beaten Karen Vacherot in 4 sets on Kia Arena. What a moment for the 23 Italian into the round of 16 at a major championship, and only his 2nd Australian Open.
Who's his next opponent, potentially?
Oh, let's have a look.
It'll be interesting to see how...
It's the winner on your court at the moment.
Oh, really?
Oh, no way! Sinner versus Darderi, or Darderi versus Spizzirri. It is a set apiece on Rod Laver Arena, so that's the bottom portion of the draw, because, of course, we're focusing on the bottom side. Now, in the top half of the men's singles, Carlos Alcaraz will take on Tommy Paul. We've got Alexander Bublik up against Alex de Minaur. By the way, Bublik has beaten Australians the last 9 times, including Alex de Minaur twice. Alexander Zverev will take on Francisco Cerundolo. Cerundolo overcoming Andrei Rublev. And Daniil Medvedev came back from a 2-set deficit. He's going to face Lerner Tien, who got the better of him last year. So that's the top half. And in the bottom half, we know that Darderi is through to face either Spizzirri or Jannik Sinner. And Spizzirri, Mark, has just come back to Rod Laver Arena. What's he been doing?
Yeah, full gamut of clothing, underpants, socks, shirts and shorts, no doubt. Maybe even a little bit of a spritz under the cold shower, if there's one in there. It was interesting just watching Sinner at the change of ends. The players have got this cool air tube. It's like an air-conditioned little vent that they can use, and it was putting it all over his face and body. He had 2 ice packs on his quads, on his thigh muscles.
It's hot.
One around his neck.
3rd set.
Like a nice little gelato there, all frozen up.
Oh, that would be good if someone brought out the ice cream machine. There is kind of a peach yogurt machine that's very popular here, isn't there?
Yeah, not a fan of the peach, fan of the frozen yogurt though.
What's your flavour?
Oh, I'm a mint man.
Oh, mint's lovely. But not yogurt though, mint ice cream.
Mint ice cream, yeah.
I don't think mint yogurt sounds very good. And we're talking kind of not the yogurt, but the ice cream yogurt. Right, we're into action. 3rd set has just begun. And let's see what happens. Spizzirri hits a really good volley, which wins the first point.
I'm interested to hear there is a yogurt.
15
Well, you know what I mean, like
not the tart-tasting natural yogurt.
I always have like Greek yogurt for breakfast.
Yes.
But there's an ice cream yogurt, isn't there? There's kind of the healthy version, if
the
you call it that.
version.
Yeah, I mean.
That's made taste better.
Exactly. It's meant to tell us that it's healthier, but I'm sure it isn't. Second point from Spizzirri, who's serving in the green at the far end, the Yarra side. Yeah, there's a lot of sun on Rod Laver Arena. There's a little bit of shade in the back behind the Melbourne sign. Jannik Sinner is there near our commentary box, and they're into a long rally. This is a big one. Jannik Sinner is hitting really low, flat forehands. Now a backhand to the Spizzirri backhand forehand. And Spizzirri, wow, he just gets the better of Sinner there, wearing the man out from Italy.
30 love.
I'm not sure if Sinner's moving a little gingerly there after that point. Well, that's just his natural gait. But Feels like he's been riding a horse for about 6 months straight. A little John Wayne-ish.
Well, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It's like Hubie Hurkacz, who moves around so well on a court, but if you walk, he looks like an old man, a bit like Andy Murray used to walk. Just the way it is. Move incredibly well. 30 love to Eliot Spizzirri.
Andy, that was Andy calling you an old man. Well
just the way he
your
walks.
time. Okay, all right.
Just the way. Just the way he
walks. Not the brown cardigan and the corduroy pants.
I could see that. I'm sure Andy Murray would.
Oh, hello, Sinner. Big backhand pass up the line. Lunging step out on the left leg. Just rifles that pass.
Was that like hello, sailor? You just said hello, Sinner.
Yeah.
I like that. That's really good. That was a very good point from Sinner, wasn't it? Again, staying so low. He's actually 6'4", but on a tennis court when he's low, he looks like about 5'6", doesn't he? He takes him down a whole foot.
He's like a gymnastic.
Incredible. A gymnastic gymnast.
Yes.
Which it's always good.
An athletic gymnast.
If you're a gymnast, I'd rather be a gymnastic one.
Not a genetic one.
That too. Eliot Spizzirri serving 30-15. First game of the third set. Sinner hits a slight miss hit off the backhand return and then a forehand wide.
It's always awkward these first couple of games, especially after a long delay of play with Spizzirri walking off the court. It was almost 9 minutes worth of hanging around time where you've been moving and a lot of adrenaline flowing through the body, and then you're in kind of a bit of a chilled, get your core body temperature down as much as possible.
And then back out into the sun.
Yeah, ready
You
to
walk out from
compete.
the tunnel and think, oh my gosh. It's a bit like on holiday, isn't it? Where you go into the shade and then you come back out and it just hits you like a tidal wave. Imagine running around and playing tennis in that. An hour and 48 minutes here on Rod Laver Arena. Spizzirri's up 40-15 first game, but on the full stretch, slices into the net.
And that to me is the first point for a long, long time that Spizzirri just wasn't able to get into position to hit that last backhand slice. A bit more on stretch.
Oh, she's been impressive though,
Yeah,
hasn't he?
I've really liked his game. Love the way he's going about his business.
2 new fans in the commentary box, and I'm sure listening at home, thanks on AO Radio, we're live around Melbourne Park and broadcasting to the world. You are enjoying the play of Eliot Spizzirri. He's going to be a bit of a hero, especially if he can win this match. But there's going to be a lot more attention on the 24-year-old regardless, as he hits a forehand up the line for a winner. A game in the first game of the third set for Eliot Spizzirri. Turns towards his team with a big fist pump.
Yeah.
What an effort.
I like that. He's in for a battle here, Spizzirri. He's not happy with just taking one set. After that forehand winner, he just turned to his two-man team, just roared at them.
He wants it all.
Good
He
on
might
him.
get it all.
Yeah. He's not going to go away. Sinner's going to have to do some work.
And what a good day it has been for Italy. Luciana Darderi into the round of 16 for the very first time at a major. And American women, they have done well today. Jessica Pegula has lost the fewest games so far. She was first up today. Peyton Stearns played against compatriot Amanda Anisimova, and that was a straight sets win for the number 4 seed, twice major finalist Anisimova. Last year's semi-finalist Ben Shelton also on the schedule. One of 8 former collegiate men players in the Australian third round, of course, alongside Eliot Spizzirri. That's the most since 1987. In 87, there were 13 players with college ties in the final 32.
The Ben Shelton match, I think it's about 15 minutes away from the players walking out on court.
He is playing Vacherot, the man who had that 1,000 win last season from qualifying in Shanghai, beats his cousin Artur Rinderknecht in the final. That was unbelievable for Vacherot. He's a very exciting player and now seeded in a major for the very first time. He has become the hunted as opposed to the hunter. And of course, Jannik Sinner in the position he is. Everyone steps on court and wants to beat the Italian number 2, twice champion here in Melbourne Park. We're looking up into the blue sky. The roof is open on Rod Laver Arena and there's not a cloud in sight. Jannik Sinner serving at 15 love. Second game, he's just hit another ace. 29 unforced errors for Sinner, but the winner count is rising. That is ace number 7. Still first serve and second serve points won is not impressive today, and that's due to the great returning of his opponent. He really contained Sinner. but still in a decent position. Much better now. A set all. Great forehand return from Spizzirri, just guided down. The American uses the slice to neutralise, and Sinner hits a forehand error.
30-15.
The thing that makes Spizzirri's return so good, his preparations are just so minimal. When he takes his racket back, you don't have a lot of time to when the serve is struck from the server until it reaches your end of the court. The closer you compare the racket to point of contact, got a greater chance of making a clean hit.
Isn't that a good thing to work on when you're young, Mark? Not having big swings on the return of serve in particular. The return of serve, the second most important shot in tennis after the serve, and everybody rallies a lot, don't they, when they're younger, but are they learning the most important things, which is the short backswing? Spizzirri stepping close to line before returning this second serve. Beautiful backhand return cross court, and Spizzirri hits another backhand, staying as low as Jannik Sinner. A little bit easier for him, not being quite as tall. They're into a rally down the middle. Good depth there from the backhand of Sinner, who hits a little bit lower, shorter ball. Now Sinner on his forehand, lifts up a little bit. You may have heard a slight mishit from Sinner. It's long.
It's so important for all players just to be able to adjust the length of their swing according to the situation you're in. You're receiving a ball that's much slower at 20 kilometres per hour, you've got tons of time. But if it's coming like the Sinner serve, 200 plus kilometres per hour off the serve, you don't have time. You've got to be able to adapt.
Sinner's team on their feet. They know this is an important point. Sinner did break early in the first set, but lost it. Broke early in the second set and won it. Here he is at 30-all, second game of the third set. In the night session, by the way, 10-time Aussie Open champ Novak Djokovic will look for his second milestone in the opening week. He is aiming for a 400th Grand Slam win, as Sinner has just thrown in a double faults. 400 Grand Slam wins, Mark.
That's scary.
All-time leader is Novak in both men's and women's tennis in that regard.
Spizzirri's got another break point. He's 4 from 8. Sinner is 4 from 5. Spizzirri would love to get an early breaker serve right here.
Now, Simona Vignazzi has just pointed upwards, and I think that indicates go up to your serve. Go and get it. Up, up, up. He does. First serve is landed. Spizzirri hits a good forehand return. Forehand cross-court from Spizzirri in the green. Now he's having to scramble over for a backhand, and again, it's a winner from Sinner.
Set up with a high-quality first serve. And he kept Spizzirri a long way behind the baseline. Great point. Great save. Got a quick message from Richard in Blackburn.
Hi, Richard.
Massive thanks to you all again for this year's commentary. Is fantastic. Keeps me going through the early hours of the morning. Always a pleasure to hear Candy. And I swear her laugh is cheekier than last year.
Oh.
He did use another word, but I just sanitised it a tad there.
Oh, Richard. Dickie, my new pal. All right, the time shot clock has worn out. Sinner preparing to serve at deuce. Hour and 54 minutes on the Rod Laver Rolex clock. And all to be played for still. Set a piece. Love 1. Sinner serving at deuce. Spizzirri has kept his level up. He's stretching for a backhand. That ball almost, it thought about going over the net. It didn't.
Big sigh of relief from Sinner there. He would have been caught out there if that had dribbled over. But again, a great good first 2 shots from Spizzirri. He was in control. Nice little bit of shape, got that forehand deep. Sinner did, and that forced Spizzirri to move backwards with one hand and able to control the ball. So he's faced a break point, but now he's got a game point.
You love a dribbler. That's what I heard anyway.
It's the way
it's the rumour.
It's the way I eat.
Sinner serving game point, serves down the tee. Spizzirri does get the ball back, should be over. It is now.
Good hold.
Famous line from the 1966 World Cup. If you're an England fan, you'll know exactly what I mean. They think it's all over. It is now.
The last time they won a World Cup?
Yes, thank you for pointing that out.
Sorry, I'm just...
Oh, we've got some Carota fans.
Yeah.
Of course we've got Carota fans. It's a bit of a thing, isn't it, in Italy? Because of the Jannik Sinner's red hair. There was a girl in the crowd with red hair, and she had a sign saying, "Gingers unite." The other day. I love that very much. My son is a ginger. A lot of gingers in our family. Jannik Sinner. 1 game all. Third sets. Crowd on Rod Laver Arena cannot believe their eyes here, cannot believe the level that Eliot Spizzirri has brought today. Can he keep the level up, Mark Halawati? That's the question.
Love 15.
He's going about his business. This is going to be a very, very important set. He's maintained it from the very start. Really impressed by not only his game style, his mentality and his work rate.
You gave the analogy earlier, didn't you, about the layman essentially running with a marathon runner. You know, somebody who's really good and keeping up with them for the first period, but then maybe just slightly falling away. And that's always the worry. We'll keep you posted, but right now Spizzirri looks in very good shape, serving at 15 all in this third game of the third set. Set apiece here on Rod Laver Arena. Spizzirri hits beautiful length on that backhand.
Yeah, so far they're 15 kilometres into the 42k run, and they're running shoulder to shoulder.
2 24-year-olds. One is ranked 85, one is ranked number 2. Just be very careful with the way I say ranked. Titles 24 to Sinner, 0 for Spizzirri. Grand Slam career record is 89 and 20 for Sinner. 3 and 2 for Spizzirri as he throws in another excellent serve.
High quality serving, just catching the outside of the centre line there. It's a good service game to be, nice and quick, 40-15. We'd love another big first serve and a cheap point.
Sinner's record here at the Australian Open, 124, lost 4. Spizzirri 2-0. Now Fonseca and Wu, and he's just hit an ace down the tee. Spizzirri keeps his nose out in front here. His coach on his feet. He is delighted with the way Spizzirri has conducted himself after 20 minutes in this third set.
So
it's 2-1.
Spizzirri's Auckland results probably his best tournament result.
Yeah, I think that is right. I shall confirm shortly as we go to Josh Herriott for a look around the grounds.
Yes, thank you, Candy. John Cain Arena. We are on serve currently. Thomas Marhach leads 6-5 in the fourth set, although it is 15-30, so Marhach a couple of points away from potentially taking this fourth set, which means we'll be off to a fifth set as that one just floats along. We are now at 30 all in this service game. Musetti trying to send this to a fourth set tiebreak. He leads 2-1 against Thomas Marhach on John Cain Arena.
Let's stay with you.
5-set battle today would feel like playing 10 sets almost, wouldn't it? Like it's going to take a while to recover from that.
It certainly will.
Yeah, carry on, Josh.
As that serve is just long there from Musetti, so Musetti serving to Thomas Marhach on John Cain Arena. Musetti to the forehand of Marhach, cross-court Marhach. Marhach now with a forehand down the line, and he brings up a set point here on John Cain Arena to send this to a fifth set against the fifth seed and Italian in Lorenzo Musetti, who's about to serve here to Thomas Marhach. Musetti serves to the forehand of Marhach, and it's netted at deuce. It's been a fascinating battle between these two.
Sorry to stop you there.
Sorry, Mark.
Trainer's been called out on court for
Sinner.
For Sinner. Looks like back of the leg, maybe a calf or...
As the forehand from Musetti floats long, and a second set point opportunity for Thomas Marhach.
Yeah, that match you were covering on John Cain Arena, on Rod Laver Arena. Josh, an audience, Jannik Sinner has got a 2-man medical team out. We were first wondering if it was just because it was really hot and he's suffering, but he's having
muscles.
some...
Yeah, it's got something to do with his calf, so a bit of tightness.
Right calf.
Or he's just trying to get a manicure at the change of ends, which is an awkward thing to do. Like,
oh, cross-court backhand from Thomas Marhach is superb, and he's taken the fourth set. 2 sets apiece on John Cain Arena.
Wow, Marhach now a double titleist on the ATP Tour side of things. He won Acapulco last year in February down in Mexico, and then more recently won Adelaide just before the Australian Open. So he tuned up in winning style, and now 2 sets all on Lorenzo Musetti, who, as we said earlier, is number 3 on the live rankings on the ATP side of things. Josh Heriot doing a wonderful job around the courts. We are just about to get the 4th game of the 3rd set started here. Jannik Sinner has had some treatment on his calf muscle, a right calf muscle, and maybe just also Mark Halowetti gaining some time in between, because this is very hot and it's a very, very intense 2 hours and 1 minute now between Jannik Sinner and Eliot Spizzirri of the United States.
Yes, boy, it's probably the area of the body you don't want not be working and functioning properly here. Your calf muscles, that's your landing speed, speed off the serve, power off the serve. So we'll just watch his movement over the next couple of games.
It's the right calf, so not the landing leg for a right-hander. Often it's the left leg for a right-hander, because that is the landing leg. It takes all the brunt, but it's the other one that Sinner seems to be having trouble with. We didn't see anything. Nothing was indicated that there might be a problem, Mark.
No. Maybe a little bit of tension there that's caused an issue.
He has having to run a lot, isn't he?
And it also looks like his right hand might have just cramped a little bit, or a finger just cramped a little bit there after that serve. So he may be feeling the pinch right here in the heat.
How would you prepare for this match? I presume you've got to start really working on it 24 hours before.
Yeah. Yeah, you just don't know. It's one of those things. Oh, yeah, he's in trouble here.
15 all.
Oh, gosh.
His hand is cramping up. His right hand is cramping up as well. He pulled off that shot, and then as soon as he missed that backhand by a long, long way, he's trying to loosen up his hand.
This is very concerning for the world number 2 and twice Australian Open champion. 2 hours and 3 minutes, and he's just had some medical attention on the calf. Now we are noticing the right hand is cramping. What do you do if your right hand is cramping? I don't think he's going to be good enough playing left-handed. Lands the first serve in, though. He's going big on the first shots, and we're into a rally. Cross-court backhand from Sinner, cross-court backhand from Spizzirri, who changes direction now. Spizzirri goes backhand down the line. Now a forehand into the Sinner forehand, gets the error.
And a good move from Spizzirri, sneaking in.
Sinner's in big trouble here.
Yeah, he's not looking good at all. And cramp is one of those things you just don't know when it's going to rear its ugly head.
Would have been having a lot of isotonic sports drinks, a lot of water 24 hours before. He knew what he was in for. We knew the temperature was really going to be very, very hot today. Sinner, I'm sure, was hoping for the night match. It was given to Novak Djokovic, the 10-time champion. So that means the twice defending champion having to play in the heat of the day. We believe 5 o'clock actually PM local time is going to be the hottest. It's 2:30 right now on AO Radio, live around Melbourne Park, broadcasting to the world. Please keep in touch with us. Get in touch. Ask the Booth is the form on ozopen.com. Email us aoradio.tennis.com.au. We would absolutely love to hear from you. And Sinner's just thrown in a double fault. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue.
No,
here. This is bad.
It looks like his left arm is cramping as well. So he's going into some full body cramps all over the place here. That second serve missed by a good couple of meters.
Oh my
And he's
gosh.
trying to stretch out his left arm.
Could be over.
This is not good.
Could be over. Spizzirri, meantime, has just moved to the other side. He's not messing around.
No, 2 break points here to go to 3-1 up. It's set apiece.
Sinner looks as uncomfortable as I've ever seen him before. He serves out wide, and the return is just wide. That was only 164 kilometres an hour.
He's just rolling that ball in.
Just trying to survive. But how do you survive?
Yeah.
We're not even nearly done with this match.
You get on the pickle juice. The pickle juice has been the thing for a lot of athletes with cramping.
So we've got a heat index update from the boss, Peter Mercato. It is 4.7. The maximum is 5. At 5, the roof will be closed. The match will be stopped. And I think the heat index is getting up there. We know it's going to be the hottest at 5 p.m. in about 2.5 hours. So the temperature is rising. The mercury going up and up. Spizzirri has netted a forehand. That lets Jannik Sinner off the hook. It's juice here. Sinner has just saved 2 break points despite the cramp.
And he is just tonking that forehand to get that rally finished as quickly as possible. He's over by his coaching team, stretching his arm. Spizzirri's got to see that and just go, hey, you're going to get some backhands here.
Have you played with cramp, Mark?
Oh, once or twice, but never to that level. It's horrible. It feels like you become this stiff robot.
And you're just waiting for everything to seize. You don't know when the next moment it's going to be seized. We've had a couple of retirements, haven't we, from cramping earlier in the week. Marina Staskusic was taken off the court in a wheelchair because she was cramping. Sinner, remarkably, has just hit an ace. He is incredibly resilient, isn't he? Body is shutting down, but yet Sinner is still going here. Down 1-2, third set. They have split the first two. Spizzirri was incredible in the first set. Sinner answering back in the second.
And he's maximising his time between serves here, Sinner, as well. He was ready to go, but saw on the clock he still had 20 seconds.
Here in the heat index at 4.9 out of 5. Sinner throws in a drop shot, undercooks it, back to deuce. We are going to have a commentary shift very soon. It's going to be Chris Bowers, and it's going to be Stevie Pearce. His friends call him Steve-O. But he doesn't have many of those.
Nice.
I love Steve-O.
And Sinner's got to realise this. Well, someone's got to, probably from the coaching staff, has got to tell Sinner, just stay out there as long as you can in these moments, because if the roof closes, then that just changes the...
Huge dynamic.
Yeah.
Huge dynamic. So what's going to happen next? It's 4.9 out of 5 on the heat index. Again, the roof will be closed. The match will be stopped temporarily if we get to 5, and we must be just minutes away from that happening. I wonder if Jannik Sinner knows that. I suggest he does. 2 hours and 8 minutes on the clock now. It's deuce, 1-2. Third set apiece. He just picks ones off his shoelaces off the backhand. Half volley. Sinner is into a rally. Seems to have shaken off the cramp. I don't know how. But we saw, of course, Novak Djokovic play here with a hamstring tear. These players are extraordinary people. They're not really real. It's hard to believe it, isn't it? Drop shot attempt from Spizzirri is good. Sinner amazingly gets there. It's got to be a lob. It's a raindrop lob. Sinner gets up there. He's cramping.
He's down.
Oh, you just feel for him.
His leg is gone. His right leg is cramped. His quad. And even during that rally, he was shaking off his left arm between the hits on his backhand, and he's hobbling to his towel.
Well, his physio's got a big black bag, and he's just put it over his shoulder. The physio's looking in there. There must be something he's going to get here to help Sinner out of trouble. But Sinner has got, 16 seconds before he has to serve the next point. He's hobbling. He's literally on one leg and facing a break point against him. We are going to have a commentary change very, very soon. We may have a commentary change. In fact, this match, other matches may be over by the time that Jannik Sinner steps to the line. And we've got a time violation.
Yeah, he's got a time violation.
Yeah. He's got to take it, though, because he can't walk. Got no other option.
And Darren Cahill there, just in his ear. And we've got the tournament director there.
Jerry Armstrong.
He's there, right near the tunnel. Maybe in the very next game, the roof will be closed. That'll be a couple minutes break there as well.
Yeah, Sinner just has to last here, but he's down break point in the third set.
Shake
Darren
it off,
Cahill.
baby. Shake it off.
Shake it off. One of my favourite songs. All right, the heat index has passed 5. Sinner just throws the ball up like he's just warming up his arm. He's missed it long. He cannot move.
Gone. His quad's gone again.
But this heat index, I think, is going to save Jannik Sinner. I think the roof is going to be closed after this game. Jerry Armstrong ready to call it. Throws the second serve in. Spizzirri hits a backhand return. Sinner cannot move, although he's trying his best. Great couple of backhands from Sinner. Forehand now from Sinner. Spizzirri trying to get something to happen. He's moving in here. He's going to
drop shot.
Yeah, he drop shots, and he breaks 3 games to 1 to Eliot Spizzirri over Jannik Sinner in the third set of this third round clash. We are going to have a commentary change, but don't go anywhere. An ad break first. Then Chris and Steve are going to take you home. Can Jannik Sinner continue? What's going to happen next? Your guess is as good as mine.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with cardio tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free, whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights, and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Go to ozopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
You're listening to AO Radio.
Where you're on Rod Laver Arena, of course, as we've been hearing all the action, this extraordinary contest between Spizzirri and Jannik Sinner, 1 set all, and play has been suspended due to the heat rule. And Jannik Sinner has just left the arena. He tried to leave by one side of the court and then was taken off to the other side of the court. He's been cramping, struggling with arms, with legs, with quads, with just about every part of his body, and was eventually broken right in the end there in that fourth game of the third set by Eliot Spizzirri. And the American has the ascendancy, but that's only half the story here on Rod Laver Arena this afternoon. It's a hot old day, the roof is closing, the lights are coming on. Will the match reset? Can Jannik Sinner respond from this and recover physically from what was a really, really difficult moment for him? Steve Pearce now with you in commentary on AO Radio on this beautiful, sunny, but super hot Saturday afternoon. Alongside me is Chris Bowers. Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon, Steve. And isn't this dramatic? I mean, the question is, has the break come early enough to help Sinner? Because had it been 3-1, once it all 3-1, thank you. And Sinner was totally fit, I would have said, yeah, he's fine. But when you get that kind of seizing up, that can do damage.
Certainly can.
Now, Sinner got off extremely lightly in the last but one major, Wimbledon, where he was 2 sets to love down against Grigor Dimitrov, who was playing the match of his life, and then Dimitrov's shoulder went.
Yes, exactly.
Now, this is interesting, because this is a perfect intervention for Sinner.
Let's get across to, while play is being suspended and the roof is being closed here due to the heat rule, let's check in with Josh on events and other heat rules and roofs and all sorts of stuff around Melbourne Park. Josh.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Just a quick score update on Cain Arena. Lorenzo Musetti up a break and has just held serve as well. So 2-love in the 5th set there. And Steve, play is being suspended on all the outside courts as well. And so court 5 is now suspended, court 6 suspended, and they're just suspending play on Kia Arena. So they had to do that at various different points of each match, and we are going to get the roof shut on Cain Arena too, likewise Margaret Court Arena. So play suspended on all the outside courts with that heat stress scale hitting 5, so play suspended, and the roof being shut on Cain Arena, Margaret Court Arena, and of course Rod Laver Arena.
Exactly, Josh. And
can I just point out that you have to, if there isn't something immediate like rain, you have to play an even number of games. So they will stop at, well, for example, on ANZ it's 4-all final set. On court 5 it's 2-love final set. So it's always going to have to be a multiple of 2 games in the set, so that it's, fair conditions.
And we are at, in a minute, Eliot Spizzirri is going to come out and serve at 3. Well, in a minute, that's just a phrase. It's not actually a minute. It's going to be a few more minutes than that. He's going to serve at 3-1 here on Rod Laver Arena, with the double defending champion in some trouble, but Chris, this is definitely going to reset proceedings, isn't it, now that the roof is closed?
Well,
it's
what's
going to cool
interesting
things
is
off.
that there's a word up which says play suspended, and the word suspended means that he's free to talk to his coach. I'm assuming he's also free to have some physiotherapy. His physio will be working very, very hard on those legs, and possibly his arms as well. just looking at some replays of when he cramped on that penultimate point.
It was pretty nasty, and of course got the violation for exceeding the time.
And the time violation will carry on. So if he were to violate that again, it's unlikely. He doesn't generally go that close. But it means next time he loses a first serve.
Yep. He was stretching out that... I mean, it was all parts of his body, really, wasn't it, that were being hit. The American didn't seem to be as affected at all, didn't have that cramp impact.
He played 5 sets in the last round.
Yep. He was handling the heat.
And in fact, you know what? I tell you, I watched that match against Wu Yibing.
Yep.
And Wu Yibing came back from 2 sets to love against Spizzirri to get back to final set. And midway through the final set, cramped.
There you go.
Happened in 2 successive matches to Spizzirri's opponent.
Who's looking in pretty good shape. Of course, played at the University of Texas, so is not unused, which isn't a word, to hot weather. As we are experiencing here. I've got to tell you, of course, I live in Melbourne, have done for 25 years, and we've experienced some blisteringly hot and unpleasant summer's days. It's actually not that. It's hot.
Feel massively hot.
But it's not one of those brutally hot days.
No.
Now, I'm not suggesting, as I said to Chris, that I want to go out and play tennis for 2 odd hours in the sunshine, but...
Watching Sinner walking down the corridor on the camera, he's hobbling down the corridor.
Yeah. It's hard to shake that off that quickly, you would think. It's only been, 5 or 6 minutes since. Let's see what he looks like walking back into Rod Laver Arena here. He is not moving brilliantly. He's looking a little ginger.
Yeah, apparently the peak of the day is going to hit about 5-6 o'clock today.
Yeah.
When we'll get 39 or 40 Celsius.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be 43 on Tuesday.
It is. But that can just be a blowy northerly wind. I'm not playing that down.
No.
That can be pretty hot. But.
And then it will start the cool change will come in while we're asleep. At least I hope we'll be asleep.
Yeah. And it is usual in Melbourne for the top temperature on a hot day to be around that 5 or 6 o'clock. That is not unusual. So Jannik Sinner now, of course, will not have to deal with that extreme heat, nor will Eliot Spizzirri either. But we'll have to see now how Jannik Sinner responds. He's coming right down to the commentary box to say hi to Chris and me. Gives us a little wave.
I'd like to see how Spizzirri reacts, because how does he play? Does he carry on with his game? Does he throw in a couple of early drop shots to see if Sinner can move?
What would you suggest?
I think he should try it. Try it pretty early. As we saw from that last point of the before they closed the roof, Sinner can still hit some very, very good shots. But question is, how much can he move?
How much can he move? We're about to find out as we get back underway here on Rod Laver Arena, and not the most confidence boosting of starts for Sinner, who is not moving well and didn't even attempt to get to that 1-2 punch from Spizzirri there to get things away at 15 love.
It's possible he'll have written off this set and he'll just say, I need to use the rest of the set just to get my legs working again and try and win in straight from, is it? Very nice forehand winner. Try and win in 2 straight sets from 2 sets to 1 down.
Or there's of course multiple options here, or he just needs a little bit of time to just get things moving again and recover from that cramping situation that he had before the roof was closed. Beautiful ace out wide from Spizzirri there, and 30-15.
Keep your messages coming to us. We've got a few of them weather related. Either go to the Ask the Booth form or email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
Spizzirri serves here out wide. Sinner gets a backhand defensive racket onto this, and on the run he makes a forehand and waits for the mistake off the American's racket, which comes from the baseline, flying well beyond the baseline.
I thought that was a nervous forehand from Spizzirri. It's almost like sort of, this is my match, but I've just got to play my cards right. It's not that simple. I think he needs to assume that Sinner is fully fit.
I would, yeah. Now, if the sun was still out and the roof was still open, maybe not, and if he was hobbling, but he's not hobbling right now. He's not looking beautiful.
I think
he's not hobbling.
Movement will improve.
Yeah, I would have thought. Backhand is beautiful from Sinner down the line. Just stand and deliver, stepped inside the baseline and went bang for a break point.
30-40.
Yeah, we might well see Sinner teeing off on anything that he can get his racket on.
Why not? It was there, wasn't it?
It was a short serve.
Spizzirri sets himself and serves, facing break point. Can't make that ball in as it cannons into our commentary box window here Picked up on the half volley by the ball kid. Spizzirri second serve. There's the backhand from Sinner. Just moving to this, tries to pull the trigger on a forehand cross and could not have hit it better, Jannik Sinner. And he just breaks straight back. That's why he is the double defending champion. And we're back on serve here in this third set, under the roof on Rod Laver Arena.
Yeah, that was actually slightly worrying from the perspective of Spizzirri, because he served out wide to the backhand, which is a good tactic, and then instead of going to the forehand, he just rather lamely put it mid-court, which allowed Sinner to get back in and hit that forehand passing shot winner.
And he's now standing rather than sitting down, as
he won't sit down for a while.
He is just taking an opportunity to stretch out both legs, one after the other, on the chair. And now the whatever you call that when you pull your leg up behind your hammy. It's got a name, I'm sure, in physio terms. Anyway, I think
hamstring stretch.
Hamstring stretch, should we call it? Yeah, nicely done, Chris. A hamstring stretch. And now the back stretch, touch your toes, touch the shoelaces, ready to go, no sit down. Still not looking like he's moving brilliantly, but improving.
So we see how he serves now.
It will be interesting.
We had a message from Kate in Bentonville, Arkansas. Kate says, "This will break my heart. Sinner only cramps like this in these conditions. I'm in northwest Arkansas visiting my granddaughter and her parents, waiting for the frozen apocalypse to begin here. Expecting 10 to 18 inches of snow where I am. Temperatures could hit minus 22 Celsius.
Wow, what a difference in temperature between 40 and minus 22. Even I can do that. 62 degrees difference. That could be a record for us on AO Radio, maybe. Okay, into this rally to kick off this sixth game here, and it's Spizzirri who makes the first mistake, and Sinner can come back to the baseline here. Just ticked over 2 hours and 23 minutes on court. That's including that little break that we just had, and the fans, of course, are much happier. That's another component of shutting the roof, because the atmosphere inside Rod Laver Arena makes it much more fan-friendly. Into the net goes Spizzirri here.
It's more subdued at the moment.
15 all. It is subdued, yeah. Yep.
I mean, if you want to walk somewhere in a crowded Rod Laver Arena today, you just have to head for the sun, because there are vast expanses of area where the sun is shining with no shade nearby. They are empty.
It's a funny old thing, isn't it? It's kind of the big middle Super Saturday. It's kind of usually the biggest attendance, and it will probably be the smallest because
it'll suffer a little bit.
It's much emptier out there today than any other day that I've walked into the venue. Much emptier. Still, a nice good crowd, but not anywhere near as packed. People have heeded, I think, the warnings. A double fault there from Sinner, finds himself at 15:30. Heeded the warnings to stay away, look after yourself, drink loads, and I think maybe there's a couple of people instead of the ground passes watching on telly, maybe sitting by their pool today, possibly listening to AO Radio as well.
One hopes so.
Why wouldn't you?
One hopes so.
Why wouldn't you? So this is an interesting little moment here. So Sinner's come straight out, broken straight back, but now finds himself under a little bit of pressure. His first service game since that horrible situation when he was cramping with the roof open. 15:30 serves, forehand from Spizzirri is good, clips the tape and flies wide from Sinner. A couple of break points for the American.
Do you know, it's the word that comes to mind is phony war. You know, the first few months of the Second World War, where war had been declared, but not a lot was happening. This feels like a phony match at the moment. It's a weird thing to say, because Sinner is struggling to get his movement, and Spizzirri doesn't quite know how to play.
No. Probably a little bit distracted by it, but can he take his chance here? It's a missed serve going down the middle by Sinner.
He's back up to 184 kilometres. That's a decent serve.
It'll be a second serve on break point as Sinner serves, and running around this Spizzirri makes an absolute hash of that, getting out of the way of that serve, put a forehand into the net.
I tell you, the closing of the roof has affected both of them. Spizzirri is not playing the same way. There's a lack of intensity about the way he's playing.
Change of focus. Of course, there was an enforced break, about 10 minutes while the roof was shut. Both players went off court. And both players So they've come back a little bit flat. Of course, Sinner was anyways just trying to get his movement going again. But Spizzirri here has got to try and take his chance. Onto the backhand, gets this one back into play, then runs onto a forehand. Big looping forehand. Sinner's okay at the moment. Side to side, Spizzirri's moving him around. Not throwing in anything much different at the moment. Onto the backhand, staying on the Sinner backhand. Stays there, dumps it in the net, the American, and 2 golden chances slip by. Juice.
Yeah, they are golden chances because I just get the feeling that Sinner is moving a little bit better now. He's still bending over. I don't think we're going to see him sitting down until at least the 4th set, the changes of ends, but I think he's getting the movement back into his body, and the temperature out there will have cooled.
It'd be interesting to know how much it's cooled by on Rod Laver Arena. I think just shutting the roof and letting a bit of air conditioning take in would take, what, 6-7 degrees off it, probably?
I would say more than that.
More? Serving here out wide, Spizzirri gets that forehand, lands it near the baseline. Sinner did pretty well. Onto the backhand cross. The pair go. That's well wide from Spizzirri, and he's fluffing his lines here.
He is.
The American. He won't get a better chance than what he's got right here under the roof against Jannik Sinner, but Sinner has game point for 3-all.
Yeah. And he played such a good 5th set against Wu Yibing in the last round when Wu was cramping.
But he's not doing the business here. He was kind of handed the break when Sinner just rolled in just before the roof
He's
shut.
handed the break points in this game as well.
He was, but on both those break points, he put 2 unforced errors into the unforced error column.
Just basically rallying. I don't think he can just simply rally.
Jumps into this backhand, goes straight back at the Sinner backhand, and he stays on that same shot. Does Spizzirri. Now low over the net centrally, puts a bit more height on that on the forehand, and on the run Spizzirri plays a slice backhand. So does Sinner, lands that very deep. Spizzirri deals with that okay. Sinner now beginning to move Spizzirri around, but on that occasion the Italian got that all wrong on the forehand and dumped it into the bottom of the net.
Yes. I'm still looking for the first drop shot since the break.
Hasn't happened.
In fairness, Sinner's been keeping up a reasonable length, so there hasn't been an obvious shot to play, but I can't help feeling there needs to be a drop shot sometime, just if only to test Sinner's movement.
Chris Bowers, Steve Pearce, Josh Herriot with you on AO Radio this afternoon. We'll check in with Josh in a tick to see how things are looking around the venue as Sinner serves. Spizzirri does pretty well to get this back into play, but it's sat up short ball for Jannik Sinner to hammer it away on the forehand and set himself up for a game point.
Advantage Sinner.
He's a fighter, is Sinner. We've got used to him winning matches from a fairly commanding position, but don't forget his first title here 2 years ago was from 2-0 down in the final against Daniil Medvedev.
And you don't get to the highest echelons of the game without being a fighter as well as a flipping good player.
And the roof will remain closed for the rest of this match.
Yes.
That's been the rule since this stadium opened in 1988.
Serving out wide, the backhand from Spizzirri was pretty good. Actually, he goes back behind Sinner on the run with the forehand. Clean winner down the line.
Yeah, the return was right on the sideline, but it's the first time that Spizzirri's tried something to really test Sinner's physicality, and that was much better. That was much more convincing from Spizzirri. I think he's just got to assume that his opponent is fully fit. And that's hard. And maybe I should be praising him for not playing a drop shot, because if he wouldn't have played it against a fully fit opponent, why play one now? But I do think he needs to test it at some stage.
Serving his Sinner finds the net cord. I don't think there would have been any harm in your tactic, though, of trying it out in the first couple of games, while Sinner is clearly trying to get his body back to, I don't know, 90% anyway. Surely would have been worth throwing in, but he hasn't. Sinner serves an ace out wide. Beautifully done. Can just be admired. Game point again.
You see, he has the big serves, and therefore that can carry him to a couple of tie breaks if necessary. He will be hard to break, especially if he cuts out the errors.
Especially once he gets back into a bit of a rhythm here under the roof, with no weather to worry about. Anyway, evenly poised, 1 set all, and Sinner with a point here for 3-all in the third. Serves down the middle, looking for the tee serve, just too long. Second serve from the Italian. Lands this in. Jumping into the backhand is Spizzirri. Then he goes cross-court with the forehand. Just made that. Just landed on the line. And Sinner made good ground to make the forehand, but going cross-court found the net.
Yeah, a bit lucky there, Spizzirri, because he didn't hit that forehand cross-court cleanly. But perhaps because it wasn't clean, it did just land on the sideline rather than drift wide. Long game, this.
Certainly is. Must be cracking on 8 minutes.
We're over 8 minutes.
There you go.
Cheryl in Sheffield, Massachusetts says, does the booth think Spizzirri might have a heat advantage from playing 4 years of college tennis in Texas? Well, you did mention that, Steve, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful ace down the middle from Sinner. Of course, that heat advantage, though, of course, now goes out the window.
Yeah. The only issue is how much damage there is in Sinner's legs.
Yes,
and how quickly can he recover?
Obviously, we can't answer that. All we can say is he's still moving at a percentage that is below 75, I'd say.
Well, it's not what we're used to.
Yes, okay, that's another way of putting it. He's got a game point here. Sinner serves, looks for the ace, finds it down the middle, and that is the game of a champion of the sport and a double defending champion. Jannik Sinner, he's found a way to dig himself out of an awkward moment there, aided by some slightly inept play from Eliot Spizzirri when he had the opportunity on break point, but he didn't take it. 3 games all in this third set. Seem to be having a little bit of a break here.
Well, we've come back for 2 games since the roof was closed. They've both gone to Sinner. Jody in the US asks, why in the world don't they just close the roof for all matches on a day when they absolutely know that the temperatures are going to be ridiculously hot like this? Because, Jody, they have a rule that this tournament was the first to have a roof, and it had a roof policy. And actually, I think that they adhere to their roof policy very well here. I think there are an awful lot of decisions taken at other places on the basis of, oh, let's, there might be some rain coming, let's close the roof. And I think it's right that they do it, especially as it only takes 10 minutes to close.
I think so as well, and ostensibly it's an outdoor tournament.
Jody says there's something to be said for prevention.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think with the heat, though,
Ready? Thank you.
I think with the heat, you've got to wait for it to hit what you think. You can't. I mean, I don't want to tell you about weather forecasters, but they're not necessarily 100% reliable, as in many parts of the world. They do a fabulous job, of course, but occasionally they do get it wrong. Spizzirri here with a forehand opportunity, and he does enough to earn the points. I think you've got to wait for it. I think you've got to wait for the temperature.
Yes, I think you have. Also, the 4 slams have different characters, and one of the things about Melbourne is that you can get 40-degree days.
Yep.
In America, 28 degrees could be as bad as 40 degrees here because it's so humid.
That's right.
In New York. That was a very interesting last point. I'll tell you why in a second.
Just bunted back by Sinner, finds this near the baseline, though. Pretty good stuff. Nice cross as well, defensively from Spizzirri, but unable to keep that in the court.
Spizzirri on that first point ran Sinner around. And when Sinner is pushed wide, he's just pushing the ball back. So that, for me, is the tactic. I'm just a little worried that Spizzirri's playing too safe.
Let's see what he does here at 15 all. Looks for the ace out wide, unable to find it into the tram lines. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Sinner. Here's another backhand from Sinner. It's a slice low over the net. Spizzirri does the same. Little drop shot from Sinner brings Spizzirri up to the net, and he's equal to it. The American puts away the backhand volley at the net. Nice coverage.
Yeah, he ran down the drop shot easily. I wonder whether that would have been a perfect case for a drop shot in answer to a drop shot. Because when he ran forward for the drop shot, Spizzirri went down the line, straight back to Sinner. As it happens, he read the cross-court backhand to put away the volley easily, but could have given away the advantage then.
Serving here out wide. He's got a chance for a 1-2 punch. Takes it, Eliot Spizzirri. Nicely done into the open court. 40-15 and points here for a 4-3 lead in the third. He still looked calm.
He does, and I don't want to be too critical of him. I'm describing what I'm seeing, but he's having to basically come up with a completely new game plan now.
Spizzirri serves to the backhand of Sinner, who pushes this straight down the middle of the court. Slice horribly wide from Jannik Sinner. And Spizzirri holds 4-3 on serve in this third set. 1 set all. Josh, bring us up to date with all matters of happenings around Melbourne Park.
Yes, thank you very much, Steve. Just watching this match on Cain Arena, and it is Lorenzo Musetti who's up a break of serve in the 5th set. And Steve, just getting word as well that play on all the outside courts has been suspended until 5:30. So that's when we'll get another assessment, I guess, to see if play can resume on those outside courts. So 5:30 is the golden time for play to either resume or be delayed again on the outside courts. As I bid you farewell, because Kate's coming into the chair for me.
Righty-ho. Well, that is an eminent replacement for you, Josh, but thanks for all your work today, Josh. Josh Herriot exiting the around the courts hosting chair. He'll go off and do some other things now, I'm sure, because everyone stays pretty busy at the Australian Open. Kate Kearns will come in. She'll be joining the commentary team shortly. Chris, we're seeing Jannik get some treatment.
Yeah, he's allowed treatment for cramp at changes of ends, but he can't take any injury time out for it. So the masseur was massaging both his thighs.
He's coming back to us, looking okay right in front of us in the commentary box here, accepting some balls from the ball kids. Didn't seem to, there was no stressful look on his face particularly, and seemed to be moving okay. So we'll see if he settles back into things.
I think he knows the challenge.
3-4. Just taking his time as some people take their seats, and the shot clock goes down to 5, 4, 3, and he's ready. Serves, goes to the backhand of Spizzirri, and it's going to float, land in, and the flat forehand cross-court from Sinner didn't look so good.
Well, no, he was going for a big winning shot on the 3rd stroke of the rally, and the moment he missed that, he very much hobbled. The knees aren't bending at the moment.
And put weight onto that left leg, and it didn't seem to receive that weight very well. It just didn't move, did it? Just looked very stuck to the spot. Okay, interesting. Love 15. We won't over-dramatise it, but he is certainly struggling with movement still a bit here. Sinner, as he serves onto the forehand. Well picked up on the half volley, Sinner. Spizzirri comes in, though, puts away the short ball with a lovely backhand down the line.
Yeah. Now, good, well played from Spizzirri, and he played a standard game there, a standard, point. But that tells me that the drop shot has to be on.
Yeah.
I don't want to go on about it. I'm just surprised that 3 games, this is the 4th game since they've had the roof closed. He hasn't tried it once yet.
Love 30 here, so Sinner's got to try and deliver something on this service game. Goes for the big ace, finds it down the middle. That's a go-to shot for him right now.
Up to 190 kilometres, 191 that one. So he's cranking up the serve.
Yeah, so the power is coming through.
You can't do that without a push-off of the legs.
No, correct.
The question is, what does it do to his legs afterwards?
But the push over the leg on the big forehand cross, it's different landing points and slightly different movement through the body. 15-30 here. Serves, looks for the big ace down the middle, finds it again. We won't call it a free point. I did listen to your discussion with Mike Cain the other day, but it's certainly a very nice cheap point.
Yes, I much prefer cheap point. It's not that I disagree with Mike, although I do. It's the fact that I think it's a better term.
It's not that I disagree with Mike, but I do. Serving here at 30 all, and the forehand for the 1-2 punch. He's looking very ginger. He's really not moving well, but he's doing enough. His tennis nous is digging himself out of this. 40-30.
My choice was, do I disagree with Mike Cain or with Goran Ivanisevic?
Yeah, well, I know which one I'd choose. Sorry, Mike.
So I judged the merits of the argument.
Wise man. Got to play the politics. And the physics sometimes as well. 40-30 here. Jannik Sinner looking to level things up at 4-all in the 3rd. Good heavy serving from the Italian. The ground strokes not really needed in that service game, which is just as well, because when he did hit a ground stroke, it didn't look too crash hot. It's just ticked past 3 o'clock. If you're watching as Jannik Sinner moves to the corner of the court where his towel box is and stretches out the legs, the thighs, the calves, and the hammies, and pretty much everything.
Stretching out his wrist.
Well, he did get cramping in his wrist and his arm and his hand before the roof was closed, and you don't recover from those sorts of things like a click of a finger, do you? So Just bending down a little bit there as he waits to receive and makes this on the backhand, forcing Spizzirri back onto his heels. On the run, Spizzirri digs that out in the forehand. Cross court goes Sinner, sees the opportunity. Spizzirri's there to cover off things, all manner of things. Goes with the backhand very deep, picked up on the half volley by Sinner. Opposite corner, forcing Sinner to move and run around. He didn't enjoy that. Skidding Sinner, put the forehand into the net, and now he hobbles a little bit as well as he moves away from that. 15-shot rally.
Marcus in Melbourne can confirm that there are people listening to AO Radio by the pool.
Excellent, Marcus. Thank you. My image of you sitting by the pool with a nice cold drink, listening to us, maybe with the telly on as well. I think that's okay. Turn the sound down, though. Serving here out wide.
Can you delay the telly so that because the satellites are in different positions, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you can. Can't you? Can't you pause it and then just line it up?
Probably.
I believe so. That's what my family does in England, but I suppose they're watching on... What do you watch it on in England? Spizzirri serves onto the forehand of Sinner. Good response. Onto another forehand from the Italian. Same from the American. Both is behind the back of the court. Then the backhand from Sinner, who's still trying to stretch out those legs, finds the net. I was meaning, it's on Sky Sports? Is that who covers it?
The British rights are now TNT.
TNT.
Which is part of the Warner Brothers Discovery Group.
Oh, yeah.
Now that they've retired the name Eurosport. In Britain.
Onto the... It's a lovely, lovely forehand down the line from Jannik Sinner, just using the pace of the serve and guiding it down deep into 30-50.
Louise is sitting in the sunshine on my back patio listening to AO Radio and watching the match with no sound.
Oh, lovely, Louise.
Glad the ball boys and ball girls are no longer kneeling on a blistering hot court surface.
Yes, that's true.
Hope Sinner had lots of pickle juice.
Is Louise in Melbourne?
Manly in Sydney.
Manly. So we've had a lot of shark trouble recently.
Wow. North side of the heads.
Beautiful spot.
Yes.
Lovely spot. Thanks for the message, Louise. That's just long. The forehand strays long from Eliot Spizzirri.
I was in Manly a couple of weeks ago.
30 all.
To Shelley's Beach.
Oh, yes, that's a
lovely
great spot.
walk along. If you go onto Manly Beach and then just walk along to Shelley's Beach. Very, very nice.
Stunning part of the world if you get a chance to go.
One of the many, 200 or so communities that make up Sydney.
Big point here, 4 all, 30 all in this third set. Sinner looking energised, spinning the racket, moves out wide, gets a racket onto this, but cannot control it. And then again, just trying to stretch the legs out. So Spizzirri doing the right thing there, taking Sinner out wide. As a game point for 5-4.
Yes, and for me this is very important because with Sinner serving better now, Spizzirri needs to hold serve.
He looks for the ace down the middle like Jannik did in the previous game, but he can't find it. So it'll be a second serve here for Eliot. Serves onto the backhand of Sinner, who found a really nice angle cross court. Must have been right on the line.
Must have been right on the line because I looked at that and assumed it was out.
Yeah, but the response from Spizzirri flies just long, so we find ourselves at deuce and 4 all.
This is very tight. This is where Sinner could get out of jail.
Yeah, and where his experience and skill. We might just nip across to Josh. We've got a match point.
We certainly have, Steve, on John Cain Arena. I'll just keep going. It's Lorenzo Musetti, the 5th seed, with 2 match points. It's 5-2 in the 5th, and he really has played well in this last set. Serves so well, and serving now for the match. First serve, Musetti down to the backhand of Mahatch. Forehand, Musetti, backhand, Musetti cross court, and Mahatch with the backhand cross court again. Backhand down the line, Musetti. Forehand cross court, Musetti. Mahatch finds the net, and it's Musetti who's through to the 4th round here at the Australian Open.
Great stuff, thank you, Kate.
I'm letting the umpire call that score there, but it was 6-2 in the 5th.
Lovely job, brilliant stuff. Lorenzo Musetti through, good stuff for the Italians. Things are looking a little better for the Italians as Lorenzo Musetti moves through, and Jannik Sinner is certainly in better shape, Chris Bowers, than he was 20 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, it's relative.
Yeah, it is.
He's a long way off his best. Spizzirri having to save a break point then, and he saved it very well. But he needs to string those together.
Spizzirri here on Rod Laver Arena, under the roof now with the heat policy in place, much to Jannik Sinner's delight. Jannik Sinner goes back behind Spizzirri with a delightful forehand cross.
Yes. And you know, this whole situation reminds me of that cliche in tennis of, oh, well, I'm the underdog, I'll just go out, I've got nothing to lose. That's true until you have got something to lose, until you get yourself into a winning position. And Spizzirri's in a winning position, and I'm afraid he's not handling it well at the moment. But I'm not saying it's easy.
It's not. Spizzirri serves out wide, but it's too wide. Break point here for Sinner, and if he can break, he serves for a 2-1 lead. Well, he's not going to break like that. That's a horrible shot.
Came off the frame and went way wide of the doubles line.
That was one of my backhands.
I mean, what Spizzirri's doing at the moment is just playing ordinary tennis. He's trying not to make mistakes, and that's setting Sinner up, actually, for some winners.
Yep.
Whereas if Spizzirri were to play the tennis he played in the two and a bit sets before they closed the roof, I think Sinner could be in serious trouble here.
So we're at deuce 4-all. It's been a super long game as well. Serves out wide, finds the ace here, Spizzirri, and can he close this out with a game point? 4-5-4. Still, as you've made the point a couple of times, no real variety on trying to move Sinner around up and down the court rather than side to side. Still, that hasn't been injected into the Americans' game. He's happy to play this game plan against Sinner. Let's see if it works out for him here, trying to hold. Sinner meets this with a forehand, then Sinner goes with the backhand cross court. Spizzirri happy to rally from the back of the court at the moment. Sinner moving okay in this point, makes his own backhand from the back. No great depth from either player at the moment. Can Sinner do something? Tries to create a bit of an angle, low over the net. Spizzirri on the run with the forehand. That's out from the American.
Yes, it was also the wrong direction from Spizzirri. Having got the cross-court forehand, the obvious shot for him was down the line, because Sinner's not moving quickly to those. Sinner's footwork is getting better, and in a way that is the key. He's still moving very, very gingerly between points, but while the ball's in play, the adrenaline is flowing, and if he can keep his footwork going, he will make fewer mistakes on his ground strokes.
4-all, back to deuce. We go for the fourth time. Lots of fours. Deuce, which of course is 40-40, 4-all, and deuce number 4. Serving here, and Sinner's backhand from inside the baseline is uncontrolled, flies long, and Spizzirri has another game point.
I have to wonder, if Sinner were to go out today, would that be good for the tournament or bad? I mean, it'd be part of the tournament, it'd be a great story for today, but
would it be
where
good
does
or
that
bad?
leave
Well,
week 2?
Would be a thing.
We've lost the 7th seeds. That's the highest seed to go out, but we have the top 6 in both men's and women's still left.
Intriguing question, which we'll come to in just a minute. Can Spizzirri close out this 9th game? We shall see. Backhand, we can't like that. That backhand down the line had too much inside out going on it, and it skidded away well into the tram lines. In the end, we return to deuce for the 5th time.
Yes, it was the right choice of shot from Spizzirri. I like what he was doing there, because Sinner was camped in his backhand corner. The backhand down the line was a good stroke. It was just horribly off target.
8.5 minutes, and we're no nearer deciding who's going to win this game. This pivotal game. Serving here, Sinner out wide, good forehand. Another mistake from Spizzirri.
And you know, Spizzirri's legs didn't move on that one. There was a good serve out wide, cross-court forehand from Sinner, and Spizzirri should have set himself for a comfortable forehand. He was hitting that forehand down the line in the first 2 sets without thinking about it. He's now starting to think.
So break point for the 3rd time for Jannik Sinner for a 5-4 lead. Spizzirri serves, looking to go out wide, finds only a fault.
Missed too many first serves in this game.
Second serve for the American. It's a double, and that is a great moment for Jannik Sinner, who now has the opportunity to serve for the 3rd set, and just trying to get a little bit of crowd on his side as well. Will he take a seat? Chris has predicted no, and I would suggest Chris is probably right.
Well, he'll only take a seat if the the trainer is out, but I think Jannik would rather stand up than sit down to have a massage, because I think he has more to gain from just getting the feeling back in his legs. We had a message.
He's had a couple of swigs of water, but nothing more than that. We haven't seen any pickle, the old favourite, the pickle juice, being imbibed on court. He's stretching out the leg now using the high part of his seating apparel.
Yeah, that's the hamstring stretches. Madhumita in New Delhi says, I seem to remember Sinner cramping at the US Open once, and even last year when he lost to Griekspoor in Shanghai. How would he be preparing for such a match knowing this? So Madhumita asks, could he not be given the night session at Margaret Court Arena as double defending champion? I mean, look, the two big names in the top half of the draw are Sinner and Djokovic, and they were both going to play on Laver, and therefore the question was who gets the day and who gets the night.
Yep.
Djokovic played in the day last time, so he gets the night this time. Doesn't always work like that, but
no.
How would he prepare for it? I think he'd have prepared as per normal. He'd have drunk an awful lot.
Yeah, and he would know. I mean, they know down to the nth degree what the temperature's going to be, what the impact that's going to be on his body and his game, and what the plan is, and probably what stage the roof might be. I mean, they will have thought of every single possible detail. Serving then for the third set and a 2-1 lead, Jannik Sinner. And it'll be a long way back for Spizzirri if he can't find a way to break the Sinner serve here. Backhands from the Italian, low over the net. Slice that time from the American, also low. There's another slice from him, running round onto the forehand. Sinner puts a bit more onto that. Then there's another forehand. Good depth from the Italian. At the moment, Spizzirri staying in it, but he's getting defensive more and more and more. And finally, the defensive slice flies too long from the American. 15-love.
Steve from Maryland is waiting for the snowstorm to dump 2 feet of snow this weekend all over the place. This is my first Sinner match on AO Radio for the tournament. Don't want him to retire because I want to listen to more Sinner matches. Well, there you go. That's a legitimate point of view. Thank you, Steve.
There's an interesting piece on the front page of the BBC's website today. I saw where,
Yes.
is the Sinner-Alcaraz dominance good for tennis or
Is it
bad?
making it boring? Yes, I know.
You people are taking the view that it's not necessarily good for tennis. We need a bit more in there, but Sinner there walloping a beautiful backhand cross-court for a clean winner, 30-love.
Yes, I read that article, and I'm not one of them.
No.
I
didn't think you would be, actually.
No, I just think...
I think
Sinner and Alcaraz are a fantastic... Tennis lives off rivalries, and you've got two guys at the top of the men's game who are a contrast in styles, contrast in personalities, contrast in build. They're just wonderful, and you never know, even on the surface. I thought last year that Sinner would be unbeatable on hard courts and Alcaraz would be unbeatable on clay and grass. And it was only 50% that way.
And they're not unbeatable, to be fair. They did have a pretty good year last year, though, and the year before. Forehand here from Spizzirri, from well behind the baseline. Sinner seems to still be in control of this rally, though. Looks to increase the angle, forcing Spizzirri wide. There's a couple of backhands from him. And then Sinner goes back behind and gets the mistake from the American as he took his hand off the racket. Tried to slice that back into play, but no good. And Sinner has earned himself 3 set points here to turn this set back around on his terms. He's been cramping all parts of his body. We've seen the roof closed, and slowly but surely Sinner has wrested control and looks now to take a firm grip on this match with 3 set points.
Yeah, and he's doing what he does really well now, just not making any mistakes. Got enough movement in his legs to be totally reliable.
Sinner serves out wide, a beautiful ace from Jannik Sinner. The double defending champion is going nowhere and leads by 2-1 on Rod Laver Arena.
2-1.
Yes, and now I think he's going to take a bathroom break.
10 minutes, I'll keep talking.
It's a 10-minute one because of the heat policy, that's right.
But does that apply when they've got the air conditioning on? We've had a very good message from Lollies from New York City.
Lollies.
With the roof closed, is there air conditioning in Rod Laver Arena? If so, how cool can they set it? I mean, that I don't know the answer to that, Lolly, but you raise a very interesting point. Because
Ladies and gentlemen, because the extreme heat rule is in effect, players are allowed a 10-minute break after this set. The set that just finished, 10-minute break starting now.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? Once you've actually got the roof shut,
Well,
you've
yes.
brought the temperature back down to a normal...
And I suspect
sort
that
of weird.
Jannik Sinner will go straight onto the massage table. have a very, very thorough massage.
Pop to the bathroom for 25 seconds and then...
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it's anyway, one of those anomalies. But Jannik Sinner here has reset and now has taken a dominant position in this match. This will be a very, very tough mountain for Eliot Spizzirri to climb. We'll take a little 90-second breather to give you a chance to open a cool drink or make a nice hot cup of tea, and we'll be back with more on this beautiful Saturday afternoon from Melbourne on AO Radio shortly.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
It is the sound of summer on AO Radio. That's what we do. Sound of summer as we bring you the Australian Open right around the country, right around the world. Here, Chris Bowers, Steve Pearce with you on AO Radio. It's 2-1. Jannik Sinner is now in a slightly more comfortable position. Let's check some other scores with Kate Kearns. Hello, Kate.
Hey, Steve. Yes, we've got Ben Shelton playing Vacherot on Margaret Arena. Early stages of that first set on serve 4-3. We've just had a really interesting shot by Vacherot, which was a very defensive bump back, but it had that much spin on it and almost caught Shelton out at the back of the court. And yes, there was many faces being pulled there. It's interesting because Vacherot, he's 3-zip on against lefties, so he'd be fancying himself against Shelton today and is playing well at this stage.
Great stuff. Thank you, Kate. Kate Kearns keeping us in touch with that contest between Vacherot and Shelton. So we're in a slightly elongated break between sets because the heat rule is in place. So rather... can't think of the word. Anyway, let's talk about
appropriately.
Appropriately.
Yes.
Thank you. That's exactly the word. That's why Chris is sitting alongside me. Ethan had a chance. Ethan from the AO Radio team had a chance to catch up with Dr. Carolyn Broderick, who's Chief Medical Officer for Tennis Australia, talking about the heat stress scale.
We measure all the environmental parameters on site, so we measure the factors that make up heat stress, which is air temperature in the shade, radiant heat, which is really the heat of the sun, but also reflected heat from the court, wind speed and humidity. So they're the four environmental things that we measure on site, on our stadia court and on our outside court. But I think the really unique aspect of the Australian Open heat stress scale is the fact that it also incorporates tennis-specific things, and that is the average metabolic heat production in a tennis player. So heat doesn't just come from the environment, it comes from internally as well. And it also takes into account the clothes that they wear and the evaporative resistance of the clothes. So in order to lose heat, the main mechanism in this hot, dry conditions is to evaporate sweat. And if you've got clothes that impede the evaporation of sweat, then that will impact your heat stress.
Let's get super technical, isn't it?
But doesn't that beg the question about, supposing one player is wearing a cotton shirt and someone else is wearing a polyester shirt?
Yes.
Which player's absorption of the sweat should determine the number on the heat stress index?
I don't know, These are very technical questions, Chris, which unfortunately we might need Dr. Carolyn Broderick to answer.
But I thought it was very interesting, the 4 factors. Because obviously I was aware of the 3. I think we all are. Heat, humidity and wind. But heat is broken down into 2. It's the air temperature and it's the radiant heat, which is the UV rays plus rays coming off, bouncing off the court surface. So in a way that's almost heat divided into 3 factors.
Yeah, it is. It's quite fascinating. It's super technical. We used to have the wet bulb index, and this one has replaced the old wet bulb index.
Wet bulb index was basically heat and humidity, wasn't it? Doesn't get factored in wind.
No. So we've got 4 minutes left.
Spizzirri's back out already.
Yes, he's had enough. Well, I mean that is probably a discussion point that we could have as to whether once a roof is closed and you bring the temperature back down to the point where everyone's super comfortable, why then there is a requirement. Because even if we go 5, Eliot Spizzirri comes back and wins this set, then we could have another 10-minute break before the 5th set, and it's surely not required once.
Can I throw something in here?
You can.
Which is not part of the discussion. It's just something I noticed, which I'd missed before. When Sinner first had his cramping.
Yes.
Just before they closed the roof.
Yes.
We were waiting to take over from
Andy and Mark.
Yes. And therefore I didn't see it. But when Sinner was really hobbling, he walked up to the net, and so did Spizzirri. And I wonder whether Spizzirri got into his head he's about to retire. Because the moment you think you've won a match, it really throws the focus.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether he was sort of thinking, oh, this is it. The world number one's about to concede the match. Just looking at, I saw
that's a good point.
Highlights reel, which had him wandering up to the net. So I wonder whether he thought, this is it. And that may explain why he was slightly passive in the... how many games have we played? We've played 6 games since the roof was closed.
Yeah, to have a mental reset, having maybe thought that he was over the line. I mean, in some ways, I guess he was never over the line unless Sinner had to actually retire, which could have happened if there'd been maybe another 20 minutes or something. But the way that heat index was bolting up.
Yes, well, it was, and it went up very quickly. I was looking at it earlier, thinking, well, it might not get up to 5.
Yeah.
But then it suddenly went up dramatically between about 2 and 2:30.
Yeah, it was about, when I can remember coming into the venue at about 1, it was about 3.4 or something, but it was predicted to bolt up quite significantly.
Colin in Boston.
Hello, Colin.
Says, I'm watching, but no volume, and listening to us on YouTube.
Good, Colin.
For the first time in years, the broadcasts sync up on their own.
Oh, that's great.
I didn't know about that. That may be fortuitous. It may be some technology that makes them sync up. And then Colin asks, is your bunker air conditioned? Yes, Colin.
Yes.
It is. Thank goodness.
Could you imagine? That would be pretty tough going. We'd almost be like the fans out there. Having to deal with all temperatures, who are much more comfortable, I can tell you. They're looking super happy. In fact, all the fans packed inside Rod Laver Arena now, aren't they, now that the roof's closed?
Yeah, and Ella, who lives in Melbourne, has made a very good point. She says, Rod Laver Arena and Margaret Court Arena will feel like an indoor arena, cool and lovely. I know because I watch the basketball here a lot.
Yeah. Exactly right, yes, and this venue has been used for multiple sports over the years as an indoor venue, including tennis. And in fact, there was in the Commonwealth Games back 20 years ago, can that be right, 2006, there was a drop-in swimming pool here, and it was the venue for the swimming.
Yeah.
It's hosted all sorts of big concerts as well, and does so right throughout the year. As soon as the tennis finishes, it largely becomes an event, a concert venue as well.
They turned it into an ice rink for Torvill and Dean many years ago, didn't they?
That's right, yeah, they did.
Yeah, when Torvill and Dean were travelling the world with their ice show.
Yes, I think Matt's suggesting that John Cain can be a velodrome. Is it? Yes, John Cain can be a velodrome.
Well, it is a velodrome.
Yeah.
In fact, you can see in the corners.
Yes.
The velodrome track.
Did they hold the cycling? They must have held the cycling there in the Com Games as well, 20 years ago.
Yeah, it existed then, because wasn't it opened in 2000?
Yes.
All through the 90s, they kept talking about the new multi-purpose venue.
The multi-purpose venue, that's exactly right.
And then when it opened,
Chris,
they had a sponsor for it, as they have for a couple of years. But now it carries the name of the State Premier of Victoria, who gave the go-ahead for Melbourne Park to be built.
That's who's no longer with us. Yep. It was Vodafone originally, wasn't it?
It was Vodafone, then it was Hisense, then it was the Melbourne Arena, and then the City of Melbourne decided that... I think Tom Cain died a couple of years ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
And it was a remarkable decision. I mean, I'm not getting into the politics of it, but the economy was not in good shape in Victoria.
No, it was not.
And he said, yes, we will invest in this.
All right, so we're back underway on Rod Laver Arena after that elongated break because the heat rule is in place right around the venue. It's 15 love as Eliot Spizzirri attempts to reset here as Sinner's forehand flies long beyond the baseline. He had multiple opportunities in that set where it started off under the sunshine with Sinner cramping, etc., etc. Lots of break points. He got a break of serve up. But eventually was broken back and then broken again and succumbed and dropped the set 6-4 to put himself with a mountain to climb here, 2-1 down against the twice champion.
So they just hit Spizzirri hit the loose ball away. It landed just beyond the sideline and it triggered the electronic line review, including red lights.
Spizzirri serves out wide and Sinner very nearly making a beautiful cross-court forehand, but just clipping the tape and flying long.
That's a great serve for Spizzirri, the sliding serve out wide. I know he can't do it every time. He has to vary it by going down the middle a little bit, but I feel he's going down the middle too much. He needs to maximise the width that Sinner has to cover.
Serving here, Spizzirri, right at the body of Sinner, and it does exactly what he wanted. Sinner couldn't move out of the way quickly enough.
I think Sinner had decided, 40 love, I'm not going to put the effort in here. He just pushed that return back. It didn't go in, and he doesn't look at all bothered.
No, he does not. Love won then, so a good start for Eliot Spizzirri, but Sinner obviously believing that he's got this match under a degree of control now, and we'll find out if that's the case over the next 45 minutes or so.
We don't know how he's feeling, do we?
We don't. No, he hasn't told us, which is super selfish. Do keep your messages coming through as we work our way through this very hot Saturday afternoon in Melbourne. Lovely to hear from you. aoradio@tennis.com.au is the email, or please do use the Ask the Booth form at ozopen.com or via the app. Great to have your input into the broadcast today.
I'm not sure if this is an entry into our competition. It's sort of on the theme of tennis and film from Rob.
Rob.
Rod Laver is the quiet, methodical and driven jackal in The Day of the Drackle, the Frederick Forsyth thriller about a hired assassin. To win 2 calendar slams, he must have been... 2 calendar Grand Slams, yes, he must have a real killer instinct. Yes,
I like there's a bit of thinking that's gone into that.
I can see the line of thought there. Yeah. So are you suggesting, Rob, that Rod Laver in his day would have played... Who's The Day of the Jackal?
You
the
mean
Day of the Jackal was the assassination attempt on Charles de Gaulle, wasn't it?
That's exactly right. And it was, the original film was in the 70s, and it was... Who played in that? I think there's been a remake since then.
Was it John Voight? No, John Voight played the other Frederick Forsyth, the Odessa File. Yeah. John Voight played the main character in that. Who anyway.
Trying to think. Of course, we could ask Google.
I will try to find out.
I'm sure you can, Chris. I'm sure you can. On the run, Spizzirri. Well, he tried. Eliot Spizzirri really gave every effort to try and make that forehand, but skidding, unable to make any contact on the ball down at the baseline. And Sinner moves out to 30 love here at the very start of this 4th set on AO Radio. Under the closed roof, if you're just joining us, the heat rule is in place right around Melbourne Park, so play on the outside courts is suspended at the moment until at least 5:30, but I can tell them it's very unlikely that the heat will have reduced by 5:30, so that will probably extend at least another hour past then, you would think. So play continuing under the roof and under the roofed courts that we have at Melbourne Park. Check in with Kate Kearns shortly and get some more score updates, but in the interim, Sinner here has a pretty comfortable position at 40 love in his opening service game. Sets himself here. Jannik serves to the backhand of Spizzirri, picks it up on the half volley. Sinner. Then the slice from the Italian. Spizzirri runs around his forehand to hit it cross court and then moves on to the backhand. Goes up the line. Good idea, because it's a good idea to keep moving Jannik around a bit. And he didn't move that well to the forehand there and was unable to get any sort of a meaningful contact. 40-15. Elisa Mertens is out on court as well in John Cain Arena, so a couple of matches for us to check in with Kate shortly as Sinner serves, looking for the ace down the middle. Just missing wide. Second serve then for Sinner at the forehand of Spizzirri. Good return as well with some good depth. On the run, Sinner makes the forehand, but he just can't get near that because Spizzirri had opened the court up and put the backhand away into the open court. And from 40-love to 40-30 here on the Sinner serve.
I have had a message from Patrick of New York.
Hello, Patrick.
Patrick happens to be at Melbourne Park at the moment. Says, listening
lovely.
to the commentary, and the American, he does not pronounce his name the Italian way. It's Spizzirri.
Spizzirri.
Not Spizzirri.
Spizzirri.
Spizzirri would be the original Italian production. I'm assuming he's originally Italian, and therefore I assume that that's how he pronounces it. But apparently not. It's
Spizzirri.
All the way.
Okay. Always dangerous to attempt a pronunciation change mid-match. Things can go horribly wrong. We just settled with Eliot. Spizzirri. All right, Jannik Sinner. Thanks, Patrick. Lovely having your input into the broadcast as well. Sinner going backhand, couple of backhands from behind the baseline. Spizzirri also with the same. Then runs around onto his forehand, does the American. Then he slices, good depth on that. Sinner goes back behind him. Spizzirri unable to control that. Flies into the tram lines and Sinner holds. 1 game all in the fourth. 2-1 Sinner.
Thank you. 1 game all.
Yes, it's sort of strange. Spizzirri can't get away, can he?
No.
It's like a runner who is leading and keeps trying to make breaks from the pack. And the pack stays in contention.
Serving here, Spizzirri, forcing Sinner out wide, and Sinner is still moving more like about 80%, and there's some balls that he would normally chase down, like that one, deep into his backhand corner, but he just didn't bother. That's too good. I'm not going to stretch myself out that much. Let's be quite frank about it. So, 15-love. Yeah, Spizzirri serves, finds the net. Have you been? I was reading about this free climb that Alex Honnold's going to do up a skyscraper. Have you caught up with that story?
I haven't, no.
Sounds as good short ball put away by Spizzirri there for 30-love. So he was the one.
I'm afraid I don't know who Alex.
So he was the climber in free solo, which was when he climbed up El Capitan. So he's now going to live on Netflix with no ropes, no safety net, no second takes. He's going to climb up some absolutely foully tall skyscraper live. That's good net coverage that time from Spizzirri. Saw the passing shot coming from Sinner and was able to go down low with a forehand volley, and the Italian couldn't respond.
That volley was actually a drop volley, which is the first time I think he's played it. But I think actually the moment's gone now, because I think Sinner's moving very well.
Serving here, Spizzirri takes Sinner out wide and holds well, Eliot Spizzirri. So 2-1 on serve in this fourth set. So it's a building called Taipei 101. It's one of the world's tallest buildings at 1,667 feet. And he's going to climb it live on Netflix, only with a 10-second delay. But obviously, you know, you need to have a delay, because if things go wrong, that's going to be an interesting situation. Well, not an interesting situation, because it's clear what's going to happen. Just struck me as that is an extraordinary leap forward or backwards, depending on your view in television.
Yes, it's also very risky.
It's hugely risky.
I mean,
it's
if
hugely
something
risky.
goes wrong,
that's it.
Yeah.
You just cut the broadcast and say, sorry, things are going wrong, we're going to an advert break.
Yes, we've had technical problems. We have to interrupt our coverage.
Yes.
And you find later on the news.
But you can see how how television is evolving and that constantly looking for live sport does deliver the unscripted drama that people are looking for, which is why people clamour over this. And I suppose this is another attempt to tap into that unscripted drama. So you can have people watching, not wanting something to go wrong, but just that tension of not knowing quite what's going to happen.
Well, being on air and desperately hoping nothing will go wrong.
Well, correct.
Because there's no safety net.
No. Ugh, horrible. Anyway.
To change the subject.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just struck me today.
The original Day of the Jackal film, Edward Fox.
Edward Fox.
Yes. But then there was a TV series.
Was it?
Not a new film. No, that was a film. That was the film.
That was the film, yeah.
Then there was a recent TV series with Eddie Redmayne playing.
There wasn't there? But I thought they remade Day of the Jackal as a film.
I don't. I can't swear.
Could you do further research?
Kate says yes. There we go.
Kate says
So
yes.
that's my research. I'm trusting Kate.
AI bot that is Kate Kearns. That's a nice backhand from Eliot Spizzirri. And the Sinner service game does not get away to a dream start on this occasion. Love 15.
Well, can Spizzirri build on this?
It's a question. It's a door ajar. That's about all it is at love 15 on the Sinner serve. Couple of ball bounces. Now he's ready, Jannik. Serves Spizzirri with the backhand, gets this back at the forehand of Sinner, but he's pushed that long, trying to go back behind him. Love 30. Okay, now there is light through the doorway.
But you know, since Sinner has got back to, well, something that resembles the player we know, Spizzirri's game's gone up. It's almost like he didn't trust himself to play against the what I call the wounded lion.
Yep. You may well be right there, Chris. That does seem to be what happened there. He just froze a bit in that third set when the opportunities were there. Spizzirri this time onto the forehand, then switching to a backhand cross court. Sinner happy to repel with his own backhand cross. Good depth and width from Sinner up the line brilliantly from Spizzirri. And then he's forced to rock back on the baseline. Plays another ball, back cross court. What does Sinner do? Up the line. That's beautiful from Jannik.
And did you see how Sinner got across for that glorious backhand up the line from Spizzirri? Sinner was across and not only got to the ball, but was able to push it into the last half metre of Spizzirri's court. I think Sinner's movement is back to 95% of what it normally is. And I thought that would probably happen. He would just run off the cramp. Now, could wake up tomorrow and find that there's after effect, but as long as he gets the lactic acid out, which is what they have the ice baths for, I have a feeling Sinner is, well...
At 15.30, tries the 1-2, but Spizzirri's there. On the run, the American slices. What does Sinner do? He goes back heavily with a forehand cross court, and then into the opposite corner. Spizzirri on the run makes this, but the court's open. Sinner plays it a little conservatively, though, so he keeps the American in this rally. Backhand cross courts, the pair go. Bit more on that. Good angle from Spizzirri.
Just watching Sinner getting up, because he was virtually doing the splits, having to try and reach for that. I'm surprised he went for the two-hander. It would have been better to have gone for the defensive one-hander. But the backhand goes cross-court from Spizzirri, and Sinner at full stretch ends up doing the splits and is slow getting up.
Well, that's one way to stretch your legs out, isn't it? Hand came off the racket as he tried to play that double-hander. Looked awkward.
Big points.
Sure is. Okay, Sinner's ready here. 15.40, break points for Spizzirri. He goes with the backhand straight down the middle of the court, and then pushing onto the Sinner backhand, running around into his own forehand. Sinner's there with his own, repels it. Onto the backhand goes Sinner. Back cross court takes Spizzirri out of play. Is that good enough from Sinner? It is. That is outstanding play from the Italian. He found all the answers.
If he's got cramp, I'd like some.
Give me some of that cramp. That was a terrific cross-court forehand from Sinner. It was all or nothing, and it was all.
That was a brilliant down the line. Once again from Spizzirri, the backhand down the line is such a good shot. Which rather deserted him in the third set, especially after they closed the roof. But Sinner's movement was sensational.
Some shot making, but it's still break point for Spizzirri. serving here. Spizzirri goes to the forehand. He's going to get the short ball here. He should put it away. Doesn't. What's the volley like? Brilliant from Spizzirri. And he does break serve and leads 3-1 in the fourth.
Well, where was that play in the third set? You know, I don't want to criticise him because the mind plays all sorts of tricks with you on a tennis court. But
3 games to 1.
when he had an opponent that could barely move, he was just bunting the ball back down the centre of the court. That was really good point construction. And even when Sinner got to that backhand, Spizzirri was at the net. Great technique on the backhand volley. And he leads 3-1, well, just as he did in the third set.
Yes,
but that's when they closed the roof.
He's warming. It's exactly the point where the roof was closed. Serving, Spizzirri misses his mark down the middle. Second serve for the American. Serves backhand from Sinner. Good depth on that, picked up on the half volley by Spizzirri. Put away ball for Sinner. Yeah, good enough. Took Spizzirri out wide enough on his backhand that he couldn't be able to get back into play. Love 15.
Richard the Trucker.
Hello, Richard.
Blackburn in the UK.
Oh, yes, in Lancashire. Yeah.
Yes, Northern England. Says Bruce Willis was in The Jackal, 1997 film, which was loosely based on The Day of the Jackal.
Okay. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Could be Bruce.
Frederick Forsyth died within the last year, didn't he?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. But that would be significant to the conversation. Nice put away ball there from Eliot Spizzirri. 15 all. Must hold serve in the context of this contest, having dropped that third set now to Jannik Sinner. He's really got to hold firm here and force the fifth. Can he do so? Sinner gets onto this with a forehand racket. Spizzirri goes straight back at him. And then trying to change direction on the backhand, dumps it into the net, the American.
15-30.
Just creates a little bit of a problem for himself with that shot.
I have an answer to one of the questions that some of our listeners have been asking.
Oh, yes.
According to the referee's office, it's 26 degrees on court now, but there is still residual heat up around 30 degrees, and the temperature will stabilise around 25 fairly soon.
Very pleasant for tennis, I would say, with no wind. Backhand is wild from Sinner. Just got that one all wrong. Complete mishit from the back of the court. Spizzirri will be delighted to see that, 30 all.
But that's not only useful information, but slightly removes the justification for the 10-minute break.
Well, I would say completely removes it, doesn't it?
Well, certainly at the end of the fourth set.
Serving out wide, misses this. Spizzirri at 30 all. Serves. Backhand from Sinner, straight back at Spizzirri. Now they're into a rally. Backhands from behind the baseline. Running around onto his forehand. Spizzirri tries to go down the line. Well defended by Sinner. Brings Spizzirri in. Now he's at the net. What's his volley like? First one, it's okay. Sinner gets there. Finds a lovely touch. And passes Eliot Spizzirri at the net. And earned himself a break point in the process. So a chance for Jannik Sinner to break straight back and keep bouncing back as he has done in this match. It's been a far from regulation afternoon for Jannik Sinner. But this has been the narrative to this point. And can Eliot Spizzirri find a way to dig his way out of this break point? 30-40 with the break of serve at 3-1. Desperate to consolidate that. Serves a net and a fault. Second serve. Lands this in onto the backhand of Sinner. Goes straight back on that same stroke. Heavy net cord bringing Spizzirri in. He tries the slice, but Sinner's going to get there. Sinner is going to get there and puts away the backhand into the open court, and the Italian hits straight back again. And we're back on serve with Sinner to serve next at 2-3 in the fourth, leading by 2-1.
The Italian is fit again.
He is. I mean, he's looking better.
You know, the only drop shots that have been played have been when he's got his movement back. I mean, there's nothing he can't get to now, unless he couldn't get to them when he was fully fit.
Kate.
Steve, Ben Shelton has taken the first set 6-4 against Valentin Vacherot, the 30th seed. So Ben Shelton doing well. He had break points in the second game of this second set, but Vacherot was able to serve some big first serves and was able to get back on even terms. So Shelton 2-1 up, but we're on serve in the second. And early stages of the match on Cain Arena, Lisa Mertens, the 21st seed, against Nicola Bartunkova, the qualifier, who's done so well, but not looking great at this stage. 16 minutes in, and Lisa Mertens is 4-zip.
Ooh.
So Bartunkova looking to, she's 30-15 on serve here in the fifth and looking to get on the scoreboard.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you very much, Kate.
Do you want some interesting statistics here?
Yeah, sure. Let's have them.
Jannik Sinner has been broken 6 times today. Okay. Now, he's hardly ever been broken. I mean, in the 2024 Australian Open, he was broken 6 times in 7 matches. In the 25 Australian Open, he was broken 5 times in 7 matches. And he's been broken 6 times already today. The last time he was broken 5 times at the Australian Open, the last time he was broken 5 times in a match. No, sorry, I'll read that again. The last time he was broken 5 times at the Australian Open was in the 4th round in 2023 against Tsitsipas, which was the last time he lost a match here. So he's been broken 6 times, but he may well come through this in 4 sets.
Well, he's certainly, he's back in the box seat again with the 2-1 lead and on serve now. But it is an intriguing statistic, isn't it? I mean, you would think for Sinner to be broken that many times that he would be in a lot of trouble, but he's not in a lot of trouble right at the moment.
The last time he was broken 5 times was in the US Open final against Alcaraz.
Okay.
Last time he was broken 5 here was his last defeat.
Yep. Backhand from Sinner, back cross court. There's the slice from the back of the court from Spizzirri, and this time he pulls the trigger to go up the line. Eliot with the flat backhand, but pushed it just long beyond the baseline. And Sinner shows us some of his soccer skills to flick that ball back up into his hand. Moves back over the U of the Melbourne sign and makes his way to the baseline at 30 love. Chris Bowes, Kate Kearns, Steve Pearce with you on this Saturday afternoon with the heat rule in place at the Australian Open. Sinner serves onto the backhand of Spizzirri. Spizzirri goes with that same shot straight down the middle of the court, and this time it's Sinner who pushes long beyond the baseline. 30-15.
Yeah, and Spizzirri's got to just tell himself this is not gone yet.
It's not gone.
It's only 2-1. It's still on serve. He's still ahead 3-2 because he serves first in this 4th set.
At 30-15, Sinner, a couple of spins of the racket. He's looking steadily better every 5 or 10 minute chunks that move by. He's looking physically and therefore mentally better.
When you've run through cramp, you probably feel quite fit. I have to say I've never cramped.
30-15, he serves, went down the middle. Spizzirri did well with that first forehand, then the pair exchanged those backhand blows from behind the baseline. Sinner skidding to play a forehand to stay in this. Here comes another one. He chooses to go cross-court. Spizzirri does the same. Up the line went Sinner, and then into the opposite side. Again, Spizzirri staying in this, leans into a double-handed backhand. So does Sinner. Very flat until Sinner tries to change it up with a forehand, but pushed long as he tried to inject a little bit more height and topspin into that. Unable to keep it in the court. 30-all. 18-shot rally.
Spizzirri's best point for a while. Yeah, I call that 19 shots. I mean, I just do not get why, when Sinner plays a forehand like that, which just happens to go out, that you say that's not part of the rally.
It's a shot that never happened.
I mean, I get it at the other end of the scale where, you know, if someone reaches for a ball, they just get the tip of their racket to it. Does that count as a shot? Probably not. But Sinner had a complete swing at that one and missed it narrowly.
Sinner serves 30-all, an ace. How often has he come up with that ace on the big points, right on 3.5 hours on Rod Laver Arena. He works his way to a game point here for 3-all in the 4th. Barely a spare seat in the house. Sinner's back to the baseline. He's using all of the 30 seconds right now as he moves into his service motion again with
25, I think, isn't it?
Is it 25? Yeah, 25 seconds using each of the 25. Couple of ball bounces ready for this second serve at 40-30. Sinner serves. Spizzirri. Oh, and there's the drop shot from Sinner. It's a really good one. It's a really good one. That wasn't up, I think. Or Sinner put it away anyway. Maybe Spizzirri did just get it to it. If he did, it was a simple put away for Sinner.
Yeah.
And that's a nice touch from Jannik Sinner. Just a little bit of a change-up, and he holds serve for 3 games all.
Let's go and have a look at this on our replay.
Didn't look like he was going to get there, but maybe he did just get there.
He did get there. Yeah. And I think actually Fergus Murphy had the presence of mind not to call it, knowing that Sinner had the easiest of volleys.
Yep. It was a nice touch from Jannik Sinner.
A better angle from this. Yeah, he did get it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
My word, it was a great effort to get his racket under it. He knew he was cooked, though, as soon as he did, because he could do nothing with it.
Well, because Sinner was in the right position.
Absolutely. And then a flat backhand in more ways than one from Spizzirri goes into the net. Love 15, 3-all.
There's a bit of danger for Spizzirri in this game, because he's had the chance. He had the break earlier in this set. He looked at 30-all like he was threatening the Sinner serve then. Now he's at love 15.
Looks for the tee, misses it. Jannik calmly hits that ball back to the ball kid. Now ready for the second serve, which kicks up a little bit high. Sinner deals with it quite well. A couple of backhands from him. Same from Spizzirri, and then trying to get to the baseline. Still behind the baseline, both players here. There's exchange and go cross-court. Up the line goes Sinner, and it's picked off by Spizzirri. Goes with his own backhand again. Sinner's bossing this rally right now. Looks to go back behind Spizzirri and does so with some class.
Yeah.
Beautiful backhand, very deep in the court, and calmly walking to his towel box here. Jannik Sinner not stretching anything out anymore.
Well, this is the kind of match I was expecting. I saw Spizzirri's, or a lot of Spizzirri's 5-set match against Wu in the last round. And I just thought, I'm not sure that he's got the weapons to hurt Sinner. And so the way this match is going was what I expected all along. The joker in the pack was the heat.
Yes. Serving here, Spizzirri into the net. Love 30. This has got danger written all over it at 3-all in the fourth. 2-1, Jannik Sinner. He serves. Sinner jumps into a backhand, goes straight back at Spizzirri, who responds with a stray backhand flying long beyond the baseline. Triple break point for Jannik Sinner.
Yeah, I think this is where the match has got away from Eliot Spizzirri.
Well, 3-1 up in both the third and the fourth sets. Dropped the third.
Yeah, I thought when he lost his serve at, 4-all in the third set, that for me felt the crucial one.
3 hours, 33 minutes. Can he dig his way out of this one? Facing triple break point. No, he can't, is the simple answer, because a forehand wide from the American, and Jannik Sinner is just 2 games away from a place in the fourth round. He leads 4-3 with that break of serve against Eliot Spizzirri here on Rod Laver Arena on AO Radio. Chris Bowers, Steve Pearce and Kate Kearns with you.
Should we just mention the competition again?
I think we should. Would you like to?
Because, well...
or I can.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can read it, that's the only problem.
I was motivated because Rob has said when Edward Fox's character dyes his hair silver, there's an uncanny resemblance to Rod Laver. We're still in the day of the jackal. Okay, I will... we have a script here, which we don't have to stick to word for word. But
no.
The prize is a $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop, and you can buy from the Australian Open shop wherever you are in the world. It will be mailed to you, or merchandise. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. It can be any genre, any era, though obviously if it's a slightly offbeat film, please tell us a bit about it so we can look it up. We've talked about which actors would play tennis players if they made a movie of their life. It's basically turning the tables. We want you to be creative with your response. If you were to win, the voucher could be used online, so please go and have a look at the AO shop. It's got its own web address, australianopenshop.com. Have a look and see what you'd buy if you had $50, and if you don't win, you can buy it anyway.
Just you can, absolutely.
If you'd be part of AO Radio, watch the Australian Open on television perhaps, then you're part of it. And get yourself the souvenir.
You don't have to find something for $50 either. I mean,
No,
if you
no,
could buy something for $400 and your $50 just helps. You know?
Well, I was thinking of going the other way, actually. I mean, there are socks for...
how much?
I think for $18.
Okay.
$18.
Well, nice.
Socks with actually 12 colours of the rainbow on.
Oh, that's
You may
nice
say when
touch.
you were at school it was 7 colours of the rainbow, but there are 12. I counted them.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to go along with that. I think if you want to buy your souvenir T-shirt from the day, which has the day's order of play on it, you know, that's $55. So I think all you've got to do is find an extra $5,
right?
And there you go.
Okay.
And Nat Edwards will make the decision tomorrow.
Well, she'll announce it. Will she make the decision?
Well, I got told Nat announced the other day that she was making the decision.
Oh, fine. Okay.
Yeah. And we've had a gazillion entries, so whether Nat's already got a favourite or not, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
If you've entered the competition, make sure you're nice to Nat.
That's right. That's exactly right. Always be nice to Nat. It's a good mantra for life.
It's easy to do.
It is. And that's just rocking back. Sinner landing that forehand on the sideline. Just caught enough of the sideline. Well, any of the sidelines enough, to be fair. He got ball half in, half out. And he is just a matter of points away now.
Yeah, 6 points.
30 love. 4-3. Spizzirri standing right in the way of me. Selfish. Just a fault from Sinner, straying a
We
little bit
have
long.
it so good in this commentary box
No.
since they got rid of the line umpires.
Yes, that's true. Yes.
There was always one that...
I know.
Because we're right level with one of the sidelines.
Sinner going with the backhand here onto Spizzirri's forehand. He's trying to get inside the baseline. Spizzirri and trying to take control here. Can he do so? He goes back cross court in a nice angle. Slice from Sinner. On the run, Sinner makes the forehand straight down the middle of the court. There's another one. He just flattened that out and walloped it past the American. That was a bit more vintage Sinner-like.
It was, yes.
40 love.
Do you know, this has been a fantastic experience for Eliot Spizzirri. Third round of a major on one of the biggest stadiums in world tennis against the world number 1. There'll be a come down in his next tournament, wherever that happens to be.
Bang, that was a full swing of the racket. Weight through the ball. Jannik is looking good. 22 winners on the forehand side. Jannik Sinner, and he's got 3 points here for a 5-3 lead. He only needs one as he hammers an ace past Spizzirri. And he's a game away from the 4th round here, Jannik Sinner. After what's been an afternoon he will not look back on with any great love. Having to work his way through some hideous cramping moments just before the roof was closed with the heat rule now in place. And a very nice temperature now as this match looks like it's about to reach its conclusion.
Yes, and I think Spizzirri is ranked 85 at the moment. I suspect he'll be up to about 60 next week. I haven't got the live rankings at the moment, and I'll probably find them.
Be all right, wouldn't it?
I think he'd take it.
I think he would. 15 love here. Spizzirri serves, forehand from Sinner just into the net. So Spizzirri's just trying to get himself going here and make sure that he makes Jannik Sinner serve this out at 5-4. We haven't got there yet, though. Still 3-5 and 30 love. Not hanging around, as he hasn't hung around pretty much all the afternoon, certainly since the roof's come on. Play has certainly sped up. And there's a fair bit of juice gone into that forehand again from Jannik Sinner, which zips through the court.
30-15.
Yes, it's the kind of cross-court forehand that, if it'd been on a grass court, Spizzirri might have dived for that. He was very close to it.
A swing, didn't he?
He had a swing, but he was intent on staying on his feet.
Not much fun falling over on this court.
No, it's not.
30-15 serves. Sinner can't keep that in the court. Good heavy serving from Spizzirri. Right down the middle. 40-15 and points for 4-5.
Yes, very well placed.
40-15.
It was super good. Well, crowd's been royally entertained here in a match of 2 halves. Serving here, and Sinner can only put a backhand into the net, lurching to play that double-hander in down the middle of the service box. And Spizzirri holds, but Jannik Sinner with the 2-1 lead and 5-4 lead after 3 hours and 40 minutes will serve for the match.
Yes, and you know, when you look at that service game, you think, oh, well, this guy can match Sinner. Well, he could, but yeah.
He had some chances.
He had some chances. He's also played an awful lot of tennis because he played in Auckland last week. He qualified and he got to the quarterfinals. So he played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches. He played 2 very long matches to get to the third round here. 5-setter in the second round. So, you know, he may actually be feeling like, not that he's played too much tennis, because you do play a lot, especially when you start winning matches, but, you know, he takes a while for the body to come to terms with having to play as much as that in a short space of time.
So you can hear the crowd's engagement in this one. Many of them on their feet, appreciating the efforts of both players this afternoon in what's been, at times, brutal conditions. But after 3 hours and 40-odd minutes, Jannik Sinner stands on the baseline, ready to serve for the match and a place in the last 16. A spin of the racket. Jannik Sinner, shake out of the legs. He's ready to go. And remains on track for a third title in Melbourne. He serves out wide. Spizzirri gets this back in, but it's hammered away, the high ball. Vintage Sinner now just rocking back to hit that off forehand deep down into the corner. 15-love.
Yeah. This is the Sinner we know. And in fact, if you walked in now and sort of said, oh, I'll catch the end of the Sinner match.
You think, what's the problem?
You'd say, oh, he dropped a set.
Yeah, how did that happen?
Yeah.
It's the Sinner we love as well. He is a wonderful player to watch. And that's why so many people are inside. No disrespect to Eliot Spizzirri, but that's why so many people are inside Rod Laver Arena this afternoon. Jannik Sinner serves heavily down the middle. Spizzirri meets this on the forehand. Sinner tries to go back behind him. Spizzirri was equal to that. He makes a defensive ball here. Hammered by Sinner, who moves into the mid-court. Sliced approach from him, lands it near the baseline. Up goes the defensive ball from Spizzirri. The overhead smash was actually no good from Sinner, and it kept Spizzirri in it, but backpedaling, he doesn't have to play another shot, the Italian, as the American's lob goes just long.
Yes. Sinner actually gave Spizzirri a chance then.
Wasn't much of an overhead, was it?
No, but it wasn't much of a lob from Spizzirri.
30-love, couple of points away. Plenty more live tennis coming your way this afternoon and this evening. 10-time champion Novak Djokovic will be in action.
Yeah, he's slated to meet Sinner in the semi-finals if they both get that far.
There will be some match if we can get there. Let's see what happens here. Sinner with the 1-2. Spizzirri does well just to stay in this. And again, Sinner doesn't put his man away, but Spizzirri's response flies wide. And he's doing enough. That's the story. Jannik Sinner has done just enough here.
Well, you hear players talk about, you know, finding solutions, problem solving. That's what Sinner has done today. You know, he's had a very difficult situation and he has found a way through it. He negotiated the time when he could barely move, got his movement back, and here he is at match point.
And 3 of them. You'd imagine he probably won't need all 3, but we'll see. Match point for Jannik Sinner, the second seed. Sinner serves, looking for the ace down the middle, but he just misses it wide of its mark. So he'll reset here. And serves. Spizzirri with the forehand, picked up on the half volley by Sinner, and that's hammered away by Spizzirri, and he does save one of them in some style with a lovely forehand.
Yeah, and you can put together a show reel of about a dozen points that Spizzirri has played in this match and say, wow, this guy's good.
And he is good.
He is good. He's still learning his craft though. 24 years old, from Greenwich, Connecticut.
Sinner wipes his brow, takes a deep breath. Look at the shot clock. He's got plenty of time on that at the moment. So he can easily afford a couple of ball bounces. and sets himself, and he's ready. Serving at match point here. Serves, looks out wide, and that's good enough as Spizzirri finds the net, and Jannik Sinner outlasts Eliot Spizzirri in a torrid afternoon with cramps and all, but he has found the answers and finds a way through to the 4th round and wins in 4 sets in 3 3/4 hours on Rod Laver Arena.
And that is a gesture of relief from Jannik Sinner. He looked over to his team as if to say, got through it. And that's how you have to look at it. This was not beautiful. But even now, as he walks back to his chair, I don't think he's got completely full knee bends.
No.
There may still be a little bit of cramp there, but he's got 2 days, and it won't be as hot on Monday. It'll be hot on Tuesday, so both halves of the draw will have a hot day.
Yes, exactly.
But he's survived his.
He has survived his, and it was a pretty tough one. It was pretty tough. Like we were saying, it wasn't the most brutal of days in Melbourne, but that's not to say that what the players were experiencing was anything easy, and certainly for Jannik, he very nearly succumbed physically, but he found a way. It was when the heat really ratcheted up that the heat policy kicked into play, but also at exactly the same time as the cramping started for Jannik Sinner, just in the build-up to that heat policy coming into place. It was early stages of the 3rd set.
Yeah, 3-1 to Spizzirri when it happened.
When he was when he sort of rolled in that final serve to be broken. Yeah.
Looking at the forecast, I think the roof may still be closed at 7 o'clock when Djokovic starts, which will help Djokovic.
Yes, I would think Novak will be in no desperate rush to have the roof open while this extreme heat is still in place around Melbourne. Fergus Murphy makes his way off the court. He's probably earned a drink as well. It's been pretty hot out there for him for half of this match as well. So the players just going through some packing of bags, and Jannik Sinner's getting a bit of a shirt change.
Eliot Spizzirri has been very well brought up because he cleared all his rubbish away. Took his banana skins and his tube, whatever they have in tubes these days.
Probably the university rules. I would imagine. And listen to this ovation for Eliot Spizzirri as he leaves the arena. Hopefully that came across well, because everybody is standing in applause. They appreciate enormously the effort that these two players have put in under what were very, very tough conditions, and have ended up in very, very pleasant conditions under the roof and under the lights here on Rod Laver Arena.
One might almost say sanitised conditions, because it took the weather out of the equation.
Completely took it out, and in the blink. It went from being super tough and at a point where, you know, if that had carried on for a bit longer, maybe another 15-20 minutes, maybe more, Sinner might have been forced to retire from the match. Maybe less, who knows? He was certainly badly afflicted at the point. We might hear a little bit about it now, you'd imagine, as he's having a word in the middle of centre court.
With Colin Fleming.
Jannik, congratulations, huge congratulations. One of the most eventful matches we've seen at this Australian Open, maybe all Australian Opens. You're playing an opponent making his main draw debut here. He's throwing everything at you. Obviously we have the heat rule comes in, the roof closes. Can you give us your assessment of the match?
Yes, no, first of all, starting with him, is an incredible player. I think, you know, he played really, really well today. I wish him really only the best. I'm very sure he is gonna do a great season this year. I struggled physically a bit today. We saw this. I got lucky with the heat rule. They closed the roof. I took my time, and you know, as the time passed, I felt better and better, and you know, very happy about this performance. You know, looking back, you know, in every big tournament, you know, I've had, there were some really tough matches. So hopefully this can give you some positive for the next round. You know, starting with a good mentality again, and then we see what's coming. But I'm really, really happy. Thanks for the support. Helped me a lot today. Thank you. You
mentioned you were struggling physically. It was clear. Can you take us to that moment early in the third set? You get broken to go 3-1 down. It looks like you're cramping. What are you feeling? What were you feeling at that time, and what was going through your head?
You know, many things. You know, I started with the leg, then it got into the arm, so I was cramping a bit all over. But you know, this is the sport. I know this is an area where I need to improve, which is, you know, also a positive, you know, thing, which, you know, we would try to work on every day. I have a great team behind me who is pushing me in the right direction, and but in the same time, you know, at the end of the day, tennis is a very mental game. I just try to stay as calm as possible. And then we see, you know, I'm here to fight. I'm here to play every point in the best possible way. And, you know, today we saw the outcome that, you know, even not playing at my best, I try to do my best with the combination of all of you guys. Gave me a lot of support, and it means a lot to me.
I know you want to get backstage, begin your recovery. Let me just ask you one last thing before you go. Will you be requesting the roof closed for every match now?
I have a good record indoor here, so it would be great for me. No, but in the same time, I know if I want to go far in this tournament, I also need to play in warm and hot condition. It's not only for here, it's, you know, for the rest of the season. So, but I'm looking forward to it. You know, it's great for me that I have at least one more match to play here, and we try to do our best, and now it's most important recovery and then get ready for the next match. Again, thank you so much, and see you in the next round. Thank you.
Great stuff. Jannik Sinner there with Colin Fleming in the middle of Rod Laver Arena. A very honest appraisal from Jannik Sinner of where he was at in the match and where he is at with his physicality in this sometimes brutal sport of tennis. Chris?
I thought it was interesting that he basically he ended that interview and I think he just thought, right, I need to get off now. I need to get into the ice bath. I need to get onto the massage table, whatever he needs. I mean, he's signing a couple of autographs because he does. He's very good about that, but he's doing them very perfunctorily, and I don't think he'll be here for a particularly long time.
I don't blame him.
I think he went pretty close there. I thought what the most interesting thing was he said, tennis is a mental game, I just had to stay calm. And I think that's what helped the body recover, because he just thought, okay, we know what the problem is. He knew what the challenge was. I think I said in commentary at one stage, you've got to know what the challenge is. And for him, the challenge was to weather the storm. I thought he might have to kiss goodbye to the third set.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was thinking at the time. Yeah,
that's where Spizzirri didn't make the most of his opportunities.
No, he did not.
Maybe a lack of experience there. Yes, I hope he rises to the level where he will get more matches on the great arenas, because he looks a very good player, but I do think that he let his fish off the hook in the third set.
Anything you saw today, Chris, from Jannik that would give you concerns for his surge for a third title?
It depends a bit on the weather, doesn't it? Because how many more times is he going to play outdoors? His next match is on Monday. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the 7 p.m. match.
Yeah.
Now, the really hot day after today is Tuesday.
So he dodges that.
If it's starting to build up on Monday evening, that might be difficult. But he won't have the sun on Monday evening.
No.
The sun will have gone, beyond the yard arm, as they say on
absolutely
ships.
Over the yard arm. Yeah.
So I don't think we need to worry about the weather. And then from the quarterfinals on, he'll be playing. I suspect.
Well, one of the men's semis now is in the afternoon, isn't it? On a Friday?
On Friday, yes, that's true. One is in the afternoon, So he might have to play in the afternoon.
But Friday is 33, they're saying now.
Yeah.
Which is, that's a decent temperature, isn't it?
I mean,
and that won't trigger the extreme heat either.
We know what Jannik can do.
Yeah,
in many ways, coming into this tournament, Jannik was the member of the top three about whom we had fewest questions. We knew, he's still with Cahill, even though Cahill said that he would quitting at the end of last year. Sinner managed to persuade him to do at least another year. Alcaraz has no coach at the moment, and Djokovic had a couple of injury issues coming in. Now, so far those two have both played pretty well, but I think we know what Sinner is about. The only question is, will there be any sort of repercussions from the fact that he was cramping quite badly? I suspect no. I think his overall condition is good. I think today's techniques for dealing with post-match recovery are also so good that he will be in 100% condition on Monday.
And that's, you know, over 48 hours away probably until he plays that fourth round match. So Jannik Sinner dropped the first set and was in a whole pile of trouble in the third set when he found himself a break of serve down.
We haven't said who he's playing, have we?
No, when he was a break of serve down, but found a way to win and make his way through.
So Sinner is through to play Darderi.
There we go. Okay, so
as we beat Khachanov earlier today.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. So that's a decent enough looking fourth round match for Jannik Sinner. Right, on AO Radio this afternoon, Chris and me, Steve Pearce, we're going to head over to Margaret Court Arena next because Ben Shelton, a man who I believe I heard you saying earlier this fortnight is just about ready to win a major.
I think he will win one and he might be ready.
Okay, good clarification. He's in a contest against Valentin Vacherot, the Monacan, if that's the right word. Monegasque.
Yes.
Anyway, he's from Monaco. Monegasque. And that's where we're heading next. Margaret Court Arena on AO Radio. Don't go anywhere.
Downtime hits different with Tennis Court Hire. Whether it's a friend you want to see, a bit of time for me, or just finding an hour free. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket? Nothing hits like Hot Shots Tennis. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
The sound of summer. AO Radio.
We're on Margaret Court Arena now after the trials and tribulations of Jannik Sinner, who has got through, if you're just joining us, after a tricky old afternoon with his opponent and the heat. He's through to the fourth round, and we're actually now on Margaret Court Arena where Ben Shelton, the 8th seed, is playing Valentin Vacherot, the Monegasque.
Absolutely correct, yes.
Beautifully said, beautifully done. Just got a little education on Monegasques a moment ago, if you just joined us.
It's both the native and the adjective.
Oh, lovely. Here, Vacherot is at 40 love, and love won in the third set. The first two sets have gone the way of Ben Shelton, 6-4 and 6-4. So he has got 1 foot in the fourth round at this point after 90 minutes on Margaret Court Arena. So for many people, this will be a first look at Valentin Vacherot. Have you seen a few of his matches over the journey?
He was involved in an amazing story last year when he won in Shanghai. And his cousin is Arthur Rinderknecht, the French player.
Yes.
And they were both doing well, and they started posting on social media. And they gradually got closer and closer to the final and ended up playing each other in the final. So the two cousins were playing in the final. And Vacherot won. It's an amazing story. But he's backed it up as well. He's won another tournament since then.
Great to see. He's a long way behind the baseline there, playing against the big hitting, big serving left-handed Ben Shelton, who moves out to 15 love.
Got a fascinating entry for our competition in a minute.
Oh, good.
At least I think it's fascinating.
Well, that's enough. Shelton serves heavily with the ace down the middle. 30 love, looking increasingly comfortable. Interesting fact about Ben Shelton, when he's won the first 2 sets in major singles matches, 20 times he's won the first 2 sets and he's never lost. Which makes this probably even more imposing for Valentin Vacherot, as his forehand finds the bottom of the net. And 40 love to Shelton here, looking to open up a 2-1 lead in the 3rd set on serve.
He's looking very relaxed. Well, he does have that tape on his right thigh. I suspect it's probably just a safety measure.
Little pick up on the half volley there by Shelton. Oh, and then nearly made an outrageous ball there, but goes the way of Vacherot. Moved up quite nicely. They're just clipping the tape. Just making that ball almost impossible for Shelton to react in time. 40-15. Into the backhand of Vacherot, and big forehand from Shelton was wild.
Yes, it was, because it was both long and wide. Not wide by that much, but a long way long.
And that little snapshot there of that forehand, that wild forehand, which was possibly a bit showier than it had to be, is one of the reasons a lot of people seem to think that Ben Shelton isn't ready to win one of the big titles, because he hasn't necessarily got that consistency that you need.
Yes, I accept that. I would actually say a bigger weakness is his...
That was a big backhand there from Shelton. It earns him the game, 2-1.
I think the bigger issue is he's not a consistent enough returner of serve. But, you know, we give him his serve. He may only have to break once a set or win it on a tie-break. The entry for the competition is from Nick in storm-ravaged New Zealand.
Oh, hello, Nick.
As it's his last Australian Open, I'm going for Stan Wawrinka, says
yes.
Nick. Can he play Gordon the Big Engine in Thomas and Friends?
Ooh, yes, he does. I can see the resemblance, actually, can't you?
Think that's I mean, but the fact is, it's a... I mean, does it count as cartoon? Does it?
It's still a film character.
Animation?
I reckon that passes the.
I think that certainly passes muster for entry.
Tennis player.
Yeah.
Which actors would play tennis player? Yeah. And which tennis players would play famous movie characters?
No, he slightly spoils it by saying, or Juggernaut in X-Men: The Last Stand. No. Nick, stick with Gordon the Big Engine.
Gordon the Big Engine.
That's your entry, because I think that's a really good entry.
Yes, I agree. There was Thomas the Tank Engine, Gordon the Big Engine. There were a few, weren't there? There was another couple of engines that were named back in those.
Yes.
They were books more for me than films back in the day.
And there was the Fat Controller, who's now just the controller.
Is he not fat anymore?
No,
Lost weight?
Well,
oh, you just can't call him fat.
It is not. It is thought to be not encouraging for people to be referred to by such an adjective.
Sort of. Anyway, I suppose we shouldn't wade into that. Yes, okay, good point, Chris.
But I just love that as an entry.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great entry. And we ask people to be creative.
Yes.
That is creative. So
and, Ringo Starr, the Beatles drummer, I mean, he's known as the Beatles drummer, but for me, he's still the voice of Thomas the Tank Engine. all those, because all the stories that I played to my daughter when she was very small, where they had Ringo.
Oh, yes.
Ringo and his dulcet tones.
Isn't it? Vacherot is serving here down this near end of Margaret Court Arena. It's 1-2 in the 3rd set. And that goes out to the backhand of Shelton, and it flies long. Peter Mercado has arrived. Peter Mercado even. I don't know where the D came from. Peter Mercado has arrived
and
at
Courtney?
The commentary box. Courtney Walsh.
Yep.
Ah, yes. What a dynamic duo will be coming in to take over in just a moment or two. Probably the next change of ends, realistically. It's good heavy serving from Vacherot. Out to 30 love here as he tries to elongate this match. Ringo Starr. There wouldn't be many people who that's their first thought when Ringo Starr's name is mentioned.
No,
but I do love that.
But he did several series of them. He's got that just laconic...
I guess when you're talking about the Beatles, there'd be a whole bunch of people who weren't around when the Beatles were really around, because they weren't around for that long, were they? And would think Paul McCartney's just a singer.
Yes, yeah.
You know.
But I find it interesting in tennis. You know who Jannik Sinner is, don't you? Well, you ask someone under the age of about 25, and they'll say Jannik Noah. Oh, they'll either say he's a singer, or they'll say he's the father of Joachim Noah, the American basketball player.
Okay, yeah. Because it
very few people know
disappears into history, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Big winner there on the forehand, jumping into that Shelton from just inside the tram lines. 40-50.
Probably has to be anyone under 35 because Noah won Roland Garros in '83.
Yeah, going back, I know.
And I think, does Joachim Noah still play? I'm not sure if he still plays in the NBL.
I can't tell you for sure, but I can tell you that Valentin Vacherot has held serve for 2 games all on Margaret Court Arena.
Madamita in New Delhi has asked us, could the organisers not move any of the suspended matches to Rod Laver Arena? In theory they could, because they've got 2.5 hours, but I don't think they're going to. They'd like to try and continue matches on the courts they've been put on. And also, we have a squatter on Rod Laver Arena now, because Novak Djokovic's opponent, Botic van der Zandschulp, obviously he'd agreed that once the Sinner match was finished, he could just hit a few balls.
Have a little hit.
The thing is, they haven't emptied the court, so there's about 100 spectators who really should have left the Rod Laver Arena by now, who
Getting
are just
a little
hanging
bit of
around, sort of saying, oh, we're watching Botic van der Zandschulp.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, if you're not being kicked out, I'd hang around. Watch a bit of a warm-up. I mean, there's plenty of time to get back out in the sunshine. That's good serving from Shelton. Moves out to Eliot. He's got the sleeveless top on with, I hate describing these things, it's black and white, but it's got sort of a mottled sort of...
That's a very nice shirt, I think. Yes, black and white mottled pattern.
Is it mottled? Is that the correct word? When you mottle
dappled. And it gets more intense. The black gets more intense as you get closer to the neck.
At 30 love. Onto the Vacherot forehand, and he's going to get the short ball here. Vacherot doesn't do enough with it though, and it's just hammered away with so much. It almost looked like a training drill for Shelton there as he took on the forehand down the line, hit it beautifully.
A couple of people asking how they entered the competition. Same way that you just contact us.
Yes.
If you've contacted us to ask how you entered the competition, that's how. Either through the Ask the Booth form or aoradio@tennis.com.au.
But time is running out. You better get onto it soon. That's a put away from Shelton there, and he did so well. He putting that volley away right at the net. He can sit down almost immediately.
24.5 hours left to enter the competition.
24.5 hours. Right, it is. There's not 24.5 hours before we exit the commentary box, Chris, though, because that's right now.
It is.
Because Peter and Courtney are going to come in to take you through the next couple of hours here of action on AO Radio.
Australian Tennis Magazine has been serving up news, features and game insights for 50 years. Pick up your copy of Australia's only tennis publication or subscribe to have every issue delivered at tennismag.com.au and keep up with all things tennis via our social channels.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ozopen.com.
Family time hits different with Tennis Court Hire. From less eyes on screens to more time with your teens or smashing fitness routines. Whatever you're into, get out on court. Tennis.com.au.
Player features, exclusive interviews, game insights and much more. That's Australian Tennis Magazine. And this AO, Australia's only tennis publication, turns 50. Join us in celebrating our special milestone by picking up a copy or subscribing at tennismag.com.au.
Message our commentators. Email aoradio@tennis.com.au.
The sound of the Australian Open. This is AO Radio.
Well, we are here on Margaret Court Arena. The lead shots, of course. Bye, Chris. Bye, Steve. Disappear off into the distance. Valentin Vacherot at 2-3 in this third set. He's 2 sets down, of course. Ben Shelton, who's on the forehand. Nice from Vacherot. Hits the sideline. It's 30 love. Courtney Walsh has just wandered in. He's been here, there and everywhere today.
It's really good to be here, Pete. I must say that when I walked into this broadcast booth, this fabulous broadcast booth we have here, and Steve Pearce was moving about as well as Jannik Sinner was during that third set. What happened there?
He's had quite the busy week on so many fronts. Anyway, up the line here. Oh, bang! Big forehand from Shelton, if you don't mind. It's 30-15 for Vacherot, serving 2-3 in the third set.
Just an absolutely scintillating forehand there from Shelton. It's been a really interesting match. This look, I had an eye on Sinner and his stoush with Spizzirri, but I've also been just side-eyeing this match, if that makes sense.
I'm pleased you have.
And there was deep in the first set, Shelton made his move, was able to break. Then, and this shot has gone viral, Pete. It's gone viral across the world.
Mm-hmm.
Vacherot on return early in the second set hit. Look, it was a reflex one. He was trying to get out of one of those venomous Ben Shelton kick serves that followed him everywhere. But he hit a shot, Pete, that swung, basically hitting it sideways, a sideways forehand to get out of the way. The ball has moved a good 1.5 meters in the air, a reverse in-swing. If you were playing cricket and you were a masterful in-swing bowler or a baseballer pitching the ball and had the ball move like it did then, it would be a record. It just moved unbelievably far. He still lost the point somehow, but you should have seen the way. Like,
I'm going to look this up because I was busy looking at Sinner.
Almost knocked the umpire over. The umpire actually ducked back and somehow landed in the court. It was extraordinary.
I'm going to jump onto the AO socials and I'm going to find out where that is. It's 3-3, by the way, here in the third set.
So Vacherot trying to keep his hopes alive. He had that fairy tale run. Oh boy, and the ball kid's just...
Top one there as Shelton sent one down that went long.
Couldn't reverse that one, could he, Pete?
As the second serve down the tees, an ace swinging away. Well, Vacherot, yes, he was that story, but the good part for Valentin, he's 30th seed here, but he will get another rankings bump too because he has virtually no points to defend and he's playing at the higher level for the best part of 8 months.
Just keeps on keeping on.
Exactly. The serve goes into the net. You probably will be able to accrue enough points to offset what he might lose if he doesn't go all the way in Shanghai again. Off forehand here from Vacherot. Point at the line by Shelton. He's there in the juice court playing cross-court backhand onto the forehand of Vacherot. Back there again. Heavy ball. Too heavy, in fact, from Shelton. It's 15-all.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. I mean, clearly he was a player. We saw his ranking sort of in the low 200s when he had that phenomenal breakthrough in Shanghai where he edges his cousin Artur Rindanesh in the final. Then went okay in Paris.
He did very well. They played each other again. Now they're playing doubles here. Keeping it all in the family as Shelton going back behind for a +1. They either come on, he wants to get this done right now. It's 30-15.
Ben Shelton has been so remarkably impressive in this Australian Open. His first round opponent, I, without a doubt, would say would be one of the hardest first round opponents you can get here. Ugo Humbert, who has made the last 16 here 3 times, but he was the 33rd, effectively, the world number 33. So he missed the seedings by 1. So if you look at the people to draw, and it was a high-class match on Rod Laver Arena. I had the privilege of calling that one. As Shelton just misses wide with the backhand for 30 all.
Backhand 30 all, yep.
And to be able to get through that one, you know, a couple of tiebreakers, he held his nerve and did exceptionally well. Played so well, served well. And then he knocked off the fairy tale Australian story. Dane Sweeney, who came from Qualies, was playing for about $500 going back 6 months ago. Pockets $225,000 here.
Keeps him going as we see here. Shelton in the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand. Jack up that line from Vacherot. Up the line, the backhand from Shelton. And into the net goes Vacherot. The come on again from Ben. It's 40-30.
And so to be able to come through that one, and he did that in style, he had the Australian crowd, not surprisingly, against him. Because of the fact that he was playing in Aussie, not through anything otherwise, because he's such an exciting player. And then in the first 2 sets to play with the distinction. He's still got a job to do here because Vacherot is certainly throwing all he has at him, but in a very, very strong position and working his way through the first week in style.
Here's second serve coming up here at 40-30. The serve out wide, cross-court backhand, Vacherot, short and angled, up the line goes Shelton, down the juice court, digging out a backhand, it's a shorter ball for Vacherot, back in that direction with the cross forehand, slice backhand from Shelton, drifting cross-court, up the line goes Vacherot, he's coming in and Shelton just goes boom! straight past his racket, as if he wasn't even there. Shelton at 4-3 on serve.
That was a cannon, Pete. It's impossible to think he could actually hit the ball as hard as that. Vacherot was coming forward. It was a great approach shot. We're talking Shelton about 3 metres behind the baseline, maybe even a little more. He didn't have a play on it. It just absolutely launched that one. Wow, that is an incredible shot and a demonstration of his unbelievable talent. Vacherot couldn't believe it.
Power and control. It went straight past him. You know, ball wouldn't get past Kate Kern. She's doing some crosses for us today. Of course, John Cain Arena is where you are, Kate. Staying cool, I hope.
I certainly am, Pete. I do think it's clouded over ever so slightly outside, so hoping that play will get underway. Well, I don't think it's. I don't think. Well, it may not be 5:30, but you know there will be play this evening, is what I'm hoping. Bartunkova, well, she's on the board in the second set. She lost that first set 6-love against Mertens, but she's down a break and 5-3. So things not playing out so well. She has been playing much better here in this second set, but Mertens just far too consistent and surprisingly serving big today. I hadn't expected that from Lise, but she's been very, very consistent, serving up around 72%, 185 kilometres. So it's been a match of big serving by Mertens, and looking like she'll go through here to the 4th round. But we'll get back to me because I think we may have probably match points in around 2 minutes.
All right, good timing them. Right, let's start the clock then, shall we? 2 minutes, Kate reckons. Let's see how we go here. It's 15-love. Vacherot 91% of first serve points, 1 in set number 3. And he's still down 2 sets as he serves here. Down the tee on the backhand of Shelton. Cross-court backhand from Vacherot is deep in the 8 court. He'll go back in that direction, go too big.
Well, that's going to have an impact on the average, Pete.
Yeah, it knocks it back a touch. What are we about, 80-something?
Yeah, I'd say 88, 89. A nice return there from Shelton on the backhand wing. Put it to the backhand wing of Vacherot, who's wearing a nose band of sorts to assist the breathing. Have you worn one of those when you've been commentating, Pete?
Nope. Don't feel that that's required.
Performance enhancing.
Is it?
Well, it certainly makes you breathe a little better.
I'm breathing okay now. As the serve here from Vacherot onto the backhand of Shelton, it goes into the net. 30-15.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting when you see the players wearing them, and certainly that works for some athletes. I think I'd find it quite disconcerting to have that sort of thing on my nose. I mean, look, some would argue that with my nose, it may not be able to find one big enough, but nonetheless.
We'll let the people of YouTube sort that out. As it's 30-15, as the serve, Vacherot goes into the net. Botic van der Zandschulp just having a bit of a warm-up on Rod Laver Arena ahead of his match with Novak Djokovic. We'll have that for you this evening on AO Radio as the serve here. Off backhand from Shelton, well off. Goes wide, it's 40-15.
So Shelton just got some strapping or some taping on his right thigh, effectively down either side of that thigh muscle. He's rotating his neck. He's looking quite comfortable, even though this has been a hard workout. Certainly a better situation for comfort that they're playing indoors and out of that scorching sun.
As we've got a backhand, Vacherot up the middle of the court. Slice backhand from Shelton. Cross forehand from Vacherot. Shelton is there with the shorter ball. Vacherot goes up the line with his point. He's coming in, going to play a backhand volley, put it away. Yes, he did. Shelton got there. Couldn't quite finish it off. It's 4 games all in this third set. He hasn't given up. The crowd's with him as well. Have a listen to that. He's built up quite the fan base, you'd have to say, Valentine.
No doubt about it. He's an exciting player to watch, Pete, and that was a great demonstration of that.
Kate, let's go to you on John Cain Arena.
I believe that's right on 2 minutes, and we do have a match point here on John Cain Arena. Lise Mertens, 30-40. Bartunkova serving. She's got to see if she can stay in this second set, having dropped that first set 6-love. At Babel, no one likes to see that on their scoreline. And Bartunkova just getting herself ready to serve. And first serve has gone out wide into ace. What a way to save match point. Unbelievable by Bartunkova. Of course, has come through qualifying. She's 126th in the world. I think she's a little injured today, Pete. I'm not sure if anyone's picked up on that. She's got her upper thighs heavily strapped on the right leg. So
3-set matches in rounds 1 and round 2.
We're at Juice. First serve has gone into the net. Just preparing now. Second serve, in the second set. And she's just bunted that back. Has Mertens. We're going down the middle of the court, backhands, trading backhands. Both women not making a move. Finally, Bartunkova has gone out wide with the forehands, dragging Mertens way out of court. And what a terrific point. And she's just got a nose in front here and hoping to hold serve. Do you want to go back to you or to stay here?
We'll stay with you at 30-15, Shelton.
It sounds like a great crowd out there, Kate.
It really is. There is something about when the roof comes on, isn't it? Around the noise echoes off the walls. It's a terrific atmosphere. Bartunkova ready to serve. Her serve is to the back end of Mertens. She's come into the net. Bartunkova, beautiful soft hands at the net and put that ball away. And she is now 4-5. Mertens obviously still with the break, so she'll come out to serve now for the match. But at 5-4 and 6-love up, Elisa Mertens is looking good.
Yep, absolutely, Kate. We will come back to you once we get to a good stage to cross back. Bartunkova, one of the younger players. We've got Valentová playing out there against Rybakina a little bit later on Cain Arena. The next generation are coming, and Boko as well.
Absolutely, no doubt about that. I had the great joy of talking to Valentová in Paris going back a couple of years ago after she won the Roland Garros junior girls singles, and she was so impressive then, and then she's been impressive here in this opening week. Beat the highest ranked Australian, the seeded Maya joint in the first round, and has continued on. And look, she's ranked about 54 in the world, but I think we'll see that she will be rising rapidly, and it wouldn't surprise me, given the way she's going, by a return to Roland Garros in about 4 months' time, that she'll be a seeded player.
Well, I'll tell you what, go back to Bartunkova for a second, because 5-4 here, Shelton and Vacherot. We'll come back to that as they get out from the sit-down. Both of those opening round matches for Bartunkova, first round, second round, she's had 6-love sets against her. Third time she's had 6-love. It happened to be the first set today against Bencic. It was the second set, and against Daria Kazatkina it was the second set. So maybe the 6-love is an omen.
Oh, and to be able to actually come back and win 3 sets against players of that experience and that quality. We're talking about Roland Garros finalists in regards to Kazatkina, and Olympic gold medalists in regards to Belinda Bencic. It's impressive performances from a woman so young, and she's been, well, I think a real hit. I remember being out on the grounds late a couple of nights ago. Wow, she was bringing the crowd along with her.
Well, we're seeing here Vacherot serving in the 10th game of the third set. Shelton up by 2 sets to love. Vacherot serving at 4-5, and it's 15-love. We'll get you some of your messages along the way too when we get out of this sort of score junction that we're in right now. The serve here, down the tees, an ace. Bang, gets that done. It's 30-love.
Reminiscent of one of your fine deliveries, Pete.
Whoa, really?
Just absolutely scorched the line at 217 kilometres an hour. You can get that fast, you can hit it that quick.
I don't know if I'm going to have you on the tee much longer, Courtney. Your eyesight's busted. It's the serve here out wide. It's an ace again. That's a lot better. I'm used to those. 40-love. Mainly whistling past me.
I see. Sorry, I had the story wrong.
Mainly
They're
whistling
the ones whistling past me. Right, 192 kilometres an hour slider. Impossible to return. That was an outstanding serve from Vacherot.
And it serves out wide, clips the tape on the way through.
Only reason that wasn't a hat-trick of aces, 3 in a row. He's a tall man, Vacherot. It's a style.
Ooh. We're going to go to Cain Arena momentarily as Vacherot see if he can wrap up the game. The serve blocked back by Shelton. Back that way, Vacherot. Big bullet again from Shelton. He goes bang. At least Mertens is about to go bang on Cain Arena, Kate.
She has been going bang today because she's put down 8 aces, and that was the last serve to bring it to 40-love. 3 match points for the Belgian. She serves, first serve is in, and she's gone down the line with the backhand, says Mertens. Bartunkova has put that up high over Mertens, but she's good enough to get it back, and that ball has gone to the net. Well done, Bartunkova. She's just hanging in there. 40-15, Mertens.
Vacherot's just held for 5 games all here in the third set. Stay with you, Kate, because we must be Bartunkova's good luck charm, because
You
as soon as we
certainly
started
are,
crossing...
Pete, every time. I know. We're going to have to let her know if she can get through this match. She's got a bit of work to do here. Of course, 6-love in the first and 5-4 now. 40-15, Mertens serving for the match. First serve, just gone long. She was going down the tee, and that has been good for her for this match so far. Quite a few aces down the tee today. Second serve, Mertens just taking her time. And the serve to the forehand of Bartunkova, and Mertens just bunting that back now. Backhand cross court, and the backhand from Bartunkova is into the net, and Mertens is into the 4th round of the Australian Open. 6-love, 6-4 in just an hour and 16 minutes. Lovely hug at the net, both women, and one wonderful match by Elisa Mertens. As I said earlier, she's served so well today, and that's really got her so many easy points off the back of that big serving. She's delighted, waving to the crowd, and yeah, she's had a cracker today.
And she will play the winner of Elena Rybakina, as we've been talking about that match, and Teresa Valentova. But we're back here. Thank you, Kate. We'll keep with you because Stan's about to arrive out there and be bringing us updates on that. Assuming this doesn't finish in this set. 5-all, 15-all now here on Margaret Court Arena.
Just a bullet-like forehand late in that last service game, and Vacherot drew a massive smile from the Frenchman's face. Just because the forehand from Shelton whistled past him so quickly.
Again,
the power is extraordinary that he's capable of. He did a good job to hold serve, and here he is, 15-all, 5-all on the Shelton serve. Can he make a move, Pete?
Let's see. The serve onto the backhand of Vacherot. It's in the juice court. Cross-court backhand from Shelton's wide. The door just slightly ajar here. It's 15-30.
Edging towards 2 hours of match time in this third round encounter on Margaret Court Arena.
Where were you going?
I just caught a glimpse of 1573 in the back, and I've gone, hang on, what's going on here? No, of course, on Margaret Court Arena. Just had my
There's the serve here from Shelton onto the backhand. Vacherot's going to go wide. It's 30-all. You can talk about the sponsors product, but you just can't sample it, Courtney. 5-all, 30-all.
That's very, very true. And particularly on a day like today, I suspect, I'm sure there's a couple of people enjoying a nice cooling beverage around the grounds.
39 Celsius outside at the moment as a serve from Shelton. Forehand cross-court from Vacherot. Middle of the court to Shelton with the backhand. Now he's sliding with the ankle, playing a big point up the line. Dug out by Vacherot with a forehand. Good depth on that. Cross-court backhand from Vacherot. Good forehand, taking Vacherot right out of court. Shelton's go back in that direction. He gets it done. And he screams out. He's got game point for 6-5.
Just quite the show of emotion from the American. You can tell that this is getting tight. That's not to win the game. That's just to bring up a game point. But he was able to flip the ball back behind the Frenchman. Beautiful forehand. Thumped his chest a couple of times, then bellowed in delight.
So he prepares again. And the serve. Out wide is missing. Game point for 6-5. And we wait for the serve. Onto the backhand of Vacherot, taken way out of court. He's missed the return. It's game to Shelton. 6-5. He's on serve in the third set here on our radio live around the world.
And you see him having a little chat back to his team. His dad, Brian Shelton, a fine player in his own right, a top 30 winner, I think, a top 30 ranked player. Picked up some ATP success himself. He's up applauding. Ben's having a chat back. He's just pumping the fist. Really strong hold there. It is a weapon, a great weapon to have that serve of Shelton's. Just absolutely superb. And we've got plenty of...
Let's go, because we've been sort of chatting about play. Let's get into some messages. aoradio@tennis.com.au or the Ask the Booth form on ausopen.com/listen.
Please keep them coming in. Felicitas, and it's always great to hear from Felicitas in Heidelberg. She was up earlier.
Heidelberg, Germany, or Heidelberg,
Germany. Okay. Heidelberg, Germany. She was up earlier a couple of days ago to get to school. She says, good morning. After a stressful week, I planned to sleep in today and managed to stay in bed until 5 a.m. Then my Cinemania just got the best of me. I had to turn it on. Thanks for the great coverage.
You know you can listen in bed at 5 a.m.
Without a doubt.
Is that the whole point of this?
I would have thought that would have been the ideal way.
Yeah, jump on board that. Come on.
In fact, can we commentate in bed, Pete? Is that going to be possible at some stage?
Well, I don't know if you ought to fit one in our commentary booth here. That would make it slightly awkward.
Seeing how temperatures get more extreme by the year, do you think there might be a chance that at some point in time they'll change the schedule and the AO takes place at a different time? Look, no, I don't think that's going to happen because it's priority in terms of being able to play in the school holidays and the festive period, a time when a lot of Australians have their time off. So no, look, and the beautiful thing about Melbourne Park, as we see, Pete, is that they've got so many roofed stadiums. It's just so comfortable, so well equipped to be able to handle it. And it's, clearly it's a very, very warm today. We've got another one coming in a few days, but well equipped to be able to handle it.
15 love here for Vacherot, serving a 5-6 in the third set. Trying to stay in the match now. 2 hours and 2 minutes on the Rolex as the serve comes in. Vacherot down the tee and the backhand of Shelton. You go backhand to backhand. Slice backhand from Shelton up the line. Cross-court backhand Vacherot. Onto that Shelton forehand. He works up the middle of the court, does Vacherot with a backhand. Now he's looking to come forward. No, he's trying to stay back. He put one ball up the line. Shelton just content to play backhands cross-court. Up the line goes Vacherot. Big forehand again from Shelton. He can do what he likes. It's 15-all.
It is a scorching day in Melbourne today, and Ben Shelton's forehand is sizzling.
Yep.
My word, he has absolutely spanked that one again down the line.
It's like Sasha Bublik last night on this court, who was doing exactly the same thing.
Bang.
Yeah.
When the ball is hit,
it stays hit.
It stays
hit. Yep.
Oh, what a brilliant forehand.
Oof.
That occasion down the line, wrong foot in Vacherot, but it wouldn't have mattered if he was wrong-footed or not. It was just going to go for a winner.
All right, let's see what Vacherot could do here. He served onto the backhand of Shelton's a sharp return. Cross-court, he's miscued that Vacherot. His cross forehand goes wide. It's 15-30, 2 points away now for Ben Shelton.
And a look of concern on the Frenchman's face. He takes a few steps back towards the sponsorship hoardings, trying to compose himself, trying to figure out what's the solution. Which way do I serve to try and deny Shelton? 15-30. I'm thinking he's going to go down the tee.
All right, let's see. As Vacherot prepares, serve down the tee onto the off backhand of Shelton. Cross-court backhand from Vacherot. Big cross-court forehand from Shelton. Vacherot going up the line. Shelton slice backhand cross-court. Cross-court forehand from Vacherot. In the middle of the court goes Shelton. He's pressing. Slice backhand again. Shelton defensive. Vacherot goes across forehand. Big backhand up the line from Shelton. He's missed. He missed. He went slightly long. He looks at his team. They say, yes, that was slightly long. And we're at 30-all.
Only marginally, and the ball striking that he is capable of. He just accelerated the pace in that rally magnificently. That forehand is a weapon, but I also like, Pete, that he can change it.
Yeah.
I like the way he occasionally chips into the backhand, slices that backhand side, changes the pace, tries to show something different. Great tennis to watch.
So 30-all at 5-6. Vacherot serving in this third set onto the forehand of Shelton. Cross-court forehand from Vacherot. Shelton's there. He's shanked the backhand cross wide. It's 40-30, looking like we're heading to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, very interesting as Vacherot again takes his time. He assesses the ball. He finds the one that he wants. The one perhaps that's going to zip through the air a little bit quicker. It stands up. It's been an impressive performance on serve in this third set from the Frenchman.
Well, the
number
crowd
30C.
Up and about. They had a challenger back in 2022 in Vegas. That would have been fun. Vacherot serve onto the forehand of Shelton. Short ball. Vacherot back in that direction. Shelton with a cross forehand. Hits the sideline. Bang up the line from Vacherot. Fighting fire with fire and sending us off to the tie break.
And he wags his finger in delight, trying to get the crowd behind him. Wonderful backhand down the line. Had his team up off their feet. They were absolutely delighted with that. It's been a brilliant match, Pete.
It sure has. High quality. Look at the tiebreak records for Shelton in season 2026, 2-0. 1-2 for Vacherot.
What a brilliant, brilliant backhand that was. And just the team up, pumping their fists even quicker than what he managed to do.
As we wait now for Shelton. Third set tiebreak. Serve goes big. Second serve. And the serve onto the backhand of Vacherot. Cross-court forehand from Shelton. Vacherot trying to get up the line. He can't handle the pace. He's so far back in the court. It's 1-0 Shelton.
And that hand is sweating. The right racket hand of Vacherot. He rubs it on his shirt. He's trying to make sure that he's able to grip the racket as firmly as he possibly can. Needs to first to 7 in this tiebreaker, not the super deciding tiebreaker.
Not yet.
In the 5th set, that would be quite the match if he can get to that.
As Vacherot serves into the net, and I'll tell you what, if the players are looking for a break, they'll get 10 minutes up their sleeve because that rule's still in place at the moment between sets 3 and 4. If he gets that far, onto the backhand of Shelton up the middle of the court. Cross-court point from Vacherot. Looping backhand from Shelton up the middle of the court point. Netted by Vacherot. The mini break goes Shelton's way. It's 2-0 now in this 3rd set tie break.
I talked about watching and commentating on Ben Shelton's fine triumph over Hugo Humbert for AO Radio in the 1st round. And it was his poise early in the tiebreakers that came to the fore against the lefty. He was able to get his nose ahead Shelton and then see it out. Here he is again, locking down. It's what Djokovic used to do so successfully, lock down in tiebreakers. And here he is at 2-0.
The serve comes in, out wide, it's an ace. Badly needed for Vacherot. Mini break with Shelton, it's 2-1.
Nothing you could do about that. That was far too good. Just an unreturnable serve. Perfectly positioned. The precision, ideal.
Ace number 12. 14 for Shelton today. As we prepare now for Shelton serving at 2-1. The serve. Clips the tape on the way through. His fastest serve been today. Get out of metric.
I'd say, do they even count it?
They do. Can they measure 2:27.
That's pretty rapid. I think he was 2:26 a few days ago.
2:17 for Vacherot, fastest serve. Serve down the tees and ace. What was that? 2:26. Just Bang. As soon as we said it.
3-1 Shelton.
Well, I reckon that 2:27's equal fastest too for mine.
For the tournament.
Yes, he's tied for second, 2:28, Tirante. Diego Tirante, 2:28. He's joint second on the list. He's 3-1 in the 3rd set tiebreak. Here's Shelton, the serve out wide, misses.
Just hit a casual 215 kilometres an hour.
If you don't mind, second serve. Onto the forehand of Vacherot. That was quick. Backhand from Shelton goes long. Mini break back. We're on serve again. 3-2 Shelton.
And just to pump the fist with the racket in it towards his camp for Vacherot. It was 184 kilometres an hour that second serve, so hit at a really decent clip and nice return.
All right, so it's 2-3. For Vacherot to serve. 2 hours, 9 minutes on the Rolex. The serve. Onto the backhand of Shelton. And it's missed. It's gone long. Players changing ends at 3 points all.
Vacherot strides with confidence towards his chair. Ben Shelton just looks down, pokes the tongue out, grabs his water bottle, takes a swig. All kids are racing around the net trying to collect the balls, redirect them down to the other end. Shelton's the first back towards the baseline as Vacherot towels down and then makes his way. He has to win this tiebreaker to extend this match to keep his Australian Open hopes alive. Ben Shelton, he'd be very, very happy to be back in the locker room in about 6 points' time if he's able to close this one out. 3-all. Shelton leads 6-4, 6-4, 6-all in the 3rd set. 3-all in the tiebreaker.
It would be a first round of 16 at a major for Vacherot. He's able to turn this around. 3-all. The serve. Blocked back by Shelton. It was a wide serve from Vacherot going back in that juice court direction. Dug out by Shelton into the bottom of the net. He was full stretch. He couldn't get there. Great serving from Vacherot. It's 4-3 on serve. 3rd set tiebreak.
Just waited on the return. Waited to see if Shelton would take a step either way and then redirected it back behind him, and very, very impressive fight back from Vacherot in this tiebreaker. But Shelton, 3-4, 2 serves to come on his weapon.
So 3-4, Shelton. Serve goes long. First serve percentage for Shelton, 65 into play. Set that is, winning 80 on the first ball, 64 on the second. He's got to deliver a second ball. He does now. Vacherot waits. He hammers a forehand up the line. Cross-court backhand, Shelton, short angle. Match there by Vacherot on the forehand. Back up that line from Shelton. Now he's in the ad-court. Playing big forehand in the middle of the court. Cross-court forehand from Vacherot goes long. And we are at 4 points all.
Just able to put the ball out of reach, not able to control it, the Frenchman. Nice work in terms of pushing him around the court from Shelton. He is up for the fight. He is up for the challenge. He is roaring. So are the fans. They are engaged by this gripping contest. Brian Shelton, on the other hand, just looks like it's just another afternoon. Nice little afternoon, just enjoying fine seat.
The serve here. Onto the forehand of Vacherot, off the baseline, picked up by Shelton. Cross-court forehand from Vacherot. Cross-court backhand from Shelton in the juice court here. Backhand to forehand, up the line goes Shelton. Backhand up the middle of the court from Vacherot. Vacherot again with a cross forehand. Cross-court backhand from Shelton in the corner of the juice court. Up the line goes Vacherot, deep. Short ball reply from Shelton. The drop shot from Vacherot. Shelton gets there. It lands in the corner of the court. Up the line, Vacherot wide. He's thinking that this was a double bounce. He's going to ask the question. He's asking the umpire whether Shelton got there in time. We can review it. That's exactly what we're going to do.
It's really interesting because it was a well-executed drop shot. Shelton's such an athlete. Let's see what unfolds.
Well, he got there all right. We're seeing the replay now. He definitely got there, Courtney.
Just brilliant performance there from Shelton to get his racket underneath that. And Vacherot just switched off a little bit. The pass was still there to be made, and perhaps just a little bit stunned. Did not find the accuracy on the backhand. It faded wide as it went down the line.
Ava Azraki-Moore is just got the headset on, is just waiting for the pictures to appear on her screen just to confirm. She's having a chat to the team who are putting it together. We're going to get some angles of this. I don't think we need too many. Here we go. We're looking at it now in ultra slow motion. And yes, he has just. So what do you think, Courtney?
Yeah, I'm almost certain. I would.
One angle is more definitive than the other.
Absolutely. No, I'm very comfortable he has reached that.
All right, well, let's see. We're just going to wait for it because what happens is it comes up on the big screen as well. So the umpire says, I'm satisfied, I made the decision, show it on the big screen so everyone can see it, which I think is a great system, by the way.
Yes, it gives people clarity. Particularly for
Here we go.
First one.
Now the video review comes up. Someone's woken up there. She's going to look at some angles. She'll only need the two. Very experienced official and saw it with her own eyes anyway. I wonder what this is going to do for Vacherot because he's stepping to the line at 4-5, 2 sets to love down. He's in this third set tie break.
He's dancing around on his feet. He's trying to make sure he keeps his focus in check. He's a couple of curious facial expressions back towards his box. I'm sure he just genuinely doesn't know whether or not he's hoping that it goes his way. Look, through what we've seen, I don't think it will, but
time to get a move on with this.
And Shelton now just taking a few steps back and forward. There's been an extended review.
Well, the thing is, though, with the system,
and here we see it again.
Another replay that's coming up on our screen. Now, some of this is done by our TV friends, but it's quite clear for us, and now the third angle that we've seen confirms. And I think Vacherot is saying, let's just get on with it now. We've wasted enough time.
He's saying, all good, all good.
I don't think he was quite expecting this.
He said it's good.
I know, but now we have to go through the process.
Well, hurry up the process. Now we're going through 14 different replays.
Ladies and gentlemen, as for the video review, the ball only bounced once.
And just the roar from the crowd. That was quite the pause there. Quite the delay.
That system needs a bit of a tweak because we had all of the replays we needed from the TV pictures. So let's go with those, folks, because we could have solved this 5 minutes ago. Anyway, 4-5. Vacherot serves into the nets.
He's had to pause. He's had to wait. He called the review, though.
He did. Well, yep. But then he conceded. And anyway, there's a serve here onto the backhand of Shelton. Back out the line from Vacherot. Slice backhand from Shelton. Cross-court forehand from Vacherot. Shelton there with a big backhand. Too big, in fact, up the middle of the court. It is 5 points all in this third set tie break.
On a knife's edge. He strides to the box. He gets his towel. Having a quick chat with his team. Which way does he go this time, Pete? Oh, I don't know. I think he might go wide.
Well, whatever way, Shelton's going to go hard or go home on this point in particular. Pressure on Vacherot. It's 6-all, 5-all. We're in the third set. As he prepares again, the serve. Down the tee, goes long.
I got that one wrong.
Second serve. Shelton way back in the court. Oh, double fault. It's a double fault, and it's a match point for Ben Shelton at 6-5.
Can you believe it, Pete? After all this time, he's served so well, but his fourth double fault for the match comes in an untimely moment in the match and gives Ben Shelton a match point.
Match point Shelton. We'll hear a roar if he gets it done here. Shelton match point. The serve out wide. Taken way out of court is Vacherot into the net. And there is the roar and the bright smile as well. That was a hard-fought win. They hug at the net. 6-4, 6-4, 7-6, 2 hours and 17 minutes for Ben Shelton to move through for a third time to the round of 16 here at the AO.
Come on, let's go. He roars to the crowd. He is amped. He is up for this Australian Open. We know he's been through the semi-finals. He's such of a Grand Slam. He's such a talented player. And I think he's a real threat over the next week and a bit.
Well, what an atmosphere here on Margaret Arena with the roof closed too. And Valentin Vacherot, he won't have lost any fans. He's now playing at the level he probably should be and probably getting the results he should have right now. And again, he's got a free hit basically for the best part of 10 months to try and keep building that rank, or at least maintain it for when he has that Shanghai drop-off. He's going to get a good round of applause. Have a listen.
Standing ovation, Pete.
That's right, Valentin. You have got a fan base. People are knowing who you are. He walks from the court. We're going to hear from our winner in just a few moments, but he'd be pretty relieved to have gotten through in 3 straight sets today.
And no doubt he'd also be relieved that this match came indoors pretty early for him, so he wasn't out in the sun.
In fact, it started under the roof.
It started under the roof, so not out in the sun, being exposed to the heat. Just challenge for those who started earlier. And Ben, just by fortune of the draw, as he goes out to speak to Chris Eubanks.
He does. This is going to be a fun interview. These two know each other pretty well. Here's Chris Eubanks chatting with Ben Shelton.
Well, Ben, that was an incredible match. Incredible shot making. Want to get your first initial thoughts on one thing. Your attitude today. You seemed like you had a little bit of a chip on your shoulder, like you were really, really focused. Want to know, what was it about this matchup that really brought out that competitive fire?
Yeah, I think a lot of credit to Val. I think he's been playing great tennis. Obviously, everybody saw his breakout in Shanghai, but he's been able to sustain that level after, and hats off to him. Obviously, this is a SEC matchup. Our team's played a few times in college, so I wouldn't say chip on my shoulder, but I'm always representing the Gators for sure.
As we get to see the Gator chomp from you and your dad. This court in particular, this crowd, it kind of resembled a college atmosphere. We saw some chants for Val, we saw some chants for you. When you're here and the electricity starts to build, do you think that builds some of your best tennis?
Yeah, 100%. I think that there's a reason why I play so well here. I always pull out some of my best tennis here in Melbourne, and having the roof closed today just amplified the noise. So thanks everybody for coming out. I'm not done yet. I hope you guys come back in 2 days' time, because I still got a lot to prove here.
Pretty clean performance for you in your first 3 rounds. Moving on now, what do you do on your off days to be able to kind of reset the mind? Do you have anything in particular that you like to do or you've enjoyed in Melbourne from your past couple of years of coming down?
I don't really leave my hotel, bro. Especially right now, it's too hot outside. Put the AC down to like 18 and just chill. But no, I think that physically, to recover is the most important piece when you get into the second week of a major. And for me, getting my body right is most important. I want to know that I can go the distance every time that I step on the court. You know, if this roof was open today, I don't know if I was going to be able to go the distance. I don't think anyone was prepared for that. So y'all stay cool out there for sure.
Well, we look forward to seeing you in your next round. Ladies and gentlemen, American #1, Ben Shelton.
Yeah, he did it well in the end. Good interview, actually, because you both know each other pretty well.
I really liked what we heard there from him when he said, I've still got a lot to prove here. That's the hunger and the desire and the drive of a young man going places.
Well, he will play the winner of tonight's match on Margaret Arena, Marin Cilic and Casper Ruud, in the section of the draw with Jannik Sinner, of course, the bottom part of the men's singles draw. But that could set up a potential, don't look too far, one match at a time, of course, Courtney, Shelton Sinner quarter-final. And if we go by seedings, we'll go Musetti and Djokovic as a quarter-final in the other part of the bottom half of the singles draw. We'll have an Alcaraz-Dimonov, we're going by seedings here. And then Sasha Zverev versus maybe Daniel Medvedev, potentially. Because he's the highest seed in his little section of the draw, with Felix out of the draw.
Indeed.
There you go.
It's often said, it's the old cliche in tennis, a pretty quiet first week leads to a classic second week.
And
sure does. All the stars. So Felix Auger, Eliot seemed cramping in the first round and out of the tournament. But he was probably the major upset in terms of the men's ranks. And otherwise, it's been pretty smooth sailing. But not smooth sailing for the seeds, because I wouldn't say what happened to Jannik Sinner today was smooth sailing in any way, shape or form. But he is through the double defending champion, the #2 seed. And, we've got some of the legends. Alcaraz going for history, trying to become the youngest man since Donald Budge to complete the career Grand Slam. Novak Djokovic, who we can spot out on Rod Laver Arena at the moment, warming up, seeking a 25th Grand Slam title. Jannik Sinner, Pete. 3 Australian Open titles in a row would be his if he's able to continue his winning streak in Melbourne. And then you've got the others, players like Ben Shelton, Alexander Zverev, Alex de Minaur, Alexandra Bublik, who played and set the crowd alight last night.
Did he ever?
They're all searching for their maiden Grand Slam title. They're all exceptionally talented players. I think it's just a riveting tournament to come. We've had a great first week, lots and lots of action to come. And Ken, one more for you, Ken, the old man. Old man Stan.
You mean who's on this court, Rod Laver Arena that we're looking at, or on the other court on Cain Arena?
We'll go with Cain Arena.
You need to be specific.
Old man Stan.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, he's got a chance against Taylor Fritz. That's coming up a little bit later.
All right, well, we'll get to that shortly, but we've got messages to get through. We will get out to Stan's match once it gets underway, but first, Kate, I hope you're ready, because we're going to come to you.
I'm always ready,
we need
Pete.
That's not what you said before.
Born ready.
We need a call of the card, just to where things are at the moment in terms of outside courts and other miscellany happening at the moment.
Let's start when they believe play's going to get underway this evening, and they're saying 6 p.m.
Okay, so that's
another 45 minutes or so.
Yep.
So hoping that is the case and that we'll get underway.
And Kate, looking at some of the courts, what happens at about 6 o'clock, as we know, the shadows come across. So they will be playing primarily a lot of the courts in the shade. So that will help in terms of conditions, that they're not going to be in the blazing sun.
That will. Now, I have been sitting, I have to say, in air-conditioned comfort for the last couple of hours, so I haven't been outside just to feel that nice temperature myself, but every time Candy comes in to HQ here, she's a mess.
And you
she'll have the right to reply later on tonight, by the way.
I know. I've started early.
You had the masseuse as well, I believe, Kate. Is that right?
That's true. Locked in HQ.
So there's the singles match on Cain Arena, which actually got started before the heat rating went up to 5.
Linda Noskova, the 13th seed, against Jinyu Wang, and now they were 2 games apiece in the first set, 15 minutes into that match when play was suspended. So, yes, even Stevens there when they come out. See how that plays out. What was very interesting was over on ANZ Arena, and it was the women's doubles match, and the wildcards, the Australian wildcards, Kimberly Birrell and Talia Gibson, of course, were able to even things up. They were down, I believe, in that second set against Irani and Paolini, the second seeds here, of course, and have won they've won the Australian Open before the Italian pairing. So they won the first set 6-3. The Australians came back 6-3 in the second, and we're 4-all now. Birrell and Gibson were down a break. I think they were 4-1 down in that third set and even things up, and then, of course, had to leave court. So it was very interesting time. It was really interesting because the chair umpire was having a very long discussion with all players. I think they were all very happy to have remained on court. Didn't seem to be concerning them at all, the heat at that stage, and I think they really wanted to finish that match off. But, safety comes first, so they'll have to come back hopefully at 6 o'clock and finish off that match.
We heard some squeals and some excitement. Were they fans out there excited to see you, Kate, in the AO radio?
I'm pretty sure that was not Courtney. Courtney, I'm pretty sure that's not the case. And actually, we're still hidden away, but we might open up those doors at some stage tonight and let the outside in.
Well, we are. So just to explain our audience around the world, we're in a new location for the Around the Court updates and our morning show and our evening serve. They're at a shop front, or Tennis AO Radio HQ as we're calling it. And it is a shop front that we have on Kia Arena. So if you are coming down to Melbourne Park, or you're listening around the grounds on 99.7 magnificent FM, around the grounds, you can actually check us out. So I want to pass between doors 12 and 13 of Kia Arena.
And I believe Kate's signing autographs when not on air. So make sure you hop by.
I do it whilst on air.
Oh, whilst on air.
Well, Candy, there's a lineup actually waiting for her, but she's just getting herself prepared. Needs to find a pen.
You never find enough pens, I tell you. We've got a nice supply down here. So, yes, Kate, just confirming again, just for the folks, that it is not before 6 o'clock at local time, so 40 minutes or 39 minutes from now is our next kind of marker point. And, I mean, looking at the schedule today too, I mean, it's one of the key storylines here is the schedule. We're actually running okay because they've spread the matches out across the court. So the juniors events started today, so they're kind of spread out, and they can move quite easily from today, tomorrow, and keep going through the tournament. But in terms of those singles that you were talking about, Kate, it is Noskova and Wang, who you mentioned before on Kia Arena, then Mensik and Quinn. The rest are played under the roof. So Rod Laver Arena, Margaret Court Arena, 7 o'clock start, so an hour and a half odd from now. And then we've got Stan coming up very, very soon as well, I would suspect. And then, obviously, Rybakina, Cilic, they'll play out there. So, look, we're in good shape here in terms of being able to get this schedule through, even if 6 o'clock becomes 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock.
I'm just having a look at it. I just can't see that there'll be any delays or matches having to be played again tomorrow. So I think that's very good news for the Australian Open indeed, and for the players too.
And again, one of the benefits of this magnificent site here at Melbourne Park is the fact that they have 3 stadiums that can be roofed, basically have the roof come across, provide some cover. So it means that even if it's heavy rain, for example, at this stage, you're generally likely to be able to get through from now on without any concerns. And today, of course, it was the extreme heat. Hit 5 on the stress test, Pete. Did you hit 5 on the stress test?
I did. I was doing the match on Kia Arena earlier today with Luciano Dardari getting his win over Karen Hachinov. And I've got to say, not to put too fine a point on it, but it was rather cold in the commentary box. And I don't really like saying that, but it's true. And wandered out with my pullover on because it was that cool in there, which is not a bad thing, and walked out and, whoa, okay, and then had a little wander around the grounds, and it was, quite steamy, really. And obviously preparing for the forecast over the next couple of days as well. So in terms of the weather to come, folks, let's talk about what's coming up there. We'll get into some messages and all sorts of bits and pieces. Maybe stay on with us, Kate, while you're here.
Why not?
It's 37.9, so 38 degrees. But
I think that's cooling, isn't it?
The positive is it feels like 36. Celsius, of course, folks. Tomorrow it's 24, so it's cooling off nicely, which means it'll be a warm night, but at least it'll be a cooler day tomorrow for players and spectators. On Monday, which is a public holiday in Australia, it is 30 degrees. It's getting up to 43 on Tuesday, 4-3. And Wednesday is 26, Thursday 26, Friday is 32, and Saturday is 25. The only rain that might be expected is very minimal, and it's for next Saturday.
The women's finals day.
What time, Pete, are they saying that?
I have no idea. They can't forecast that far out.
Are you looking for
medium chance of showers?
Of course they can.
Looking for an early morning run, Kate, or just trying to plot your day?
Rain, hail, or shine.
Just trying to work my day out. You know, have to do my laundry at some stage. That's always a problem for me.
One step at a time. Maybe let's, Kate, stick on. Let's go into some messages, Courtney, because we've got a few that have lined up there while we've been chatting away.
And make sure you can get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form, Pete, on ausopen.com, or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Tell us where you are.
Yep.
What's been going on, what you've made of today's drama around Melbourne Park in many regards. And people have been getting in touch. It's always great to hear from them. And one of those is Saif, who's written from Tilburg in the Netherlands.
We might be looking forward to a certain match this evening.
I suspect so. Look, it was a very dark 6:30 a.m. when they wrote a couple, probably about 40 minutes or so ago. Looking forward to brewing some tea while listening to your delightful commentary. And I like this. A suggestion for our competition, our great competition.
Oh, yes. We'll run the competition. We'll mention the competition again.
Well, talking about tennis players resembling movie stars, we flipped the switch, haven't we? From movie stars resembling tennis players to which tennis player would you select, or would you, if you were trying to cast a film, which tennis player would you have?
Yes, and so it's flipping the tables on what we've done before. Now, we should say it is 25 past 5. The competition closes at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So whatever you're looking at, look at your watches now, minus 25 minutes, add 24 hours, and that is your marker point to get your entries in. We will then get a team of people together, and we will be making a decision as to who wins the competition and the $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop, which is on offer. You can spend it. It's worldwide. You can jump online and you can get that.
Have you got a couple of great judges lined up, I'm assuming, as well?
Let's say yes to that.
So in terms of an entry, talking about tennis players resembling movie stars, Saif says, my entry is Arena Sabalenka as Katie Sackhoff, who is perhaps best known for her role as Kara Thrace in the rebooted Battlestar Galactica TV series and movies. So sneaks in under the movies category, because we've talked about this before, some entries, and we are looking for movie stars here. Not the little screen. So thank you for that.
Well, technically, I mean, Netflix I'm open to.
Ah, right.
Not series, films. Netflix put out films as well that go direct to Netflix, and Apple TV have films as well, but we're talking about film rather than ongoing series.
As we see some action in the corridors of Melbourne Park. Stan is saddled up. He's in his little golf buggy about to head out, and Taylor Fritz in the buggy behind. Both gentlemen, they're not sharing. Two different buggies as they head out.
And then the entourages have their own separate buggies as well. All right, Bronson, what you got?
Bronson. Jokum. Well, look, I might come back to that one because I'm just trying to decipher it. Rob has written from Montreal to say it's a bit surreal listening to the commentary team talk about heat protocols and hydration and cooling beverages while walking home from Square Dance Night.
Square Dance Night?
I love it. I love it,
That sounds like a good night out for Kate.
With a wind chill of minus 36. Just now getting the feeling back in my fingers. Glad I got back in time for Stan. Would love to your story to continue here. Now,
it's not safe to be out in that weather.
Well, the one thing about the brilliant city of Montreal, I've been up there as late as December, and it's almost, they've got an underground city effectively. You can walk underneath Montreal through all these connecting, I suppose, arcades and I suppose little walkways. It's just a phenomenal city. It's great in summer. I've been there to cover the Rogers Cup, the Canadian Open. Fabulous tournament in its own right.
But in summer, though.
That's in summer, but I've been there in winter as well a couple of times, Pete.
So you can sympathise with this particular
very,
perspective.
very, very cold. But as I said, you can just walk through underground, through all these arcades. So, I don't doubt once you get back above ground, Rob, yep, I can understand just how cold it is. It was brutal when I was there, and that was about negative 17. So, negative 36. Whew.
I'm more interested in the square dancing.
Yes.
Would you need your fingers for square? I suppose you're holding people and you're square dancing, but you got your feet are the main thing there for the movement.
Now, Kate, because I can't. No, sorry.
Is that a question or?
No. I was about to.
Kate,
this is
has Kate
issue.
Written in?
Yes, Kate's written in. Not you. Not talking, you. Kate, at the moment.
No, yes, I'm now all confused. But Kate has written in from Cincinnati. You know who in Ohio, which has a very fine Masters tournament itself.
Sure does.
Now, it didn't say which film, but I like it. Martina Navratilova could absolutely be played by Meryl Streep.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That's working the wrong way around.
Well, they say that about Kate Kearns as well.
What?
Which bit?
Yeah, which one?
Martina.
No. So that's not an entry we can count. Of course, Courtney, because it's the wrong way around. It's not the tennis sport who would play a tennis player, an active play tennis player.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's what could the tennis player play in terms of a movie role? What would they be most suited to?
Well, then Martina could play any of Meryl's roles.
Yeah, it could work back the other way. Work it back. All right, I'm going to flip that around. We're going to pretend that one's flipped around and it's going to be entered.
Perfect. And now I have deciphered.
Okay, right. You've worked this out. I'm pleased that you worked this out.
Bronson's a regular writer and from the Gold Coast, and good to hear from you again. And I suspect there was something that was referred to earlier in the day regarding Jannik Noah, the last Frenchman. And now I presume with our last man, Valentin.
Was that discussed, Kate? You've been listening.
Yes, it was. And, with Chris.
And so there was a query,
and Steve.
a query about Joachim Noah, who was Yannick's son, and he retired a few years back. He played with the Chicago Bulls and LA Clippers, and probably in his early 40s or so now. But he was a fabulous athlete in his own right. It just took me a little while, Bronson. I was otherwise heat distressed a little earlier today because some foolish old man tried to jump on the tennis court himself outside, and it got the better of me, Pete.
Oh, good. I'm glad you said you because we've been speculating.
Sorry, Steve. I think the discussion was around the fact that.
Did you call me Steve?
No, I'm not sure.
It's very hot, listeners. It's very hot.
I heard
Melbourne
what
today.
I heard. What did you have to say? Go on, Kate. Go on.
Trying to manifest Steve down there. No. I think the discussion was that with Jannik Noah that a lot of the youngsters now know the son and don't know who he is or what he's done and achieved.
That would make a lot of sense.
Would that make sense? Does that make sense in terms of... Was it Bronson that was written in? Did Bronson say what temperature is on the Gold Coast? He's usually pretty good with that.
Cooler than here, probably.
He didn't say, but I remember he said yesterday it was pretty humid and pretty sticky.
Now, folks, let's have a listen to the roar that's going to greet these two players walking out on John Cain Arena for a moment. Here we go.
Players are ready. Round 3 men's singles action. Please welcome from the United States of America, Taylor Fritz.
That's your marker point in terms of the very applause. Wait for it, because it's coming.
I can see some flags. I can see some.
And please welcome his opponent from Switzerland, Stan Wawrinka.
And Stan gives a wave to those who are up off their feet. He's high-fiving already on the way in. Fans just eager to be a part of his final Australian Open, Pete.
Well, he had the crowd support on Cain Arena a couple of days ago against Gaia, and he will have the crowd support here too. I wonder how much he's got left in the tank. He is so relaxed. He's having so much fun out there and enjoying being out on court. His final Australian Open, and wow, he has been turning it on for them.
I think he would have been very happy to have seen the roof come on John Cain Arena this afternoon.
And staying on as well.
Yeah, that's right. He would have just makes it so much. Well, it's not going to be an easy task today against Taylor Fritz, but well, at least it might be more enjoyable.
Just a little more comfortable, Kate.
Go and read that out.
Okay, look. Do I have to? No, actually, I'm very pleased to read this out. Kate, you have a big fan, Richard the Trucker, who lives in Blackburn in Lancashire in the UK. Message is almost 6:30 a.m. and no offence to you guys. Now, I'm pretty sure that means me and you, Pete.
Yeah,
myself and you, Courtney Walsh, Peter Mercado, the captain of this ship. But we need more Kate Kearns. far more Kate Kearns, according to Richard the Trucker.
We will take
Richard the Trucker. Thank you so much.
We will take your suggestion on notice there, Richard. Be very careful. I've taken every offence. We'll get that suggestion in a sec. Damien Dumassoir is reading out the laundry list of things that they need to know before they go. Talking about challenges and everything like that for the video review.
Towel, you have white, you have
Fritz
blue.
has white, Stan has blue because Stan's wearing blue. Makes sense.
Stan is going to be your choice.
Let's have a
Mark
look.
and Bunsen or AO?
You're going to pick AO. Let's give it to the young hotshotter who's going to give this some elevation. Oh, yes! What a toss.
Mark and Bunsen.
That.
Serve.
Fritz won the toss, but wow, that hotshotter, boy, what elevate. That was umpire-like. That elevation from that young, that was superb.
That's one of the best we've seen.
It is one of the best we've seen for the tournament from the young hotshotter. That is magnificent.
Now, Kate, your fan, your
Right.
big fan, Richard the Trucker, says he would definitely get John McEnroe to play Travis Bickle in Taxi Driver. Are you talking to me?
Oh, I'm seeing that. I think that's some good work there.
Very, very, very good. So thanks for writing in, even if it was a little backhanded dig, I suspect, Pete, towards you or myself.
Now we've got the square dancing's just taking off here. We'll read a couple of these messages. We might take a break and then get this one underway.
Colin, writing from Boston, where I suspect it's also pretty chilly at the moment in the northeast. Guys, I used to go square dancing on Saturday for 25 cents a quarter.
That'll be a while ago.
Well, there you go. Thank you
offense, of course. But
thanks for writing in. Speaking about doing that, and
all right, and let's. What we'll do is we'll take a short break, and then we'll get this one underway. We'll bring you the first part of Fritz and Wawrinka. We're about 55 minutes before the evening serve with Nat Edwards and the team. And plenty still to come tonight. Big night session on a hot day in Melbourne. This is AO Radio live around the world.
If you're looking to reclaim your game, try Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. This high-energy group class is where fitness meets fun. No competition, just genuine connection. Set to great music, you'll mix tennis drills with constant movement for a workout that never feels like work. And no need to be a pro, qualified coaches tailor the session for everybody at every level, whether you're new to tennis or coming back to the court. An hour of cardio tennis is guaranteed to smash stress, lift your mood, and leave you feeling motivated and confident. Reclaim your game with Cardio Tennis presented by Chemist Warehouse. Book now at tennis.com.au.
Kids making a racket at home? Nothing hits like getting outside and on court. With Hot Shots Tennis, kids gain confidence, learn sport skills, and make friends. Perfect for kids aged 3 to 12. Book your free trial at a participating club. Hit up tennis.com.au. Hot Shots Tennis. It's different.
Have you got your copy of the AO 2026 official program? Packed with player profiles, feature stories, stats and souvenir pictures. It's the essential guide to the Australian Open and all things tennis. Pick up your copy at the AO shop, in newsagents or at ausopen.com.
Message our commentators. Go to ausopen.com/AO Radio and click on Ask the Booth.
Live around the world, this is AO Radio.
And we are on John Cain Arena for this match. Stan Wawrinka and Taylor Fritz. Peter McCarter, Courtney Walsh with you in commentary. Kate Kearns is around the courts, and we're watching what's happening on John Cain Arena, but also on Rod Laver Arena, where Novak Djokovic is warming up in front of us. A little commentary position here.
Just trying to loosen up a couple of those muscles there. I've got to say, he looks a little more flexible than what I am, Pete, as he was stretching a couple of the hip flexors and the adductor.
That is a given.
I think, but just giving himself a thump on the left hip just to get himself going.
He'll be out on court in about an hour and a half or so here on Rod Laver Arena. It's Botic van de Zandschulp. And then Naomi Osaka and Madison Inglis will complete the program on Rod Laver Arena. And we're seeing a shot of the weather conditions, 37 Celsius, 98 Fahrenheit for all you listening around the world in various places. Staying sunny, the wind is coming from the northwest. So it's not that windy out there at the moment, which is also a good thing.
Yes, if it was up and about, it would be very, very testing for those who we think or we hope will be on court outside in about under 30 minutes. Yeah. You'd hope they'll be also.
Kate will be all over that, letting us know when play will resume on the outside court. There have been a number of doubles matches that have been cancelled for today, and they'll come back tomorrow.
A little easier to reschedule those and get them back and going. I mean, it's not uncommon in Grand Slams for players to play a singles and then follow up with a doubles or a mixed later in the day. So they're far more, far easier to try and get one. And if we're not cramped for time.
No, exactly. We are well and truly on track. I think too, also the singles players playing doubles too. So those considerations keep the schedule on track. But I'm sure that's all being discussed and all being worked out, and we'll get through all the singles matches tonight, no doubt about that.
Some great matches to come. We talked about Novak Djokovic playing against Botic van der Zandschulp, who caused that big stir in New York going back a couple of years ago when upsetting Carlos Alcaraz as the defending champion.
Oh, yes.
What an upset that was going back, 2.5 years ago now. And then Madison Inglis, what a moment for her, the Western Australian qualifier. She faced a match point in the first round of qualifiers. She's come through and won her opening 2 matches in super tiebreakers. So forced all the way to the brink in both, and she comes up against the dual Australian Open champion, 4-time major winner, former world #1 Naomi Osaka, following the Djokovic match.
Well, the other question is, what will Naomi walk out in? What outfit has she got ready, potentially to go down the long walk? The Walk of Champions, which she was on Margaret Arena in a previous match, so didn't get that opportunity.
No, let's be fascinating to see as Taylor Fritz will also be fascinating to watch in this match.
Let's see how he goes. He's serving first here, and he starts off with an ace. Good crowd, excellent crowd on Cain Arena. 50,000 people in the house today around Melbourne Park,
which is a good effort given I think how tested it was. But it's amazing when you walk around these grounds, Pete.
Serve here blocked back by Wawrinka. It's knocking it back. Petty love.
And just those spray machines. I'm sure, the water spraying machines. There's some good coverage in terms of the shade cloths and that are around. There's plenty of trees around the side as well, but those spray machines. I saw a few people just queuing up, waiting to get that refreshing, experience during the day.
Or what you love. There's the serve. Down the tees, an ace. Great start. Fritz goes bang early. Says, I'm not going to let you in, Stan, at any stage through this match.
Was that 3 aces for the opening game? It was.
3, it was, yep.
What a precise start, a powerful start, a statement start. 46 seconds.
Just the 46.
That's a phenomenal serving game from Fritz. Look, similar. We just walk in and rattle off.
Of course.
Right from the get-go.
Well, I will say one thing that we have in common. The games go 46 seconds. I'm just not suggesting they're going the right way at 46 seconds.
Let's see what Stan can produce. We know he had an absolute epic a couple of days ago. Great scenes.
Yeah, one of the stories of the tournament, really. As the serve out wide, missing. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Fritz up the middle of the court. Forehand from Wawrinka. They're working centrally now with some angle. Forehand to forehand in the juice court. Wawrinka is there. Fritz goes back in that direction long. It's long. And here's a huge roar every time Stan wins a point. It's 15-love.
Fritz, I think he's just got an idea of what to expect based on that first point. He's got quite a few people in his support box, including his partner Morgan.
Well, he's got a cast of thousands in there. The serve, he clips the tape.
Well, he thought he'd better bring a few more, just given the likelihood that in this one up against a crowd favourite, it would be Stan who would be taking a lot of the adulation. Taylor's a very popular player, of course. It's just that with this Stan's farewell tour,
as we see here, but returning to the net from Fritz, it's 30-love. It's brought up the crowd. Doesn't need any extra tickets. They're all flocking in anyway.
You can hear them roaring, and what a atmosphere it is out there on Cain Arena when there is a lot of fans in place.
Ball stretch on the forehand return from Fritz, not coming back. It's 40-love.
So Stan, not quite the precision of Fritz in terms of the 3 aces in the opening game, but certainly working into this service game in style. 40-love, 3 game points.
As the serve here takes the net, flies wide. As that's nice from Fritz. Right at the slot. Backhand up the line. It's 40-15.
Just lent into that nicely. It was a second serve from Wawrinka. In the hitting zone, though, he couldn't quite find the, I suppose, the angle a little closer to that singles line. And, wow, flattened through it nicely. You see Paul Anisimova in the chair there, Paul. Sorry, Pete, a former coach of Roger Federer, a former consultant here, as Fritz just misses with the forehand.
So it's one game all now in this opening set. Yeah, Mike Russell there, Paul Anisimova there. 28,000 people in that player box. It's very populous, but why not? It's cool inside Cain Arena.
Yeah, I'm sure people are saying, well, where can I just shield from the sun a little bit?
Exactly. Well, I think they are selling some tickets there, but then also ground pass holders can get in too. So try and find some space as the serve here from Fritz. Wide, missing. And what you could do, because if play goes back on, we'll get an update from Kate on what's happening with that in a sec. Wait until the evening. It's going to cool off. Get to watch some great tennis under lights. And that's gone long from Fritz. It's love 15.
Beautiful place to watch night tennis, I've got to say.
It absolutely is. And just builds an atmosphere all of its own, really. So Fritz and Wawrinka have met 3 times before, prior to today, as the serve from Fritz. Another ace. Just pushes that up, count up to 4. Wawrinka 2-1. We're all the way back to 2016 at Wimbledon. Wawrinka winning that one in 4. Tokyo 2018, Monte Carlo 2023. So the team missing.
And those first couple right at the time where Stan was absolutely on fire, particularly that 2016 victory.
As the ball blocked back cross court by Wawrinka, point up the line from Fritz. Slice backhand, Wawrinka out of position, slices it into the net. 30-15, yeah, that Monte Carlo, it was a 7-6-6-2 to Fritz. Beautiful effort there from Fritz to be able to scramble wide to then find the line on the forehand recovery shot. Stan not able to make the backhand. Serve here, takes the net, flies wide. Second serve at 30-15. Third game of the match. Serve. Oh, it slices into the bottom of the net by Wawrinka. It's 40-15. So it'll just be interesting to watch with Wawrinka the footwork early on. You know he had that very, very big match. He is now 40. Has to try and get himself up and going. On that occasion, the feet didn't quite work. He was just trying to bunt the return back. Not to be. 28-year-old Taylor Fritz. First serve goes into the net. Second serve. Wow, sent that in 2:06. Gets a shorter reply from Wawrinka. It's a beautiful cross-court backhand, but it's long. Fritz holds on serve 2-1 in the opening sets here on Cain Arena. Let's get an update from Kate about what's happening with the outside courts.
Hey, Pete. Well, news is that there won't be any play on the outside courts until at least 6:30 tonight. So they just bumped it another 30 minutes, but hopefully play will be underway from around 6:30. So, yeah, there are more matches being sort of moved around and changed and everything like that. So, a little bit to be done in that area, but I'm sure everyone will get that sorted in time. And, yes, I think there have been a few matches moved to tomorrow, maybe with the juniors. Yes, they have. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Along with the juniors, yes. Which is okay. I mean, we'll get that's right. Sunday, Monday to get a lot of those matches done ahead of Tuesday. And then, obviously, we start reducing the matches anyway. So, we'll have a full calendar, I guess, on Margaret Court Arena on Tuesday. Shut the roof there. Maybe I don't think they will. I'm just making this up as I go along, so I've no... But they might keep Cain Arena available for just one more day before it turns into concerts and everything like that. Absolutely possible, Pete. Because you can obviously shut the roof there and we can get some matches. But by that stage of the tournament, we won't have that many matches to get through. We're in the quarterfinals, that's right. So we've got quarterfinals of the doubles, the men's and the women's, singles as well. Then obviously the junior events to push them through. But we'll cover a lot of ground in the next couple of days. Oh, we'll catch up. We'll be tracking no rain. Well. There's no rain, so as long as the temperature's okay, we're fine. And obviously playing in the morning. You can start the juniors at 10 o'clock. And we are also a day ahead, by the way, from where we used to be. That's it. Forehand to forehand, both players. Up the line goes Fritz. Big back out in the middle of the court from Wawrinka. Dug out by Fritz. Big off forehand from Stan. Oh, he couldn't get it back, Fritz. The backhand is netted. It's 15 love.
Well, no, we're technically not, because we had 3 days of opening round.
Well, that's a very
so
good point.
We're on schedule.
I'll just excuse myself. From
No,
the booth
no,
and,
I didn't. I want to just point that out, but Kate told me to tell you in your ears.
Yes, fair enough as well. Which is why Richard the Trucker is such a big fan.
Of course. Serve here out wide. It's an ace from Wawrinka. It's 30 love. It's his first of the match. As we wait now for this serve to come in. And Wawrinka down the tee. Goes to 40 love with another ace.
It's been a serve fest out there in terms of aces. We only, on the cusp of being 4 service games in, and both men very precise, very powerful so far.
5 of 5 first serve points won for both players. Have only dropped the 1 point on their second serve as Stan serves here. Forehand by Fritz goes wide. Make that 6 out of 6 first serves for Wawrinka. 2 games all now here in this opening set. Third round.
2 games all.
Stan's looking quite stylish in the, I'm going to say it's an aqua and blue combination. Would you say that's what he's wearing, Pete?
Look, sure.
Happy with that? Aqua?
Go with it.
Aquaman?
Go with it, because it's not going to I'm terrible with all this stuff. No idea. So I'll just bow to your brilliance on that. Serve out wide. It's an ace from Fritz. So, well, look, for a hot day, you probably don't want to expend too much energy, and they're not doing that. 38 Celsius in Melbourne.
Fritz wearing the black shorts. He's got, I suppose, a grey combination with a couple of black flourishes on the shirt and a black headband. And he is serving as a storm piece.
He is. He's going to put away an overhead at the net. Oh, Stan got there. But it's going to go well long. And it's 30 love.
30.
So both men untroubled on serve in the infancy of this third round encounter. Wawrinka trying to find a way in. Fritz looking unflustered as he makes his way to the baseline.
As we wait now for the serve to come in. Cross court forehand picked up by Wawrinka. Up the line goes Fritz. He can't dig it out. It's 30-15. Oh, rare point against the server.
A rare point against the server. One of the things we love about Stan in terms of the way he approaches that return is he gets forward. It's a clipped, abbreviated backswing. He'll either slice under the forehand on that cage, just use the pace from Fritz to serve and trouble him. But
I'm back on board now because it's an unreturned serve. The next point, 40-15.
40-15. Yeah, no, I'm happy with my Aquaman.
All right, stick with it.
Yeah, I think that fits on a day where, we're trying to get our head around what's going on in all manner of things. Play delayed outside.
As we wait now for the Fritz serve out wide. Ball put up by Wawrinka Millicor. Cross-court backhand from Fritz. Backhand into the nets. Trying to hit one up the line off balance. Wawrinka, it's 3-2 in the opening sets. Big messages coming through. We've got about 40 minutes between now and the evening serve coming up at 6:30 tonight with Dad Edwards and the team.
What a fine show that is. Remember, you can write to us, get in touch with us via the Ask the Booth form on ozopen.com. or email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. Let us know where you're listening from, and also your name, and please enter the competition. Kate says she's entered a few different entries through the week, and
we will review. They are being reviewed as we speak.
And Kath, writing from Coburg in Melbourne.
Listen, what's the first part of that?
Not too far away from where I myself live in Brunswick West.
Start with the first line of that.
Hi, Kate and
Have we
team.
just been air break? We're the and team bit.
Well, Pete, I thought you were the captain of this ship, but it turns out that you've got a chief executive in Kate Kearns who is dominating the airwaves today. Fans from Coburg all the way through to Richard the Trucker in Lancashire in the UK.
Well, it's understandable that Kate will have a fan club.
Long-time listener here and a very long-time attendee of the AO. I love the hassle-free of cycling in. I'm sure you're coming down through. It might be a little warmer today out there if you're cycling in. Keeping cool, though, doing some paperwork, listening, while you and the whole AO team, led by Kate. No, actually, I just included that. Led by, and players are in the heat. Thank you so much for the coverage. You're all fabulous. Well, that's very, very kind. Thank you, Kate. Just really appreciate what we add to the Open, not just in information, but in tone and humour. That's very, very kind. Pete does bring his best work, particularly on Saturdays and after midnight if we're lucky enough to get there tonight.
We haven't we haven't gotten there. I will have to schedule myself on for some Midnight Madness, but we haven't really had any.
No.
We haven't gone much past midnight.
Well, Daniil Medvedev, who is our man, always took us beyond midnight. You could be relied on to have a marathon. It was death taxes, and Daniil Medvedev.
Well, hey, he's playing Leonard again.
Well,
it could happen.
So far, 3 matches scheduled at 11 o'clock. I think there was a request from Yarra Trams to try and make sure that Daniil was not playing beyond 9 p.m.
30-15 here, but Wawrinka serving a 2-3 in the opening set. Any other?
Just look, she's listening online. It's a little ahead of the TV, but she's trying to watch a bit of the visuals, but absolutely prefers.
Well, I have a solution for you, Kath. Hang on a sec. There's a serve here out wide, an ace for Wawrinka to go to 40-15. Crowd roars. If you go to ausopen.com/listen, scroll down halfway down the page, you'll find a little box that says AO Radio. Click on that box that says listen. It'll open up another box. That box, you can there's a button on there, and this is for everyone around the world listening. Go to the website, ausopen.com/listen, and click on that AO Radio halfway down the page. It says AO Radio. It says listen as Stan holds for 3-all. And click on that. It's got sync to TV. So you can sync it up and go through the different steps to sync it up with the television pictures that you're watching. Whether you're ahead, whether you're behind, that is a service that we're providing for you. But you can only do it through the website. You can't do it through the app.
This is why Pete is the captain. He's just decided to flex the muscles a little bit with his knowledge and challenge Kate for the captaincy of this fine AO Radio team.
That. Kate is the captain. I'm just the admin assistant. There's a serve here. Out wide's an ace from Fritz. It's 15-love with Kate Kearns and the team here on AO Radio tonight. There's on YouTube as well. Sirius XM, ESPN in the US. If you're across the United States at the moment, welcome. Lovely to have you here.
Please spread the word as well.
Yeah, please tell your friends how good we are. Or not, either way. 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park, sounding magnificent. The official app, and of course the website is Wawrinka way out of court for this return. Backing up the line by Fritz. He gets a shorter ball. He's going to throw in the drop shot to put that into the net though. And it's 15-all. iHeart Radio, Vision Australia Radio across Australia, tuning radio around the world, SEN in Melbourne. Click on that button on their app. You'll have AO Radio Live. And wherever else you can find us.
Now, one of the among the interesting things for me in this match, Peters, Fritz serving at 15-all, 3-all in the first set, was how Stan with a quality return deep forces Fritz off balance. And for the first time in this third-round match, we have a player under a semblance of pressure on serve. 15-30 was to see how Stan would sort of bounce back after that marathon the other day. Well, so far, so good. He's got the feet moving.
Serve here down the tee, blocked back by Wawrinka. Fritz with the backhand of Wawrinka in the ad court. Wawrinka will hammer out a backhand cross court, dug out by Fritz. Going back that way is Wawrinka on the off forehand. Now he's in the juice court playing cross forehand. Fritz is there, forehand to forehand. They go up the line into the nets. Goes Wawrinka. And it's 30-all, 3-all opening set, 16 on the Rolex.
A window had opened up there down the line. Stan aggressive on the forehand. Just clips the top of the tape. I think it would have had Fritz beaten had that cleared the tape. Not to be. The American to 30-all.
3-all, 30-all. There's a serve here out wide. It's an ace. And he goes to 40-30.
Just hits that slider so effectively. That one at 175 kilometres an hour. Found the angle. Ball kept moving away from Wawrinka, who was lunging desperately, trying to reach that one. Not to be.
As Fritz prepares the serve. On the backhand of Wawrinka goes cross court. Backhand to backhand we go. As Fritz goes up the middle of the court. Wawrinka with the cross court forehand. Forehand from Fritz. Good angle. Now they forehand to forehand in the juice court. Up the line. Hammered by Fritz. Dug out by Wawrinka. Short ball. Fritz goes the other way. This comes off the net. Drop short. Wawrinka's going to get there. Hit the winner. Well, he got a bit lucky there. Fritz had set up the point beautifully, but Wawrinka puts it away, and they are up and about on John Cain Arena. Juice.
Yeah, absolute capacity crowd in there, off their seats. Stan bounced on that opportunity. The point was over. Fritz rolled his head back in disbelief as it clipped the tape. He thought he'd had the winner and was moving to his chair. Second opportunity opens up, so back to Juice.
So 3-all Juice. Fritz under a bit of pressure now. The serve down the tee, missing. Second serve. The serve onto the backhand of Wawrinka. He's way back in the court. Cross-court points from both players. Now Fritz going with the backhand up the middle of the court. Big cross-court backhand from Wawrinka. Backhand to backhand in the ad court now, both players. Fritz goes back the other way and misses. He misses. It's a break point for Stan.
Takes a big, deep breath. He puts his left hand through his hair, ruffling the hair. Fritz just mimed how he'd overhit that one. Doesn't like the first ball. He grabs a couple of more, selects the one he likes. Now up to the baseline. Break point, Wawrinka.
So repairs now at break point. Taylor Fritz under pressure early. 3-all in the first set. The serve. A block back by Wawrinka. Short ball. Fritz with the cross-court forehand. Wawrinka way back in the court to his forehands in the juice court. Now Fritz will go back in that direction. Stretching Wawrinka. It's a slice forehand. It goes beyond the baseline. And we are at juice.
Nice pressure there from Fritz. The depth in the M is enough to draw the error from Wawrinka. He was in the point. He'd be a little bit disappointed. Just the ball flew off that sliced forehand. The chip to try and get the ball back deep in the court.
As the serve here, blocked back by Wawrinka, floating ball on the baseline, dug out by Fritz at the point up line, cross-court backhand Wawrinka, backhand to backhand they go, all top spun, depth from Wawrinka, matched by Fritz, now Fritz in the juice court, he shanks a forehand cross-court wide, and it's another break point for Stan.
And Stan, after winning that point, just gave a little glance down to the other end. Wanted to see what Fritz was doing, wanted to assess his body language, see whether or not he was a bit frazzled. That's 2 forehand errors in the last 3 points. That one shanked. Break point number 2.
Thanks for coming. As the serve here from Fritz takes the net, flies wide and long. Second serve. Wawrinka way back in the court, the cross backhand, big point at the line by Fritz, it's too good. Wawrinka was almost high-fiving row 1. He was that far back. We're at juice.
Yeah, he opted to take a more passive approach this game now. 5 minutes 20. And the Fritz second serve was deep. It was a really well-struck second serve. Wawrinka about 2 metres behind the baseline into that familiar topspin backhand, but not deep enough. And Fritz, forehand down the line.
Serve down the tees, an ace for Fritz.
210 clicks.
Not bad for number 8.
Ace count at 8.
8 to 4.
5th service game. It's been really, really strong, and this is the first time he's been challenged on serve. He's saved 2 break points now with a game point.
The serve here into the net. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Wawrinka, rips across court, backhand to backhand they go in the ad court. Good angle for Wawrinka. He's still going back in that direction. Fritz with the ball at the middle of the court on his backhand. He's there again in the ad court, goes cross court backhand again. Wawrinka off forehand by Fritz, slice backhand by Wawrinka, floating ball in the corner, picked up again as an off forehand by Fritz deep in the court. What a rally this is! Drop shot by Fritz. Wawrinka's going to hit a cross court backhand. Fritz just guides it up the line. Wawrinka's there with a half goal back behind him for a winner.
Outstanding response there from Wawrinka. I didn't mind the drop shot, but the execution was not spot on. It gave Wawrinka a chance to move forward. He got there, he got low, and he ripped that backhand cross court. Fritz able to make the first one, but it opened up the door for Wawrinka, who hit the forehand back behind him in an 18-shot rally. The old boy moving well.
He is. You just wonder for how long. There's the serve coming in here for Fritz. Long game, the 7th of this opening set. The serve down the tee, blocked back by Wawrinka, floating long. The return.
One thing that Fritz will be keen to try and avoid is an impact from the crowd. Ideally, get on top of Stan and silence him early will be the Americans' hope. So far, Stan doing a good job to stay with him.
The serve here into the nets.
And challenge him.
Well, he's more than holding his own.
Absolutely.
No doubt about that. Second serve. Onto the forehand of Wawrinka. Hammer up the line for a winner. That's why he's giving himself that room so far back in the court so he can do that. We're back to juice for a 5th time.
Stand and deliver. 7 minutes 45. Stand about 1.5 meters behind the baseline. That time the second serve directed to the forehand. Wallop. He's crunched that one up the line. Beautiful return.
The serve here is good by Fritz.
crowd right in this match, and not surprising, the level has been really good this game. Ripping after a couple of easy service holds from both men to start the match, but some spectacular shot making.
As we wait, the ball out wide, an ace. That's an exclamation point that Fritz has put on that game. It's 4-3 on serve in the opening set here on AO Radio, live around the world. So let's go to some more messages.
We'll do so. We're just keeping an eye also, Pete, on what's happening on Rod Laver Arena, just to the side. And have you ever seen more people on?
I know there's a lot of people out there. It's Matty Inglis and Naomi Osaka. They're warming up. Well, not together. They're on side by side, basically. Hitting up with their hitting partners as they get ready for their match tonight. We'll have that for you on AO Radio around the world. Let's keep going with a few more messages, Courtney.
Betty from Antwerp has written in, Antwerp in Belgium, to say good morning. It's almost 8 a.m. It might be just a tick past that now. Yesterday there was someone asked a question as to who plays with a watch. Well, Stan the man does. He'll be missed. He'll absolutely miss, and wondering how the Tim Tams are.
Well,
I'm intrigued by this.
I haven't had any. Well, Tim Tams are generally, arrive in the commentary box at various stages. But
interesting.
I'm trying to limit, to do the healthy thing by our team and try and limit the amount of sort of junk food that we have down here.
The joy down here.
But yes, we talk about Tim Tams and how good they are. Of course, folks around the world knows this now. We've been talking Tim Tam diplomacy. Been talking about that for quite some time. So yes, haven't had one yet, and might just hold off till sort of mid-second week, I think. Just don't want to go down that slippery slope of, oh, I'm here. I might just have 4 of them, because you can't stop at 1.
I like it. It's just a reward for the effort, Pete.
Wow, I've actually got to do the exercise to earn the reward, as Kate Kearns would say.
Fair enough, fair enough.
There's the serve here. On the backhand of Fritz. Goskell forehand from Wawrinka. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court. That's on the baseline from Wawrinka. I thought it might have been long. Fritz certainly thought so. He put his ball into the net. It's 15-love.
Just chattering away to himself there. This is really a significant test so far for the number 9 seed, who's been remarkably consistent, hasn't he, at the top level in recent years, Pete?
First serve into the net. And the second serve, onto the backhand of Fritz, goes cross-court. Middle of the court goes Wawrinka, dug out by Fritz. Backhand by Wawrinka. Oh, he went for it. It went wide. And we go cross-court. It's 15-all.
Becker has written in whilst we're taking a little break. Hi, Courtney, Pete and Kate. Always thought Australia's very own demon, Alex Diminor, reminding me of Roddy from Flushed Away. Now, come on, old man Stan. Thanks for the amazing coverage. She's writing from London in the
Lovely.
UK.
Welcome to you. And that's a good serve out wide from Wawrinka. Took all the pace off. Took Fritz out of court. And it was unreturned. It's 30-15.
Stan back. 3 balls. He knocks one back. He assesses them, looking at them closely. Which one will give him the most assistance through the air and off the court? He's won 90% of his first serve points when that first serve's gone in.
Serve into the net.
On that occasion, we put the mock on him.
Well done, Courtney. That's all you, not me. Just if you're asking Stan, it's him. Onto the forehand, off forehand of Fritz. He's in the out court and need to play that ball because Stan's gone wide. We're at 30-all. I'm liking that next email that you're going to read.
We're going to make sure that
a little bit of backtracking going on from what I can tell.
We're going to make sure that Kate tunes in here. Or
all right, we'll do it. All right. I'm sure she's still there.
Listening.
She's still there.
Having challenged himself in the last service game, Stan now under a little pressure at 30-all.
Cross-court forehand from Fritz is short, and it's going to be dealt with by Wawrinka. The +1 successful. It's 40-30.
Nice patience, opened up the angle with the wide sliding serve. Fritz back across court, but he had to run. He had to try and cover down the line, and Stan, well, he's a master tactician, the old boy, and able to come up with the goods.
As Wawrinka prepares, and the serve into the net. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Fritz. It goes long. So Wawrinka holds for 4-all in this opening set. Right, go on, read this message out, please.
Delighted to hear from Richard the Trucker again, and really hoping you're having a great day over in the UK. Pete and Courtney, thanks for the commentary. At times it's better than the tennis itself.
Oh,
that's a very nice compliment, Richard, and we'll take that.
You're losing ground now. You're gaining it.
You should see Petey's blushing in the
I
box.
am not. That's just the heat.
It keeps him going on the road. Time for some sleep now. Of driving all night. Well, and kudos to Kate for keeping us all running and keeping us under control, of course.
That is just, yes.
Richard, hope you get some sleep and safe driving when you resume tomorrow. Back up on the tools. Good luck.
All right. So, as we wait here for Fritz to serve down the tees, an ace again to go to 30 love.
That first serve has been outstanding when he's landed it.
That's 72% of the time he has done so, winning 83% of the points. Missed just 4 points on his first serve.
And 10 aces?
10 aces.
What a strike rate so far.
And that's an interesting return from Wawrinka. The cross forehand goes long. And it's 40 love.
Moved forward to try and cut off the angle because we've seen from Fritz just able to hit that pinpoint precision on that sliding serve, that slice serve, able to cut it off and
serve down the tee. Shorter ball from Wawrinka up the line. Fritz, winner. And he goes to 5-4 in the opening set here on AO Radio live around the world. We are 20 minutes away from the evening serve with Nat Edwards in the team.
Looking forward to what Nat has to bring today and the rest of that very fine team.
She'll bring the heat. Not that we need it, but she'll bring the heat.
A little sizzle on a scorching day. Kath has written again from Coburg. Nice to hear from you again, Kath. And thank you, Pete and team, including the fabulous Kate. Yes, thanks for the sync feature.
Sync feature. Sync. Not sick.
Sync.
Synchronisation.
I thought I'd said sync.
You said sick.
No, I said sync.
Right, I go to the videotape, go to the logger. I need to find it. Anyway, you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I will keep listening to you all. Wonderful wishes.
All right, thank you, Kath. The sync feature.
Sync.
Kate, are you there at the moment? Are you listening to this palaver going on at the moment, please?
Well, I am now.
Well, did you work out the sync and sync? What's Courtney saying?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Courtney doesn't know what he's saying.
Okay. Thank you, Kate, for that.
He's only got 20 minutes to, until he can get the hell out of there and have a drink and calm down.
Oh, Kate, I've got a lot of writing to do after this.
Do you? I bet you do.
Are you? Can we just...
I'm sorry, Courtney. Of course you do. You're a professional.
Can you send the masseuse my way though? Once you've finished in the luxurious resort-like surrounds that you're in.
Still working on my dodgy knee. I'm sorry.
Can we confirm too, Kate, that we're still on for
6:30? We haven't heard otherwise at this stage, Pete, but we'll let you know.
All right. No other outside courts apart from the roof stadiums. Basically in here at the moment. Cain Arena is going as the serve down the tee from Wawrinka is unreturned. It's 15 love.
An impressive serving display from both men. Fritz able to survive a couple of break points at 3-all on serve in the 7th game. Wawrinka yet to face one. He's managed to serve exceptionally well. Fritz has got the firepower. He's banged down 10 aces and serving at a very high level in terms of percentages. But Stan just going toe-to-toe with him. He's playing remarkably well. I'm not going to say he's back to the form that won him an Australian Open here 12 years ago. That famous night against Rafael Nadal. A 4-set winner, and he went on to win another couple of Grand Slams, Roland Garros and Flushing Meadows in New York, but serving exceptionally well, and that's another ace. So that, I think, is 5th for him. So 10 for Fritz, 5 for Wawrinka, 15 aces already, and we're yet to hit 10 games, Pete.
Yeah, that's game points for 5-all. We should be able to squeeze. We'll squeeze this set in at least of this match as Wawrinka serves out wide and misses. Definitely will if Fritz is able to break here, of course.
He'll be very pleased if he can from 40 love down.
The serve onto the backhand of Fritz. Back out the line from Wawrinka. Blocked back by Fritz. Just gets over. Wawrinka got to score backhand winner. He was there, quick as a flash, put it away. It's 5 games all in the opening sets.
Moving like a man half his age here, Pete. Just pouncing all the short balls. He's having a chat to his coach, Magnus Norman. Back together. Ale indeed, and I like the T-shirt.
Interesting that he's... go on, explain the T-shirt.
Stan the Man emblazoned in very colourful writing on the back of his coach's shirt.
Yep, as the serve here goes long from Fritz. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Wawrinka. He's way back in the court. Play the backhand. He's played cross-court forehand. The Fritz forehand goes up the line. Cross-court backhand from Wawrinka. Matched by Fritz as Fritz will work up the middle of the court. Forehand to forehand they go. And this one, deep in the court. Long rally. The longest of the match almost. Slice backhand. Wawrinka drifting into the eight court. He goes too far, in fact. And it's 15-love.
Didn't mind the ploy. He really had some work on that slice backhand. It was angling all the way, chasing Fritz as he was trying to scurry around it and hit the forehand. Unfortunately for the Swiss, just floated marginally over the baseline.
As the serve here out wide, blocked back by Wawrinka. The forehand drive volley down the middle of the court from Fritz. It's a high lob in reply from Wawrinka, and Fritz, nice overhead into the eight-court corner, made the difficult look easy, and it's 30-love.
Great athleticism again from both men. Stan did well to actually get out of the way of that one. He had to be pretty nimble, pretty agile, and was able to get a lob up. But Fritz, a couple of big steps backwards, bounced up off his feet and put that one away.
As Fritz serves down the tee, and ace. Number 11 for Fritz. It's 40-love.
What a weapon that is. It's been very impressive here in this first set from Taylor Fritz. Serve like this, he'll be very hard to beat in this match and in any match he plays.
And another one out wide this time, 2:01. It is 6-5. We're on serve. We'll bring you the conclusion of this opening set before we get to the evening serve with Nat and the team on our radio.
Now, Pete, we have a message from Marie, a UK expat.
Okay.
She may be able to help us, perhaps, later next week. Hi, guys. I'm very well stocked up with Tim Tams. I'm a little bit envious about this.
Yes.
I brought 6 packets back from the UK over Christmas. 3 different versions: white, original, and chewy caramel. I've been very good and only munched my way through 1 packet so far. Well, I've got to say, that's very disciplined, because we're a month on from Christmas. Well played by you.
Well, can I just say that they're probably on a technicality there, because they are available in the UK at the moment. You can buy them in supermarkets now, but the prices are rather expensive, more expensive than what you would pay for them here. So, Murray, you get them in plentiful supply here, and they're usually, depends on which one of the major supermarket brands, will have it at half price a lot of the time, and they'll go backwards and forwards between them. So good that you've imported them back in, but we sent them over there.
I was going to say, Pete, I thought you were just going to hand out the address for the AO radio booth.
We had 1 year on AO radio. Was it 1 year or 2 years in a row? We had a couple of listeners in the US who decided to send us Tim Tams, and they asked for the address of Melbourne Park, and we said, well, Melbourne Park, Melbourne. But we had to be a little more specific, apparently, with that.
Peter Mercado, Melbourne Park, Melbourne.
Eventually, it found us, and we actually did the unboxing on air.
Outstanding.
And unboxing presented a couple of packets of Tim Tams for the team, which was very nice. We don't usually ask for that, but we're happy to have it. As we're away here in game number 12, it's 15-love for Wawrinka.
Always comes in handy, that little energy burst, if Midnight Madness comes into method or into action, and we haven't had to worry about that so far, as Wawrinka serving to try and force a tiebreaker in this entertaining first set.
All right, Sting, 6 now for him, 12 for Fritz.
This is sublime serving, the pinpoint precision. That one off the back of the service line, 198 kilometres an hour. The Aquaman, Stan the Man, Wawrinka.
There's a serve here out wide, misses on Rod Laver Arena. The women's combatants tonight are warming up, and they're warming up on the diagonal. That's how they should do doubles, by the way. They should warm up diagonally. On the backhand for Fritz into the net. Now it's 40-love.
40-love, and a point away from a tiebreaker. Fritz just occasionally reaching towards his abdominal muscle, so we'll keep an eye on that. Interesting head-to-head tonight, Pete. Inglis, Osaka, their head-to-head
is
2-0
to
Inglis. But there's a caveat. We're talking about Naomi's older sister, Marley Osaka. They played a couple of times at a very, very low tier. Maddie Inglis and Naomi Osaka's older sister, as Wawrinka reaches the tiebreaker 6-all.
Yep.
One in Bendigo and one in Thailand.
You've done your research. Here, listen to the roar for Stan. They want to see him go on. This is a huge tiebreak for him. I feel he needs to win this if he's any chance of winning the match.
Absolutely, but he's played superbly to get here. You can hear the crowd right in this, having a ball. The roofs are over. They're covered up from the heat.
Thank you. Yep,
both men are bringing sizzle, though, out there on this court.
As the serve blocked back here by Wawrinka, short ball put away by Fritz in that opening point. He goes to 1-0.
Just floated over the net. The backhand chip return, a desperate attempt from Wawrinka. Fritz up for it, bounced on it straight away, rolled over the forehand, an off-forehand winner. Takes position returning about 2 to 2.5 metres behind the baseline. He's looking towards his team. If the ball goes to his forehand, you might see Fritz chip, based on what I just saw when he was looking towards his team. Do I chip this forehand back and get into it? We'll see what unfolds.
He is way back in the court, Wawrinka, for Fritz, I should say, and he watches that ball go by. An ace from Wawrinka, 1 point all.
It went to the forehand wing, but it went to the forehand wing with blistering speed and also accuracy. Just magnificent serving. That's ace number 7 for Wawrinka, 12 for Fritz. We're on record pace the way this is going, Pete.
Yeah, flying along, aren't we? It's 6-all, 1-all. Opening set. The serve for Wawrinka. He goes long. Second serve. And this one onto the backhand of Fritz up the line. Cross-court backhand from Wawrinka. Fritz is there. Backhand to backhand they go. Wawrinka hammers one up the line. Dug out by Fritz. Short ball. Cross-court forehand by Wawrinka. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court. Up the middle of the court goes Stan. Cross-court backhand from Fritz. Backhand to backhand again. Up the line goes Fritz. Cross-court forehand here by Wawrinka. Dug out by Fritz. It sits up. In the middle of the court they go. Backhand to backhand now. Both players more up the middle of the court. Good angle by Fritz. He's waiting for this ball in the middle. Plays across forehand. Good cross-court forehand from Wawrinka. Matched by Fritz. Goes up a gear. Cross-court backhand here from Fritz. Nice backhand. Wawrinka is short. Going back up the line is Fritz. What a rally this is. And into the net goes Stan. The forehand going back up the line. And it's 2-1 Fritz in this opening set tiebreak.
Those are the type of gut-busting rallies we've seen Stan play for well over almost 2 decades. And magnificent work there from both men, stretching far and wide on Cain Arena to keep that rally going. In the end, it's Fritz who prevails. Takes the lead 2-1 with 2 serves to come. Both men taking deep, deep breaths. That was a lung buster.
As the serve here, Fritz. And the serve blocked back here by Wawrinka. It's unreturnable. It's 3-1 Fritz in the opening set tiebreak.
And looking relatively unfrazzled after that one, Fritz. Whew. I'm still getting my breath back, and you were the man calling it, Pete.
I know. Right. He prepares again. The serve. Down the tees, an ace. Or as good as if Wawrinka got a racket to it. It's 4-1 Fritz. The longest rally has been 26 shots. I dare say it was that rally that couple of points ago.
Yep, outstanding tennis from both men. It's been a high-quality opening set to this match. Can Wawrinka respond? 1-4, 2 serves to come on the 3-time Grand Slam champion serve in this tiebreaker.
The players change ends will go to Kate. Just with a quick update on the outside courts. It's the serve here from Wawrinka. Down the tee, blocked back by Fritz. Wawrinka with a cross-court backhand. Backhand to backhand they go in the ad court. Middle of the court goes Wawrinka. Big off forehand by Fritz. Matched on the backhand by Wawrinka, who now has to switch to his forehand. Plays it up the line. Fritz with a cross-court backhand with some angle. Slice backhand from Stan. Going up the line is Fritz. He's miscued it. He miscued it. It is 4-2. The players will change ends. Kate, let's go to you quickly. An update from what's the time the players are going to walk out on the outside courts, please.
6:45 now, Pete. 6:45 tonight.
So that's about 23 minutes from now. And that is being reviewed actively. Hopefully that temperature comes down a little bit so they can see some action out there.
Stress test in action, or certainly gauging the safety and the welfare of the players. We have an email from Chris, which we'll get to at the end of this fabulous set.
Yes, if we've got time. Between now and 6:30, because the evening serve is coming with Matt Edwards and the team. As Stan goes to the other end of the court, he's getting himself ready. He's down a mini break. I would suggest he doesn't want to be down 2 mini breaks. As he prepares here, the serve. Out wide, he misses. Second serve. And the serve. Onto the Fritz forehand, up into the nets. The forehand is netted. And still the mini break for 3 Fritz, opening set tie break.
He's done well to keep his toe in this tie break.
It's just a toe at the moment.
Got to try and figure out a way to, well, perhaps pick the angle or pick the direction of the Fritz serve, because he's just serving aces at will.
The serve here from Fritz down the tee. It's unreturnable. A good effort from Wawrinka, but the ball was curving away from him on the tee serve. It's 5-3 now. Fritz 2 points away from this opening set.
76% of first serves in for Taylor Fritz. It has been a phenomenal serving performance, and he still needs work to do to try and close out this set.
The serve down the tee misses.
Put the mock on him.
Again. Second serve. Stan waits. Plays across forehand. Forehand to forehand we go. And Fritz will go up the line. Cross-court backhand from Wawrinka. Backhand to backhand now in the ad court. The one-hander, I'm going to miss that from Stan. That goes wide from Fritz. Now he's got half a body back into this tie-break. It's 5-4. We're back on serve in this opening set tie-break.
And the fans are absolutely in this. Loving it. And Stan's asking for more balls to be delivered from the other end. Just wants to see another ball. He wants to be able to work through all the balls.
Send him down. Give him Dunlops.
Understandably, because, you know, there'll be balls that'll get through the air a little bit quicker. Give him a little more bite on this serve.
Give him the Dunlops. He's asking for Dunlops. We're giving him to him. It's 4-5 Wawrinka on serve in the tie break. Well back in the court is Fritz. He waits for this first ball, which clips the tape and goes long. Second serve. Oh, it's come through quick. The reply in the middle of the court by Fritz. He's got another backhand. This lands in the baseline. Point at the line by Wawrinka. He goes cross-court this time. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court. Up the line goes Wawrinka. Cross-court backhand from Fritz. Big backhand Wawrinka, all top spun. Backhand to backhand. That's long again by Fritz. It's 5 points all.
Back on an even keel in a tiebreaker that is indicative of what's been happening in this match. Very tight. Nothing separates the pair. Outstanding tennis. 45 minutes for this opening set. It's been rapid fire serving, but there's been some magnificent shot making as well, Pete.
45 on the Rolex, as you say, Courtney. Evening serve coming up at the end of this set. There's Wawrinka at 5 all. And the serve takes the net, falls in. It drifted back into court there. The trajectory wasn't looking good for a while. There's the serve. Down the tee. That one misses. With the tape again. Huge second serve coming up. Fritz is going to give himself plenty of room. And he will deliver a backhand to the Wawrinka forehand. That's cross-court. Cross-court forehand from Fritz. Up the line from Wawrinka. Cross-court backhand from Fritz. Right in the middle of the court from Wawrinka. Forehand to forehand they go in the juice court. And this has been a familiar pattern. Who's going to blink first? As they go even harder, and Wawrinka pulls the trigger and goes wide on his forehand cross. Set point for Fritz on his serve.
He worked so hard to get back in this tiebreaker from a deficit. But now it is Fritz with the first opportunity to strike a significant blow in this match.
Can he do it though? His first serve percentage, 74% into play, winning 88 first serve, 45, 5 of 11 on the second serve. Gives Wawrinka a chance. He's so far back in the court. Big night with Novak Djokovic and Naomi Osaka headlining on AO Radio. Set point Fritz, ball block back for Wawrinka. That goes long. Just a muted fist pump, shake of the racket from Taylor Fritz. He takes the opening set against Stan Wawrinka 7-6 here on Cain Arena. Courtney, let's get to this email before we get to the evening serve.
It's Chris writing from Toowoomba. Lovely to hear from you, Chris. He says, perhaps the plethora of messages to Kate is in response to her deleting an email last night that only referred to Candy and Steve and left her out. And he says, somehow thinking of Pete being the captain of the team gives me 12th man vibes. Great parody artist that he is. And how about Carlos Alcaraz's Inigo Montoya from The Princess Bride? I can hear him just saying that beloved line right now. We'll let that one lie. I know the line he's talking about, but he's hoping that we need some midnight madness.
Well, we all need some midnight madness in our lives. That is true, but we've got to get to midnight. That's the biggest problem here. I'm tipping in second week we'll have some midnight madness early in the second week. So 7-6, the first set here for Taylor Fritz. We'll have plenty of score updates from this match, and we might even get a bit of commentary. Steve Pearce is doing around the courts for the evening session, and he is going to be a busy, busy boy, because not only have we got the matches on Rod Laver Arena, Botic van de Zandschulp and Novak Djokovic and Naomi Osaka and Madison Inglis. On Margaret Court Arena, Iga Świątek and Anna Kalinskaya. They will be starting in about half an hour's time. And then Marin Cilic and Casper Ruud. And we still have here on John Cain Arena, Elena Rybakina, Teresa Valentova. And also on Kia Arena, we've still got to finish off the match, Linda Noskova and Wang Chunyu. And then Jakub Mensik will take on Ethan Quinn. So there are still plenty of matches going on around the courts. You won't miss a second of the action here on AO Radio. Thank you, Courtney.
Absolute pleasure, Pete. What a delight it was.
And the evening serve is coming up with Nat Edwards, and we're looking forward to a review of the day. Plenty of talking points as well. 39 Celsius in Melbourne. The heat policy is in place. The roofs are shut, but the action continues on AO Radio tonight.
This is the Evening Serve with Nat Edwards. Hello and welcome everyone to the Evening Serve. On tonight's show, Jannik Sinner survives a scare. It was a big day for the Americans at Melbourne Park. Plus, we look ahead to night 7 at the Australian Open as Novak Djokovic takes centre stage. This is the Evening Serve.
Forehand also looked like it was going long, but isn't. But the forehand goes in the net in the end from Karolina Pliskova, and a couple of big pumps of the fist. A loud come on from Madison Keys. And the defending champion is through to the fourth round at the 2026 Australian Open. She wins 6-3, 6-3.
Forehand, Seligmedova, forehand, Pegula. Slice there from Seligmedova is netted, and it's Jess Pegula through to the fourth round in straight set 6-3, 6-2.
And sets himself, and he's ready, serving at match point here. Serves, looks out wide, and that's good enough as Spizzirri finds the net, and Jannik Sinner outlasts Eliot Spizzirri in a torrid afternoon with cramps and all, but he has found the answers and finds a way through to the fourth round and wins in 4 sets in 3 3/4 hours on Rod Laver Arena.
Relief there for the defending champ in Jannik Sinner. It's great to have your company on the Evening Serve. My name is Nat Edwards, and 51,048 fans have braved the heat today here at Melbourne Park today. The mercury pushing upwards of 39 degrees Celsius. Currently, if you're just joining us, the play is suspended on the outside courts. We're looking and hoping to have some resumption of play on those courts around 6:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Time, but that could be pushed back again as it already has. As I welcome in our guest for tonight on the Evening Serve, it is award-winning journalist Matt Futterman. Great to have you in, Matt.
Great to be back.
So good to have you back, especially because the Americans are just absolutely smashing it at the moment.
They're doing all right, aren't they?
They are indeed.
Turns out Americans like hard courts and hot weather.
Oh, funny that, especially the girls from Florida. We'll get to those girls in just a moment. But before we do dive a little deeper into the big stories of the day, here's what's making news at Melbourne Park. Well, two-time Australian Open champion Jannik Sinner has survived a scare after cramp nearly derailed his quest for an AO three-peat.
In sweltering conditions on Rod Laver Arena, the second seed struggled physically in the heat but came back from a set down to defeat American Eliot Spizzirri in 4 sets.
It started with the leg, then it got into the arm, so I was cramping a bit all over, but this is the sport. I know this is an area where I need to improve, which is also a positive thing, which we would try to work on every day. I have a great team behind me who is pushing me in the right direction, and but in the same time, at the end of the day, tennis is a very mental game. I just try to stay as calm as possible.
Meantime, it was a big day for the American seeds. Defending champion Madison Keys moved through to the round of 16 with a straight sets win over Karolina Pliskova, while 6th seed Jessica Pegula and 4th seed Amanda Anisimova recorded dominant wins in their third round matches. While 8th seed Ben Shelton defeated Valentin Vacherot in straight sets, Italians Lorenzo Musetti and Luciano Darderi also moving through to the round of 16. And that is what's making news today. Matt, I don't know about you. Have you ever had a full body cramp where your arms, your calves, everything's going?
I've never had the full body cramp, but I've seen a few of the best tennis players in the world experience this in times of stress. Notably Carlos Alcaraz in the semifinals of the French Open a few years ago, and then certainly Sinner today. So look, it's seemingly very much having to do with the heat. Tennis is an interesting sport. It's not just about making shots. It's also about surviving the elements. And Eliot Spizzirri was surviving, and Jannik Sinner was not. He was like a boxer, sort of wobbly, and he looked pretty out on his feet, I have to say, at that moment. And it was just the tennis gods shining a light on him and sending him a lifeline. And it was sort of like just as he got super wobbly, the heat meter hit 5, which is automatically we stop for a bit, roof closes, AC goes on, and much better conditions. He got himself through that set. And I think also it was pretty hard for Eliot Spizzirri, who's young. He's not that young. He's about 24, but he's sort of new to this level. He went to college. He's another one of these guys who went to college, the University of Texas. This I think was this is his first Australian Open in the main draw. He's playing on Rod Laver Arena, and I think it scrambled his brain a little bit that he's beaten the number 1 player in the world. He's all even at a set apiece, and he just broken for 3-1, and then damn it. Here, I've done everything I was supposed to do, and now the guy's got a lifeline. Oh, it was crazy timing. It really was. And they got 10 minutes off the court just to regroup and have a bit of a reprieve. I'm assuming that, Sinner went off and had a little bit of work done on his cuff. But you're right. He was hobbling around that court like he could barely walk. He wasn't running for any of the balls. And if you were Eliot in that moment, you're just thinking, why? Why now are we deciding to pause and close the roof in this moment? And full credit, though, to Sinner, because he also spoke, post-match we heard him there talking about the mental side of things, having to really stick it out as well and try and play through this. And it's not the first time he's sort of had the cramp. I believe last year in Shanghai and last year here against Holger Rune, he was shaking, really struggling, right? And he sort of took extra long and took some breaks, and he has to manage through this. Even today, when it was really settling in, and he wandered over to his box, which is right on the court, you could hear Darren Cahill telling him, don't worry about it, just take the point. We're going to get the heat rules are in effect. You're going to get a break. If you lose this set, just get to the break. Get there. And, I don't think Cahill realized it was going to come as quickly as it did. And, it came right in the nick of time for him. Well, it did. So that was 2:30 p.m. when play was suspended. And if you are just joining us for the first time on AO Radio, welcome. And the evening serve. The heat stress scale is what officials use here at the Australian Open. So once that reaches a maximum reading of 5, they suspend the play. And as I mentioned, all play has been suspended on outside courts. So the play obviously continuing on in courts that have a roof. And we're very lucky here at Melbourne Park that we have several courts that are roofed stadiums at the moment. And just a bit of an update, Matt, because we do have
the 9th seed, Taylor Fritz, taking on Stan Wawrinka in his farewell Australian Open. Obviously a wild card here. It was Fritz who took the opening set in a tiebreak 7-6. But Stan, the man, he's got an early break in the second and he leads 2-love.
Yeah, I think his opponents keep thinking when they get up on him that he's going to just sort of go away. If there's one thing we've learned this week, Stan does not want to go away.
No, he's dragging out the farewell tour.
Yeah, I mean, he played 5 sets the other day. I think he won in a match tiebreak. He's 41 years old. He's loving it. He loves to compete, and I expect him to, compete for a while. This looks like it's going to be a bit of a long match. You keep thinking he's gonna hit a wall, but his nickname for God knows how many years has been Diesel, and there's a reason for that.
There certainly is. We'll keep you updated with that match on Cain Arena throughout the evening serve. But let's talk about some of the other Americans. And I mentioned in the news headlines, Madison Keys winning through against Pliskova, and then Pegula and Anisimova as well. All three of them. We'll start with Madison Keys. In contrast to her first 2 matches, she shot out of the blocks this time and she was leading 4-love, and then Pliskova sort of worked her way into the match. I think it was probably a better performance in Madison Keys' mind in terms of her better start.
Yeah, I think what's happening with Madison, and I know this is happening because I asked her about it, is that she came in here as a defending champion. It's the first time in her life she's ever come into a Grand Slam as a defending champion. And it was on her mind a lot. She wanted to prove herself. She had lost in the first round of the U.S. Open, hadn't played very much since then, and so I think there were a lot of nerves in those first couple of matches. She did not want to lose in the first week, and now that she got to the third round, it probably helps that she was playing Pliskova, who's someone she's known for a long time, played throughout her career. It sort of feels like a little more of a normal tournament for her. The defending champion thing is still there, she said. It's not gonna just go away. It's always gonna be there. But you get your legs underneath you after you get a few matches in, and you start to feel confident. And you've done this before, and whether you're defending champion or not. Yeah, she's been playing tennis since she was 5 years old. She knows to play tennis. She does. All she has to do is sort of keep it simple and not make it bigger than it has to be, and maybe even figure out a way towards drawing confidence from being the defending champion. I think that's sort of the big transition. Can she make it so that being defending champion doesn't cause her tension, but actually gives her strength?
Well, she got it done in the end, 6-3, 6-3, and she did it early before the heat actually hit.
Obviously super happy to be able to just kind of get out there before the heat got extreme and just kind of have a straightforward match and get in and get out early.
So she got in, got out early, and now she faces Jessica Pegula, the 6th seed, but also a friend of hers, and they co-host the Players Box podcast together, and I believe they're actually going to be recording an episode of the podcast before they play each other in a couple of days' time.
Right, they're going to record tomorrow, she said. Yeah.
It's going to be a bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit. Not for them. They're used to it. They're friends. They love each other. So I think they'll be able to deal with it. And she said, I think they both said, they'll be in the tunnel kind of like cracking each other up, and then all of a sudden they'll get announced and they'll go onto the court, and it's just like a immediate transformation, and then they both just really want to win, and they'll do it. Not whatever it takes, but a lot of what it takes, and they're just, it's another tennis match.
So they've met 3 times before, and Keys leads the head-to-heads 2-1. The last time they played was about 12 months ago at the Adelaide International in the final, and then Keys won that one in 3 sets. Just on the form of both of them so far, how do you see this one playing out?
I mean, I think if today's the indication, they've both gotten into really good spots. Like you said, you wouldn't have said that about Keys after the first couple of matches. But today, she really sort of found a rhythm. She had that sort of one blip in the first set. I think she was, it was up 4-0 or 4-1, and all of a sudden, then you turn your head and it was 4-4. She ended up winning the set and getting it done in straight sets. But so it's really even. They're both really great ball strikers, and it's almost a 50-50 match at this point, I would say. Keys won the Australian Open here last year. Pegula, went deep once again in the U.S. Open. She's really good. She's really solid. She's going to show up. That's the thing. She's gonna make you work for it. And so that's the question. You'd say probably that Madison has the higher ceiling in terms of their abilities and talents. Pegula is kind of a late bloomer. I mean, it's interesting that you said that they've only played 3 times. I think they're both 30 years old. You would think that they would have played 15 times, but Pegula really didn't start sort of making a name for herself on the tour until post-COVID. So about 5 years ago, when she was already in her mid-20s. So it's an interesting matchup. It's layered, and they'll probably go out to dinner after.
I can't wait to watch that match. This was Jessica Pegula talking about her tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've played some really good matches, been very efficient, I think, score-wise, time on court. Yeah, we had a couple tough games there, but I thought I was able to kind of grab the momentum when I could and served very well and just was able to execute my game plan.
The player and the American that I like, and a bit of a smoky, I think, for the title this year, is Amanda Anisimova. And she defeated another American in Peyton Stearns this morning, 6-1, 6-4. She served 7 double faults and had 30 unforced errors. So she's probably going to need to clean up part of her game in that respect. But what have you made of her tournament to date?
It's looking a lot like her U.S. Open. Same color court, similar weather. She seems to be in a really nice rhythm. She's moving pretty well. That scoreline probably shouldn't have been so tight. Yeah, I think she might have even had a match point at 5-2 or something like that. And it looked like she was going to clean up, but then she lost a couple games. But she's playing pretty clean matches. She was frustrated in her first match, but I think at this point she gets the final of Wimbledon. She gets the final of the U.S. Open. It just sort of feels familiar. Now it feels familiar to us. It really feels familiar to her. I think now that she should be playing deep into these Grand Slams, and she has good records against the top players. That will be her sort of biggest challenges here if she does want to get to the title. So she's really solid, and I think like you, I fully expected her to get to the business end of the tournament, and it looks like she's heading that way.
She certainly is, after what was a career best year in 2025.
I've been working really hard. I've been trying to improve on certain aspects of my game, but of course, it's really hard to top off. The year I had last year was a really great year, a lot of achievements. So hopefully, I can do as well as I did last year, and hopefully more.
I want to talk about Ben Shelton now, the 8th seed. I don't know how much of this match you saw. I unfortunately didn't get to see much of this match at all. A couple of serves here and there from the big American. But a 6-4, 6-4, 7-6 win against Valentin Vacherot. It looked tight. I mean that scoreline, it looks like, okay, yeah, he won in 3 sets, but I believe there were only a couple of breaks of serves in there, 1 in each set.
Right. I watched the whole 3rd set. It was very tight. I think Shelton broke at 5-4 in the 2nd set and got that 2-set lead, which is really important. But at the same time, these were it's just like two heavyweights going at each other. Yeah. Not a lot of subtlety in this match. They both hit big balls, both off the serve, and then they hunt that forehand, and then they rip it. And they were at a pretty high level, I have to say today. Shelton pulled out some outrageous shots. The highlights in the 3rd set would have to include a couple of backhands that he hit. I think they were backhands, they were either backhands or forehands.
We'll check out the highlights.
But whatever it was, Vacherot was at the net, and it was like he was like a pitcher who just threw a strike and Vacherot whiffed on the. He hit the ball that hard that Vacherot. It wasn't like he got his racket on it and nicked off it. It was just a pure whiff. And yeah, it was that kind of match. If that tiebreaker goes Vacherot's way, it might have gotten kind of interesting. Same time, roof was closed. Shelton, good bit of experience here. Semifinalist last year. Those are conditions that he's going to feel really good about, and he's potentially going to play. I mean, he plays the winner of Casper Ruud's match in
Cilic,
the fourth round. Ruud and Cilic, and
that's tonight.
Yes, that should be tonight. And I think as he said, he's got a lot. He's got more to prove. So hopefully for him, he's just getting started.
Yep, just getting warmed up, I think, Ben Shelton. Speaking of getting warmed up, it is very hot here at Melbourne Park, about 39 degrees. And just an update on the suspension of play, but that's been pushed back once again, so another half an hour. So we are hopeful that we will be able to resume play on the outside courts around 7:15 Australian Eastern Daylight Time here in Melbourne, but we're still waiting for the heat to just give us a little bit of a reprieve, please. But in Melbourne, the hottest part of the day tends to be around 5-6 o'clock, and we're now pushing 7 o'clock. So very hot conditions indeed. And Tuesday is looking to be 43 degrees, Matt, which is just absolutely steamy. I would not want to be anywhere near a tennis court on a 43 degree day.
that could be unpleasant. I mean, what was interesting today was how pleasant it was in the morning.
It was beautiful.
I mean, I went for a nice run along the river. It was warm. It got, by the time I was done, the sun is hot. But when I started, it was breezy
delightful.
And kind of crisp, and then everything changed in a hurry, as I guess it is wont to do in this part of the world.
Yeah.
So I haven't seen exactly when we're supposed to hit 43 on Tuesday, whether it's today where it's going to creep up throughout the day, or because it seems so strange. There seems to be not much rhyme or reason to it.
No,
it's when the wind decides to blow from the north, basically, right?
Pretty much. So Mother Nature will decide when it hits 43 degrees, but usually it is in that late afternoon section around 4-5 o'clock. So we'll see how many matches we can get through on Tuesday. But that's Tuesday's problem, and hopefully the weather changes. Just out on Cain Arena, I'll give you a score update. It's Taylor Fritz, the 9th seed American, who took the first set against Stan Wawrinka 7-6. But it is Stan the man who has the break in the second set. He is currently serving at 4-2. Now, tomorrow, before we look at tonight, I do want to quickly look at tomorrow while I have you here, because it is American Lerner Tien facing off against the 11th seed Daniil Medvedev. And if my memory serves me correctly, last year here at the Australian Open, they battled it out in an epic 5-set marathon, which Lerner Tien actually won.
Right, I think he won it after giving up a 2-set lead, and then it went to a match tiebreak at about 2:30 in the morning or something like that. 1:32 in the morning, out here on Kia Arena, as I remember, if I remember correctly. And I think what was amazing about that match is this was Lerner Tien's sort of, I think, maiden Australian Open.
Yeah.
He'd gotten through qualifying in order to get to that, and then won a match in order to play Daniil in the second round. And it was the first time they were playing. And Lerner's a lefty. He can be. He has what I would call is very deceptive power. Like it seems like you're just sort of rallying with him, and then he gets a certain kind of ball and he just lines it up and tags the back of it, and it just flies. He can play very aggressively. He's gotten himself into shape in a way that someone 1920 does. He's sort of that boy becoming a man situation where some of the politically incorrect term would be baby fat, but like I mean, but it's just natural. I mean, I'm not saying that as a criticism of Lerner or that like he was out of shape last year. It's just, he was
he's
19.
growing into his body.
He's grown into a real grown-up man. And I was with him in December out in Orange County when he was practicing with Alex Mickelson. He also has this sort of extra snap to his serve now. He's picking up a couple of KMHs, I'll say, to use the Australia lingo.
Like it.
We would say MPH in America. So yeah, that should be a battle. There are, there is a little bit of a pattern that top players, once they play him once, they sometimes beat him the next time. Daniil has since beaten him.
Yeah, Shanghai Masters.
So now it's Lerner's chance to see if he can bring some changes or bring a higher level.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to that match tomorrow. Now, we are running a competition here at AO Radio. A $50 voucher is on the line to the Australian Open shop, and we've been asking the question. We want to know which tennis players would play famous movie characters and why. So it can be any genre and any era. All you have to do is email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. My producer Josh and I went through some of the emails today and just a couple of things just to get you thinking about what maybe you might like to enter. Todd from Doonan in Queensland says that Roger Federer would play a very nice James Bond, 007. I don't mind that one. Astrid from London, great to have you on board, Astrid, says Herbie Hurkacz could be Tom Hanks in Forrest Gump, which I actually can see. And then Jacko in Bangkok says that Sabalenka would make a very nice Lara Croft from Tomb Raider, which I wholeheartedly agree with. So those are some of our entries from our competition. Make sure you keep them coming. We're going to pick a winner tomorrow night and announce it on our show, the winner of the $50 voucher to the Australian Open shop. Now, it is time to look ahead to tonight's matches. On Rod Laver Arena, we have Novak Djokovic, the 10-time Australian Open champion. His quest for an 11th AO title continues tonight up against Botic van der Zandschulp from the Netherlands. So that match is first up on Rod Laver Arena, and then following that is the 16th seed in Naomi Osaka up against Australia's Madison Inglis. This is a first meeting between the two of them. And just before we dive into it, Jordan Zock from AO Radio caught up with Simon Ray, Tennis Australia's head of game analysis, so that Simon could just give us a little bit of data about this match between Osaka and Inglis.
Naomi Osaka up against Madison Inglis. So over the first two Osaka wins, is there any trends approaching out of those matches, and do you think there's anything that she'll bring into this?
Yeah, I think there's definitely some trends that we're seeing in Naomi. It looks like she's back to close to her best level from a ball striking perspective from the back of the court. Really been doing some significant damage on her forehand ground stroke. Anything that's left, mid-court without venom coming at her is ripe for the picking right now. She's dangerous on forehand side. She's looking dangerous on first serve. So when she gets the point on her terms, I think we're seeing an improved Naomi Osaka in 2026 from a movement perspective. She looks like she's getting that physicality back, and so then you're able to add that element of bringing defensiveness to the conversation, able to defend in a point when you have to, able to then neutralise, and then able to strike. So we know about the aggressive approach that is probably plan A, but she's now able to be a little more nuanced with some of the tactics that she might be employing because of that uptick in physicality and movement that we've seen from her, certainly since the last time we saw her at Melbourne Park 12 months ago.
So obviously she's improved in the past 12 months. If you're Maddie Inglis, what can you do to get her off her game?
Well, Maddie's got a big forehand of her own, and she's riding the crest of a wave. Maddie's had, I would say, an Australian Open to this point that not even she could have dreamed of, and she won't want it to stop now. Who knows when the next opportunity is for Maddie to get back to an environment, a setting, an arena like the one that she's afforded the opportunity to play in today. So she'll be wanting to seize the moment, put her best foot forward. She can do some damage of her own. We saw her approach the net really successfully against Laura Siegemund in round two. If she's able to get on top of the point against Naomi and use that forehand to take some control and take some court position, that's a tactic that she'll be looking to use again.
A big factor is going to be how well Maddie serves. She has a good serving night, and she's able to get through certainly some of her opening service games with a degree of comfort. She'll feel settled in the match, and she'll feel like she can then take some educated risks on the Osaka serve and second serve in particular. So a bit of a watch on how Maddie settles from a serving perspective, and if she settles well, things are looking a lot rosier than they may otherwise for the Australian supporters.
A huge night ahead for Madison Inglis as she takes on Naomi Osaka. And Inglis, I mean, she came through the qualifying here into, a major for just the second time after AO 2022. So she missed qualifying for the last 3 years, and no woman has spent longer on court than Inglis. 6 hours and 21 minutes through 2 rounds. The first match, though, on Rod Laver Arena, Novak Djokovic up against Van der Zandschulp. What do you make of this one, Matt? We've got a couple of minutes of the show left before we wrap, but you think Novak gets this job done pretty easily?
Yeah, I think once the roof closed, that sort of changed everything. He's a pretty masterful. He's got a pretty incredible record.
He does.
playing at night here anyway, but also playing indoors. If it was sort of a regular night, people might get some memories of I think it was last year at Indian Wells when Botic beat.
He did.
I was at that match, so
it was in 3 sets.
Was it last year or 2024? I can't remember.
It was last year. 6-2, 3-6, 6-1.
Yeah,
you
that's
are correct.
Right. It was. And Botic was just great, So he's such an interesting player because he struggles against the world number 150, but put him on a big court against, an all-time great, and he gets up for the match, and he's a headache. He's beaten Nadal, he's beaten Djokovic, he's beaten great players.
I'm looking forward to that match. All the action coming your way on AO Radio. Matt, thank you so much for joining us again tonight. It's been great to have you on the Evening Serve.
Oh, it's great to be here always.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight and listening in. Just a reminder, we're hoping to get play underway in about 15 minutes' time on the outside courts. Don't forget to tune into the morning show with Fiona Darmody on AO Radio tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. In the meantime, we're going to head to live coverage now. This has been the Evening Serve. You're listening to AO Radio.
On 99.7 FM around Melbourne Park and around the world on the official Australian Open app and ausopen.com, this is AO Radio.
Well, a very warm welcome to the evening session on day 7 of the Australian Open. Simon Cambers and Kate Kearns with you for what promises to be a fun match between Novak Djokovic and Botic van der Zandschulp. They're just getting ready to come on. We've had a little bit of music entertainment beforehand. We're just going to keep an eye on Wawrinka and Fritz for a minute, because Taylor Fritz has won the first set on the tiebreak, but Stan, the 40-year-old Wawrinka, has just taken the second. He's done it. 6-2. Hit an enormous forehand on the run in that game. He is pumping the air, punching the air, and Kate, is he going to pull off another big win?
Well, why not? We're hoping this is going to go 5 sets. Well, at least the crowd is. They're really getting behind Stan, as they have over the last week. Can he go another 5 sets, though? Does he have it in him? I'm sure, I said earlier, when he realised that roof was coming on over John Cain Arena, he would have been thinking, okay, now this makes things a little bit more interesting.
Well, maybe he'll just win it in 4.
Quite possibly. I mean, he had his opportunities in that first set, didn't he, and in the tiebreak. So he's definitely in this match at a set apiece and just chomping down on probably a protein bar of some description.
Yeah, playing amazingly well in that second set especially. Taylor Fritz only won 29% of points on his second serve, so Stan was attacking that. In terms of stats-wise, there's not a great deal in it. He just won the important points. Stan won the break points. He hit more winners, 12-6. And his first serve percentage, points won, was 88%. So not giving Fritz any chance.
No, that's right. It's keeping those unforced errors right down as well. So, yeah, really giving himself a good opportunity there in that second set. See what he can do in the third. Of course, they haven't played one another for about 10 years.
I know, exactly. I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Strange old, head-to-head there, but
There's
of course, Fritz is a very different player now than he would have been 10 years ago.
Yes, that is very true, because he was only very young then. He was, well, how old is Taylor? Taylor is, he was born in 97, so if that was a 20 year, he'd only been 19. So, yeah, Stan's been around for so long, it feels like yesterday he was busy winning those Grand Slam tournaments, especially here, his first one in 2014. There's no play on the outside courts at the moment. We're hoping that's going to change very shortly. It's been obviously a very hot day here in Melbourne. They closed the roof on the show courts in the afternoon, middle of the afternoon-ish, early afternoon, and stopped play on the outside courts because the heat rule came into play.
To effect, yes.
Which very much helped Jannik Sinner
Well,
Rod Laver Arena.
You know, I always say timing is just so important in life. And for Jannik, I mean, he was in all sorts, wasn't he, with cramping. But it just came at a time when it hit 5.
Yeah, we were watching in the press room, actually. It was on 4.9, and he was really struggling with, looking like he was having a really bad time with cramp. Suddenly it flicked over to 5, and it was just when he got broken for 3-1, so it was perfect, even number of games, and they could stop, and he was able to. I saw he said in press that you can't have treatment in those circumstances. No. There's just a little room off the back of the court where you can stretch out, so he just stretched as much as he could.
Right, yeah.
Got his body temperature down a bit.
Yeah, so important. But I'm surprised that he was able to still play out that match. I mean, that just talks to just what condition he is in, because I don't know if you've ever had bad cramping before.
I have
but
cramped
it can,
a lot.
It is difficult to get through even, you know, the next couple of hours, let alone the next couple of days.
I couldn't believe that he was flexing his hamstring.
No.
I mean, I'm on the floor when I've got hamstring.
Yeah, and crying.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I mean, tears. I found myself in the middle of a road after a marathon one day up in Gold Coast. It was really hot. Yeah, they've changed the timing, which is great for that event. But when you have full body cramps, there is nothing you can do.
I've only had it once. Like that.
Oh, it's awful.
It was after I had an operation on my elbow, and I came back to play tennis a few months later. I hadn't played much, and I played this little tournament thing, and I was fine. And I got out of the door of the clubhouse, and I put my bag down, and then I went to bend over to get something, and then it all went. I've never had that. I always get cramp in my legs, but not like that. And that was incredibly painful.
You weren't aware that was about to happen?
No.
Oh.
I mean, I was stiff. I was stiff as hell, but you know, not to that point that you think you're not going to be able to walk. I didn't know how I was going to get home. I was like,
and the body does some pretty weird things.
Yeah, and he seems to be someone who is definitely affected by cramp, body cramps, not just leg cramp.
This is not something, just a one-off that we haven't seen before with Jannik Sinner. But you know, I'm sure his team look into everything that goes in, you know, understanding what you know about the body and what brings on, you know, cramping. And I think it does depend on the individual. You know, we all talk about, well, it's mainly, you know, dehydration and salts and all of that sort of stuff, but there's a little bit genetics. Yeah, there's a little bit more to it than that. So it's not quite as simple as saying, hey, you know, he should come out here, you know, early on and be playing in the heat and blah blah blah, and you know, and what's his diet like? I can tell you now, they have all of that down pat.
Yeah.
Like, there is nothing they haven't looked at.
It's not a pure conditioning thing. It's the stress level. Stress goes up in a match, so stress levels are a factor. He said he didn't sleep that well last night. Maybe that was an issue.
Right.
But I know that it's quite funny. Darren Cahill was telling him to just stand up, stay standing up until the end of the third set, because he knew that he would get a 10-minute break.
Yeah. Okay.
No matter what, because that heat rule was already in.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I mean, it's tough, isn't it? But he's survived. He had a little bit of luck at Wimbledon with when he played Grigor Dimitrov, just 2 sets down, and Dimitrov got injured. And
sometimes that's all you need. A little bit of luck, get you through the next day. And of course, this half, although they've played with the heat today, they do not get the heat in terms of the draw on Tuesday.
No,
and it is coming again.
So that's fairly fair, isn't it?
Fair. I think that works out quite nice.
Yeah, but unfortunately that could be Alcaraz against de Minaur Tuesday night.
Who both love the heat.
Well, they both love the heat, but it'll be a grueling, brutal encounter.
Oh, won't it?
Right, well, we're getting ready for Rod Laver Arena here, because Novak Djokovic has just come out onto court, and so is Botic van der Zandschulp. The Dutchman, Djokovic, 10 times the champion here, looking to try and win that 25th record slam. Well, it's not going to be easy. I mean, it's never easy to win any Grand Slam match, or a title. But when you're 38 and you've got these two behemoths above him, Sinner and Alcaraz, it's going to be tough. But he knows if he can hang in there, you never know.
And he's been playing really wonderful tennis, and through in straight sets. And Australia, the qualifier 6-3, 6-2, 6-2, and then of course the same scoreline against Martinez, 6-3, 6-2, 6-2. So he's in good form. That beautiful backhand of his. We'll get to watch tonight. It's always been his movement on court for me. He's always been a little panther-like, I think, Novak. And
he's amazing, isn't he?
Yeah, he's such an athlete.
If something unusual happens, try to keep playing, and after the point we can check it. So if I miss a not up or something, don't stop straight away. Play the point out, and then we'll check it if we need to. For the towels, why don't we do? You're kind of wearing blue. You take the blue one.
I'm always surprised when there's a question.
And just for the time points, I know it's a big court, and it's not easy for you getting your own towels. If I can, I'll try to talk to you first, all right? I won't jump in straight away in the first game, like in New York. I will talk to you first, and that way we deal with it a bit better. Right? Any questions? Nope. All right, this is your turn. You can ask
little
anyone
smile
to
on
call.
Novak's face.
And the options are Australian Open or Mark Edmondson.
Who do you want to ask? Me? I'll take the AO.
AO, all yours.
Or Mark Edmondson.
Good girl.
It's not getting picked.
Yeah.
Not much love.
So, you stay and don't run away. We're going to do photos facing that way. Yeah, thank you.
Nice moment for the mascot, the little girl.
Yeah, the hot
big
shots.
Smile.
Players get a chance each night. She's not sure what to do now.
Just
but
keep that coin.
Yeah, keep the coin.
Don't take the coin off of John Blom. Yeah, give her the coin.
Yeah, waves to the crowd, and she's on her way. Not really sure what went on then.
No, but I think she's still got the coin.
And I
That
think
is
she'll
good
get
work.
a lovely photo of that too.
Yeah, exactly.
So, moment.
So Novak Djokovic and Botic van der Zandschulp. Just a reminder, of course, please do get in touch with us. Let us know what you think of Novak's chances of winning that 25th Slam. 10 times the champion here. Can he do it? And extend that record and become and break the record that he shares with Margaret Court for 24.
That's right.
He
wants it outright.
He does want it outright. You can get in touch through the Ask the Booth form or on ozopen.com, or you can email us at aoradio@tennis.com.au. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know your name and where you're listening, and what you think of the tournament so far, and any subject you want to bring up. Kate will answer it.
I will.
Yeah.
I will get to all your emails. I make that promise most evenings. Kept that promise.
I mean, it's been red hot here, hasn't it, today?
It has.
But the roof is on.
The roof is on. It's been on since, what did we say? It was around 3:30? 3:01, was it?
Well, no. 3-1 in the third set.
Oh, sorry.
It was,
scoreline.
Not sure what the time was at the time. 2:34.
Okay.
That's what it was. So, yeah, it's been on since then, and they'll finish the match with the roof off. They won't open it halfway through or anything like that, even though it's supposed to be an outdoor tournament, but the heat rule is in place.
That's right, and I think Novak will be very happy about that decision.
Novak in his familiar blue shorts and green shirt, white socks and the white and green shoes.
I was interested to see van der Zandschulp actually won their last match last year,
Certainly
Indian
did.
Wells.
Yeah.
It was a three-setter, 6-2, 3-6, 6-1. So, he will like his chances. That's a hard court.
Yeah, he will be coming forward a lot. He serves, he volleys a fair bit. He will look to attack. He won't be afraid. He's a sort of giant killer of a player. But, I mean, obviously Djokovic is a big favourite. But he's not someone van der Zandschulp will be overawed by the occasion.
No, and he's come through his matches so far. Nakashima in first round 6-3, 4-6, 7-6, 7-6. So that was a tight first round match. And then Zhang 7-6, 6-2, 6-3. So a little easier in the second round.
Reached the quarterfinals of the US Open. That's his best Grand Slam event in 2021. He's reached the fourth round of the Slam 3 times.
He's been, as high as 22, I think, in terms of his ranking in the world. So that was back in 2022. That good year, which you were just describing then. He's sitting at 75 at the moment, but we know that he can play to a higher level.
If he goes 5 sets, he might fancy his chances because he's won 5 of his 6 matches. However, Novak has won let's see, something insane. His career 5-set record, 40 and 11.
You know, with the notes that we get, we're very lucky with all of the information that's provided to us. With Novak, it just goes over pages and pages, and that's just at the Australian Open.
Exactly, it's record after record. If he wins tonight, it's his 400th win.
That's right, and is that equal to?
It'll be, well, let's see, because he's equaling a couple of records that Federer holds. Okay. Federer's records have been dwindling day by day. If he wins tonight, he will be level with Federer in terms of Australian Open wins, 102.
1 minute.
Gosh. He is, as they pummel the ball into the commentary box. Yeah, he's breaking all sorts of records or equaling records. He has 101 tour level titles, of course. He's not that far off Jimmy Connors, who holds the all-time record of 109.
There's been discussion on that, whether or not that's actually a record he's going after, but he seems to just want to. He's only playing certain matches, most of clearly the majors. And just trying to sort of, nurse his time really at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's focusing on the slams. He has been for a few years, but he does want to play a few more ATP 250s, he said.
Okay.
Which sort of suggests maybe he fancies winning some of those.
Title here and there.
And I think he still thinks that he's going to play, or he wants to play, if he's healthy and playing well, at the Olympics in 2028.
Oh, wow.
So he's talked about that.
Okay.
And if he's fit and healthy, he'll do that. He'll be 41 by that stage. But you wouldn't put anything past him. Well, that serve from Botic almost hit Novak just then. Be a bit careful in the warm-up sometimes. But yeah, I mean, so many records he's got. It's absolutely incredible, the number of Grand Slam semi-finals or quarter-finals in a row, all that sort of stuff.
But his record here in particular, I mean, it is insane, isn't it?
Yeah. 10 wins.
Titles, yeah.
101 and 10 he is. At the Australian Open only. And this would be his 400th Grand Slam match win.
Ah, that's the one I was looking at today, yes.
That is.
Yeah, that's something.
That's amazing. I mean, you win 7 to win a slam. So just think of how many slams he's played over the course of his career. It's about 2005 when he came along.
For the most part, I mean, it's only just sort of more recently that he's had, sort of issues with his body, but for the most part he's been able to, and the way he plays too around, particularly on hard court, sort of sliding from side to side, the immense pressure that must go through those joints. He's done such a great job at this age to be on the court and playing tennis at this level.
Yeah, not left any stone unturned in terms of how to look after his body. That'll be the 38-year-old Novak Djokovic to get us underway against the 30-year-old Botic van der Sandschulp. Play underway across the board. We'll get in touch with Steve Pearce very shortly. As Djokovic starts with an ace out wide.
Nice way to open up the shoulders.
Yeah,
relieve any tension that might be there. He doesn't look like there's holding much tension.
Okay, so some of the stats we get are very strange. Not strange, but sort of niche.
Mm-hmm.
So this one, he's now serving on the ad side. In terms of first serve points won, he's played 40 first